I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard. I think there's a chance here for a diversity of opinion to be expressed, which you don't find elsewhere. It's really exciting.
We don't hold back. We're free to say how decisions that are taken here
affect us all around the country. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain. Weekdays from midday.
Elon Musk has announced that the first patients to receive a groundbreaking brain implant from Neuralink is recovering well.
This is all a bit odd. The product, called telepathy, uses a robot to surgically place a computer chip in a region of the brain that controls movement.
Yes, Elon Musk says that the first goal is to enable people to control a phone or a computer just by thinking. He says that initial tests show promising signs of brain activity, meaning that patients with paralysis could one day overcome their conditions.
Not sure about this one. Joining us to discuss this breakthrough is applied futurist Tom Cheesewright. Tom, this sounds, well, slightly terrifying.
I certainly think a lot of people will be thinking this is something out of a sci-fi horror rather than reality. But this is a technology that's been a long time coming. We've been developing direct brain-computer interfaces for a long time, mostly for the sort of therapeutic reasons that are the initial goal, at least, of Elon Musk's Neuralink, to allow people who are perhaps quadriplegic to have direct control via their brains of initially a smartphone and maybe ultimately artificial limbs or a wheelchair.
It does seem fascinating how quickly this technology is moving on. I saw demonstrations perhaps a year or two ago of people playing a very simple Pong game just by thinking, moving sort of one line on a screen up and down. This seems like potentially there has been a breakthrough that means far more complex things can be controlled just by thinking.
Well, there's lots of different aspects to this technology. The initial attempts to interface with the brain used actually quite thick prongs almost that went into the brain, and they were quite solid, and so if the brain moved, they could potentially cause damage.
I'm Christopher Hope.
And I'm Gloria Di Piero, bringing you
PMQ's live here on GB News. Every Wednesday, we'll bring you live coverage of Prime Minister's questions when Rishi Sunak and Sir Keir Starmer go head-to-head in the House of Commons.
We'll be asking our viewers and listeners to submit the questions that they would like to put to the Prime Minister, and we'll put that to our panel of top politicians in our Westminster studio.
That's PMQ's live here on GB News, Britain's election channel.
Hello, good afternoon. It's 3 o'clock. This is GB News on TV, online and on digital radio. I'm Nana Akua. And for the next few hours, me and my panel will be taking on some of those big topics hitting the headlines right now. This show is all about opinion. It's mine, it's theirs, and of course it's yours. We'll be debating, discussing, and at times we will disagree, but no one will be cancelled. So joining me in an hour, trade unionist and political commentator Andy McDonnell, and also broadcaster and columnist Lizzie Cundy. In a few moments' time, I'll be mucking the week with special advisor to Michael Gove, Charlie Rowley. But before we get started, let's get your latest news headlines.
Good afternoon, it's 3 o'clock. I'm Theo Chikomba in the GB newsroom. The London Mayor has accused the Prime Minister of condoning racism following a senior Tory MP's comment on protests in the capital. Lee Anderson's under fire for saying Sadiq Khan had given away the capital to Islamists following months of demonstrations. Labour is calling for the whip to be removed from the former deputy chair. The London Mayor says it's important to call out anti-Muslim hatred, just like any other form of hatred.
Look, these comments from a senior Conservative are Islamophobic, are anti-Muslim and are racist. We've seen over the last 2 days confirmation that over the last few months there's been an increase in anti-Muslim cases by more than 330%. These comments pour fuel on the fire of anti-Muslim hatred. And I'm afraid the deafening silence from Rishi Sunak and from the Cabinet is them condoning this racism.
The UK has reaffirmed its commitment to Ukraine, promising £245 million to produce artillery shells as the country's war with Russia enters its third year. The package will boost critical stockpiles of ammunition as the Royal Air Force completes a further delivery of advanced tank-busting missiles. The Defence Secretary says he's proud that since the invasion, the UK has trained 60,000 Ukrainian troops, adding that no one has done as much for Kyiv than the UK. Grant Shapps says the West will keep going for as long as it takes to fight Russian aggression.
This is a package which will help to provide some of the artillery that's required, particularly on the front line, where Russia has really boosted their production levels. So it's massively important now that we stop Putin. It's going to cost us more if he came further, not least, of course, being terrible for our Ukrainian friends, but it would also be disastrous for the rest of the West.
Shadow Defence Secretary John Healey says the war in Ukraine is a global fight.
I think first to recognise that this isn't just Putin fighting on the battlefield in Ukraine. This is a diplomatic, economic and industrial struggle against wider Russian aggression. And we've got to have a broader UK plan to help defend Ukraine and defeat Putin. So that does mean tightening sanctions, as you say, closing supply chain loopholes and looking to seize the Russian assets that have been stolen to reconstructing Ukraine. It also means ramping up our military support.
Meanwhile, the King and Queen have praised Ukrainians for their true valour. King Charles says he's greatly encouraged by the efforts of the UK and its allies in supporting Kyiv at a time of suffering and need. The monarch was paying his respects at a Ukrainian Catholic cathedral in central London, where crowds gathered to show their support for the country and its people. Commemorations began with an interfaith prayer, with similar services taking place across the UK. Junior doctors in England have walked out for the 10th time since March last year over a pay dispute. The British Medical Association has asked for a 35% pay rise, which the government has described as unreasonable. More than 1.3 million appointments and operations have already been cancelled or rescheduled since industrial action began. The Health Secretary, Victoria Atkins, is calling for the strikes to end, saying she wants to see doctors treating patients, not on picket lines.
I want for this to be resolved. I've come to these negotiations with nothing but good intentions and a genuine desire to find a reasonable solution for junior doctors, but also importantly for patients and the public and the taxpayer. So I still want to try and achieve that, but I can only do that if the Junior Doctors Committee plays their part. Walking out of negotiations in November was not reasonable. They know that I want to go further in addition to the up to 10.3% that they have already received into their bank accounts.
And some breaking news to bring you. Lee Anderson has been suspended from the Tory party. A spokesperson for the Chief Whip has said following his refusal to apologise for comments made yesterday, the Chief Whip has suspended the Conservative Whip from Lee Anderson MP. We'll bring you more on this developing story later. That's all we have time for. Now it's back to Nana.
Hello, good afternoon. This is GB News on TV, online and on digital radio. It's fast approaching 7 minutes after 3 o'clock. I know you're thinking her hair's getting bigger. It really is. It's time to mock the week, and what a busy one it's been. Well, cancel culture has, from the left, come full circle now, with those doing the cancelling now the ones scared of being cancelled. This week we saw Lindsay Hoyle, the supposedly impartial Labour Speaker of the House, change parliamentary procedures to allow a Labour question instead of one from the SNP, which would have apparently caused a revolt of up to 80 Labour MPs. Now, it was supposed to be the SNP's day for debate. Instead, the Speaker, under suspected pressure from Sir Keir Starmer, allowed a Labour question. This resulted in mutiny of the benches. It's like school, isn't it? Lindsay apologised, claiming that he was worried about the safety of MPs, given the latest things like the harassment of people like Tobias Ellwood. But in doing this, he also avoided splitting the Labour Party, of which he is a member. So has politics been captured by fear? Is this a taste of things to come from Labour under Starmer? Then, big news, Lee Anderson this week said Islamists have got control of London following a wave of weekly pro-Palestine protests, but he later explained he meant that they've got control of Khan. Sadiq called his comments Islamophobic, anti-Muslim and racist.
Look, these comments from a senior Conservative are Islamophobic, are anti-Muslim and are racist. We've seen over the last 2 days confirmation that over the last few months there's been an increase in anti-Muslim cases by more than 330%. These comments pour fuel on the fire of anti-Muslim hatred. And I'm afraid the deafening silence from Rishi Sunak and from the Cabinet is them condoning this racism.
Well, of course, as we know, since that particular interview, Lee Anderson has been suspended. Now, some people would argue that only a small minority that are causing problems and have the right to protest in the pro-Palestinian protests. And after all, we are a democracy. But others might also point to Sadiq Khan's record as mayor, with ULEZ being his crowning glory. But what do you think? And finally, Prince Harry's lawyers are, it would appear, defending his case for staying in the US. They're saying that he has a right to embellishment in his book Spare, which suggests that if they are saying this, that he hasn't mentioned his drug taking on his visa forms. We will follow that story with interest. It's been a mucky old week. But first, with some breaking news, we bring you Lee Anderson has been suspended from the Tory party after his refusal to apologise for his comments. A spokesperson for the Chief Whip said that following his refusal to apologise for comments that he made yesterday, the Chief Whip has suspended the Conservative Whip from Lee Anderson MP. And Lee Anderson said, following a call with the Chief Whip, I understand the difficult position that I have put both he and the Prime Minister in with regard to my comments. I fully accept that they had no option but to suspend the whip in these circumstances. However, I will continue to support the government's efforts to call out extremism in all its forms, be that anti-Semitism or Islamophobia. Well, joining me to discuss this is GB News presenter Darren Grimes. Darren, wow.
Incredible.
I mean, Lee was going to be on my show a little while ago, but obviously that's out of the question now.
Indeed. I imagine his inbox and his phone are blowing off the hook, Nana. But I am absolutely disgusted and outraged by what's just happened, to be quite honest with you. I don't think that an extraction of an apology from Lee Anderson for actually pointing out, Nana, what we've seen on the streets of this capital city, once beautiful capital city, where people are on the streets supporting everyone from Hamas to the Houthis, and not saying, and then we saw that projection on Big Ben, remember, where that genocidal chant of From the River to the Sea, which calls for the complete wipeout of the Jews from the Middle East, that's been allowed to go ahead under Sadiq Khan's watch as Mayor of London. He's also the Police and Crime Commissioner for London under that role. And has he allowed these things to go ahead? Yes, you damn right believe he absolutely has. And I think to seek an extraction of an apology and to actually allow people to accuse Lee Anderson of racism is the kind of intimidatory tactics that we've seen since October the 7th.
Well, right, yes.
To actually silence dissenting voices on this who are standing up and saying, I want no part in a capital city, my beautiful capital city, that is being corrupted in such a way that these things are allowed to take place on our streets weekend in and weekend out.
But he didn't sort of put it like that, did he? And some people would argue that the way he phrased it, it sounded like he was being Islamophobic.
So they would argue that actually he said that Sadiq Khan is being controlled in some way, but I think Sadiq Khan is much more clever than that. I think actually he knows exactly what he's doing. This is a man who appeared on Press TV, which is Iranian state television, talking about Uncle Tom's. And actually, I think that is a really racist, divisive sentiment.
I would say that as well. I mean, Sadiq Khan has called people out for being far right if they didn't go along with you, Les, which I thought was a bit of an insult. Just because, you know, it's almost kind of to shut down debate by name-calling.
Exactly. It's so rich of him to accuse anybody of being divisive because he is the most... He's basically an entire can of petroleum. You know, you can throw him on top of a fire and it would go on for weeks. This is... I think it's just absurd to suggest that anyone other than this man is probably, I would argue, the most divisive politician in the country.
But what about the fact that they asked Lee to apologise? He refused to apologise because he may have offended a few people. So sometimes on TV, if I've said something that may have offended a few people, even if I don't think it's offensive, but I make sure that I cover my tracks in that way, I think the point is here that he didn't apologise.
Yeah, absolutely, that is the point. But I don't think actually apologising for everything that anyone has ever been offended with will get you very far in this day and age, because it seems to be an increasing amount of things that people are offended by. You know, I can say, Nana, that I recognise you as a biological woman because I just look at you and recognise that you're a woman. Now, to some people, that's transphobic in this day and age. It's getting ridiculous, actually, the extent to which we are seeking these extractions of apologies from people. So I actually respect Lee Anderson for saying, and I've had my disagreements with him recently, especially over the Rwanda plan and his reluctance to vote against the government over that, because I don't think it's going to work. I think we're going to have open borders for time to come, many years to come, especially if, you know, a certain party gets into power later this year. And I think it was brave of him to say, look, I'm not going to apologise for it. And I think there will be many viewers and listeners who actually say, good for you, I'll buy you a pint.
Because he was kind of alluding to the fact they expect the city to be taken over by, I think, his lunatics week in, week out. Obviously, those marching on there will be a proportion of people who are just people calling for peace. And I think part of this was that people were offended that he had tarred everybody with the same brush.
Absolutely, but we have seen on these marches, we have seen the police, I don't think, being even-handed in the way in which they come after certain protests than they do the pro-Palestine protests. There was a guy, I think you covered it on the show last week, a guy standing with a sign, a placard that said that Hamas is a terrorist organisation, and it asked yes or no. Now, he had things thrown at him.
I remember that.
He was abused, and the police just arrested and told that guy, backed him off away from the protesters as if he was the problem and not the ones that were throwing things at him and calling him all of the things under the sun. I don't think actually that's even-handed equal policing, and I think actually it's shown a real intolerance to those who are opposed to what I would deem to be hateful marches.
Well, we saw the projection from the river to the sea on Big Ben, which Sadiq Khan, just in my view, irrespective of who you support or anything, that to most Jewish people is anti-Semitic and, as I understand, a big insult. So what did Sadiq Khan do? And it's also illegal, so I don't understand. And I think what Lee is pointing out, just in my view, Sadiq Khan's record on London as well.
Yes.
Because that's one of the things that he could have stopped and he didn't.
Exactly. So who let that go ahead? You know, who's the top cheese in London? Well, it's the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan. So all of these things, he's got a record where you can suggest that actually he's probably not someone that is actually genuinely seeking unity in this country. He's someone that, I remember that fireworks display after the Black Lives Matter riots, where he had the fist, the BLM fist, projected into the air. Now, that was really, really upsetting to a lot of people up and down the country. It was just immediately after, at the start of the first lockdown, we'd just gone through that first year of understanding what a lockdown was like, miserable for so many in the country, and he decided to have that divisive symbol broadcast into the sky for people to see in their capital city, for people to see on their television screens up and down the country. I think that was a deeply divisive thing to do, but it's really, I think, quite indicative of a man who really loves stirring the pot.
But he would argue that he is simply just, you know, Black Lives Matter. I thought it was a fake organisation, just capitalising on white guilt. That's how I still see it.
By large mansions.
It's proved that it has. But at the time, a lot of the things that it was doing hadn't been exposed. And so some people jumped on the bandwagon of support. And he would say that that was his support for anti-racism.
He would say it's a show of solidarity. But I think there would be many Jewish people in this country who say, well, where's your show of solidarity with me? Where's your show of solidarity with me being scared to go out in London at the minute, with especially on a Saturday, with hundreds of thousands of people marching in what I, again, deem to be hateful marches. So where's actually his solidarity there? And that's a genuine question, I think, which can and ought to be asked, and I don't think it's racist to do so.
Well, listen, Darren, thank you very much. You'll be back Saturday 5?
Absolutely, 7 o'clock, Nana. Can't wait.
Lovely, see you there. Thanks, Darren. That's Darren Grimes. That's his thoughts. What are yours? GB Views at gbnews.com. It's fast approaching 18 minutes after 3 o'clock. I'm Nana Akua. We're live on TV, online and on digital radio. More on Lee Anderson's suspension from the Conservative Party. But Uri is up next.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Lee Anderson's Real World. Fridays from 7 p.m.
Dr. Jane Jones, who's the clinical lead for Care After Combat.
Yep.
Jane, thanks for coming. And just tell me a little bit about your organisation. What do you do?
OK, well, thank you for having me here so we can talk about Care After Combat. So we are an organisation, a charity, who work into the prison system, working with military veterans who've somehow got involved with the justice system and...
So there's quite a high population of ex-servicemen and women in our prisons. Why is that, do you think?
So 2014, the government did a review of who was resident in UK prisons, and what they found were that military veterans are the highest occupational group, and this obviously raises some concerns. Yeah. So the government wanted to do something about that, and so they supported Care After Combat initially just as a scoping exercise, really, to see if there was any way we could help these men and women actually, you know, understand the problems that led to offending behaviour and go on to lead successful lives.
So what sort of offending behaviour are we talking typically for people that's in prison that's actually served in our armed forces?
Primarily, it's violence.
Yeah.
So that is the highest offence that we work with.
Okay.
But of course, the military, as with everybody else, it's the full range of offending behaviour.
OK, so we're in a pub, Jane, Dr. Jane, and I guess for some people, you know, the odd tip of alcohol is good, a bit of fun of a weekend, relax, let your hair down. But for some people, alcohol is not always their best friend, and I guess that plays a part in some of your veterans that end up inside.
Absolutely. So, speaking from my own experience, a good 2/3 of the people I work with have some kind of mental health problem or mental health difficulty, struggling to either adapt into civilian life or with some of the traumas they've experienced during service. People might self-medicate with alcohol to manage some of those thoughts and feelings.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan. Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks. The admission's free.
Have a great Saturday night with me, Leo Curse, on the Saturday Night Showdown. It's a crazy world out there, so come and make fun of it with me, my panel of comedians, and a couple of people who actually know what they're talking about. This Saturday Night Showdown is your front row ticket to the clown show every Saturday, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
So 21 minutes after 3 o'clock, we are the People's Channel. This is GB News. I'm Nana Akua. Some breaking news. If you've just tuned in, Lee Anderson has been suspended from the Tory party after his refusal to apologise for his comments. A spokesperson for the Chief Whip said, following his refusal to apologise for comments made yesterday, the Chief Whip has suspended the Conservative Whip from Lee Anderson MP. Lee Anderson said, following a call with the Chief Whip, I understand the difficult position that I've put both he and the Prime Minister in with regard to my comments. I fully accept that they had no option but to suspend the whip in these circumstances. However, I will continue to support the government's efforts to call out extremism in all its forms, be that anti-Semitism or Islamophobia. Well, joining me to discuss is GB News presenter Benjamin Butterworth. Benjamin, OK, well, I mean, what do you make of this? What are your thoughts?
I mean, the first thing, it's quite the fall from grace for Lee Anderson, who only a couple of weeks ago was vice chair of the Conservative Party. And so I think, you know, that statement that you just read out very much looks like something that would have been written by Conservative Party officials for him to say to try and have a way back. I think it's quite shocking that, given that his comments, I think, are widely seen as inappropriate. Sajid Javid, the Muslim former Conservative Health Secretary, said that much. You know, there are many Muslims who have said it. Baroness Saeeda Varsi, the former Cabinet Minister, the first Muslim to serve in Cabinet, that, you know, saying that the Muslim Mayor of London, whose politics are moderate, even if you disagree with them, is being controlled by Islamists, was completely inappropriate.
But that's his view. I mean, we are all entitled to an opinion. We suffer the consequences if we say something people don't like. But a lot of people might share that view.
Well, I think some people will share the view, but I think it's a view that has problems of racism entwined in it.
Why? Because Islam isn't a race, it's a religion, so where is it racist?
But it's racist because you're talking about a group of people who is being tied to Sadiq Khan, despite the fact that there is absolutely no indication in his politics at any point that he buys into extreme Islam. In fact, he has quite regularly been on the receiving end of a huge amount of abuse from people who buy into that version of Islam. He had a fatwa put on his life when he voted for same-sex marriage as a Member of Parliament. Those are not his politics at all. And so to try and associate him is only because he's a Muslim.
But to call it racist is being Islamophobic isn't racist. Islam is a religion. It's a belief structure. In some countries, it's a theocratic political regime in some countries. So, for example, Saudi Arabia. So how is that racist? Because you know, maybe Lee's words could be interpreted and taken out of turn. He could apologise for the way it came across, but I don't think that that's racist. I'm just questioning the notion that it's racist. Racist is when I'm called the N-word or something like that because I'm black, and that's a different. We are one race, the human race, but we see that as a different race. How is? I can't tell if you're black, white, green, whether you support Islam or not.
Well, I mean, look, maybe Islamophobic is a better word, a more precise word to explain it.
But then surely Lee could complain at being called racist. You know what I mean? If we're going to chuck out slurs to people for things they've done, then we can at least be accurate about it.
But I don't think it's a slur. I think it's accurate to say...
What, calling him racist?
That I think Islamophobia is a form of racism.
But it's not.
But I think that might be a little pedantry. The fact is that he was trying to say this because he's a Muslim. He was trying to say that he is in hock to all these people with extreme views, and that is a completely unreasonable view. That if we swapped it to say that about Jews, you'd know it was unacceptable.
No, hold on, though. But why is it, then, that the pro-Palestinian protesters, who many have been chanting from the river to the sea, which is anti-Semitic, the Jewish people have said that, in fact, only the other day, that was projected onto Big Ben. How is it that Sadiq Khan did not step in and do something about that? And there are lots of things. I mean, that was big, it was public, it's not like a little thing. Why were the police just standing by doing nothing? It's Sadiq Khan's London. Why is he not stepping up?
But I think the idea that the Mayor of London would be stood outside Parliament to make those decisions on the spot is ridiculous.
Well, he's in charge of the police. He deals with the Metropolitan Police. Why could he not?
The police are functionally independent, and that's really important. Now, there have been loads of examples of anti-Semitism, and on the marches for Gaza, there have been lots of examples of anti-Semitism, and that's a massive problem.
Yes, it is.
It's as much the problem for the Home Secretary as it is for the Mayor of London. And I think it should tell us something, that it is only targeted to Sadiq Khan.
But isn't that what...
And the Jewish community have been largely positive about Sadiq Khan. You know, he's done lots of meetings.
I'm not so sure they have been. I think that's a statement that you can say, but I don't think you could back that up. You're saying that, but on what evidence are you saying that the Jewish people are happy with Sadiq Khan, who has let pro-Palestinian protests go on week in, week out, where they're chanting from the river to the sea, jihad, and all the other things, in fact, even trying to justify jihad?
Indeed, and those things are unacceptable. I'm thinking of, there was an editor of the GBNews who was writing about how he thought Sadiq Khan had been unreasonably treated and that he'd stood up for them. So there's an example.
When did he... Well, I have not...
It was a couple of days ago. I'll send it to you after.
Is that the clip where he said anti-Semitism and then it was a Freudian slip?
But look, the fact is that, you know, the Home Secretary is as much responsible for those things. I just think that if you were to say this about another racial group, another religious group, you would know that it is unacceptable. It's only because he is a Muslim that he is facing this kind of abuse. And actually, you know, the issue here is Lee Anderson.
You say
Lee
that,
Anderson
but what about
expressing racism?
No, I think this is more than just that. I think this is more about Sadiq Khan's record in London. Because really, let's be honest, ULEZ and all the other things that have gone on, under Sadiq Khan, he's got the worst record for knife crime, all the things he's spent money on silly, frivolous things just to appease certain factions of London. And he doesn't really represent real Londoners. They're all saying that. Why?
Well, I mean...
Lee Anderson is pointing out another one of his failings, surely.
You know, Sadiq Khan has been elected twice, and he's won more votes than any politician in British history because he's directly elected. And he's done very well in both those elections, and he's on course to be re-elected by quite a large margin in May of this year. But that is reasonable discussion about how democracy works and who gets elected. All of those points you raised are valid criticisms that if Lee Anderson had wanted to put forward, I'm sure lots of other Conservatives and a few million Londoners would have nodded along. But to start saying that the Muslim Mayor of London is in the pocket of Islamic extremists is extremely problematic. And I'd say one other point, which is that even if you care about that extremism, as it's fine to do so, to say that they've got powerful politicians like the Mayor of London, that they are controlling them, that is dangerous because that empowers those Islamists.
Yes, but
it tells them that their
that's all very
tactics are
well,
working.
but Sadiq Khan has said similar things. So, for example, with ULEZ, he said it's all because of the far right, and he claimed it was the far right who were controlling the narrative, which is why people were protesting. You know, if you're going to step into the arena and speak in that way and people speak back to you in the same language, I just think that if you've heard some of the things that Sadiq Khan has said, which have actually personally offended me when I've listened to them, because I'm supposedly part of the far right, according to some of the things he's supposedly accusing people who've behaved in a certain way of being. Why is it that he's OK to call people far right, which would, in a sense, be a racist slur if we're going that way? If, you know, why is it OK for Sadiq Khan to do it?
Of course, the far right might overwhelmingly be white, but it doesn't have
Not necessarily. I've been called far right. It's people who voted, who don't want ULEZ. He called far right.
But that's fine in a political discussion.
Not really. He was in a speech
it's to
saying
say that you're in the pocket of a racial group or of extremists. And I think
that the far right are extremists.
Let's take a fact.
He's a hypocrite. Sadiq Khan is a hypocrite because he has said things that would be offensive to people like me, for example, claiming that people who wanted ULEZ are far right. There's a long speech where he laid in a load of insults to people, and I just find that OK, fair criticism if you felt that Lee spoke in a way that may have incited some sort of, you know, narrative that wasn't friendly. But Sadiq Khan's a hypocrite.
But that's fine to say. I don't accept it at all. I think there clearly was a problem with far-right people trying to take down those ULEZ cameras.
But why are they far right?
Criminal damage.
What, they're not.
And also,
why are they
he was
far
criticising
right?
people.
These are people who
they were committing criminal acts when they were damaging
committing
those
criminal
boxes.
acts. I'm not saying that's acceptable, but why are they far right? Because that is almost like a racist kind of slur. You're saying that they're acting in a racist manner, also calling.
You might want to lay out the far right as victims, but I think they're.
No, I'm not laying them out as victims. I'm saying that the label that he's given them is not right. Just like calling he claimed Lee is being racist. There's no racism there?
Because they're trying to cast the worst of a group as his responsibility. And, you know, if people were to talk about black people, for the black people that have committed terrible crimes and cast that onto you, that would be an example of racism.
Listen, I get it all the time. No, I get these sort of things all the time. But I'm saying, my point is this, that Sadiq Khan is doing something similar anyway. So I just find
I'm afraid Sadiq Khan is on the receiving end of an enormous amount of far-right hate. This is the politician in Britain Britain that has the most serious threats, more than any of the people in the cabinet. And that is extraordinary. That's why he has so much security, because he gets it from the far right and also from Islamic extremists. He gets it from both sides in incredible numbers. And I think Sadiq Khan is standing up to that, and the Tory party should stand up to that too.
Well, Benjamin Butterworth, thank you very much. You'll be back, won't you, at 7 o'clock?
7 p.m.
Don't miss him. Right, Benjamin Butterworth here on GB News. This is GB News, live on TV, online and on digital radio. Coming up, more on Lee Anderson, former Deputy Chairman's suspension from the Conservative Party. But first, let's get your latest news headlines.
It's 31 minutes past 3. I'm Theo Chkomba in the GB newsroom. Lee Anderson has been suspended from the Tory party for refusing to apologise for saying the London mayor was controlled by Islamists. The former deputy chair said the London mayor had given the capital away to Islamists following months of demonstrations. Sadiq Khan says it's important to call out anti-Muslim hatred, just like any other form of hatred. Lee Anderson has issued a statement saying, "I fully accept that they had no option but to suspend the whip in these circumstances. However, I will continue to support the government's efforts to call out extremism in all its forms, be that anti-Semitism or Islamophobia." The UK has reaffirmed its commitment to Ukraine, promising £245 million to produce artillery shells as the country's war with Russia enters its third year. The Defence Secretary, Grant Shapps, says he's proud that since the invasion, the UK has trained 60,000 Ukrainian troops, adding that no one has done as much for Kyiv than the UK. Junior doctors in England have walked out for the 10th time since March last year over a pay dispute. The British Medical Association has asked for a 35% pay rise, which the government has described as unreasonable. More than 1.3 million appointments and operations have already been cancelled or rescheduled since industrial action began. For the latest stories, sign up to GB News Alerts by scanning the QR code on your screen or go to gbnews.com/alerts. Now it's back to Nana.
In the GB newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Lee Anderson's Real World, Fridays from 7 p.m.
Dr. Jane Jones, who's the clinical lead for Care After Combat.
Yeah.
Jane, thanks for coming. And just tell me a little bit about your organisation. What do you do?
OK, well, thank you for having me here so we can talk about Care After Combat. So we are an organisation, a charity, who work into the prison system, working with military veterans who've somehow got involved with the justice system. And
so there's quite a high population of ex-servicemen and women in our prisons. Why is that, do you think?
So 2014, the government did a review of who was resident in UK prisons, and what they found were that military veterans are the highest occupational group, and this obviously raises some concerns. Yeah. So the government wanted to do something about that, and so they supported Care After Combat initially just as a scoping exercise, really, to see if there was any way we could help these men and women actually, understand the problems that led to offending behaviour and go on to lead successful lives.
So what sort of offending behaviour are we talking typically for people that's in prison that's actually served in our armed forces?
Primarily, it's violence.
Yeah.
So that is the highest offence that we work with.
Okay.
But of course, the military, as with everybody else, it's the full range of offending behaviour.
OK, so we're in a pub, Jane, Dr. Jane, and I guess for some people, the odd tip of alcohol is good, a bit of fun of a weekend, relax, let your hair down. But for some people, alcohol is not always their best friend, and I guess that plays a part in some of your veterans that end up inside.
Absolutely. So, speaking from my own experience, a good 2/3 of the people I work with have some kind of mental health problem or mental health difficulty, struggling to either adapt into civilian life or with some of the traumas they've experienced during service. People might self-medicate with alcohol to manage some of those thoughts and feelings.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan. Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks. The admission's free.
Have a great Saturday night with me, Leo Curse, on the Saturday Night Showdown. It's a crazy world out there, so come and make fun of it with me, my panel of comedians, and a couple of people who actually know what they're talking about. This Saturday Night Showdown is your front row ticket to the clown show every Saturday, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
36 minutes after 3 o'clock. This is GB News. We are the People's Channel. I'm Nana Akua. We're live on TV, online and on digital radio now if you've just tuned in. If you haven't already heard, breaking news. Lee Anderson has been suspended from the Tory party after he refused to apologise for his comments. A spokesperson for the Chief Whip said that following his refusal to apologise for comments made yesterday, the Chief Whip has suspended the Conservative Whip from Lee Anderson MP. Lee Anderson said, following a call with the Chief Whip, I understand that they're in a difficult position that I've put them in, and he and the Prime Minister in with regard to my comments. I fully accept that they had no option but to suspend the whip in these circumstances. However, I will continue to support the government's efforts to call out extremism in all its forms, be that anti-Semitism or Islamophobia. Well, joining me now is Donna McCarthy and also advisor to Michael Gove, former advisor to Michael Gove, Charlie Rowley. Well, I'll start with you. Charlie Rowley, he has been suspended. What are your thoughts? There are a few comments he made. One of them that he said with regard to London, and then he kind of expanded it out. But what are your thoughts?
Well, I think it's the right thing to do. I mean, the party have obviously given Lee the opportunity to apologise. He didn't do that, I think, when asked. And so the party, because of the way in which those comments have sort of broken out and caused division within the Conservative Party, you've had Sajid Javid call him out for it. You've had Paul Scully, who was a former front-runner to be the Conservative Party candidate's Mayor of London, tweeting earlier on today that language matters, and it's the kind of language that Lee has used which has blown this thing up even more than what it should have been. So I think it's right that the party's acted.
But if he's saying that Islamists have got control of London, and he's talking about, this is obviously following the weekly pro-Palestinian protests, is he justified in saying that?
Well, I think what Lee was clearly trying to do was just to, make it clear to people that sometimes, the Mayor of London has failed, that the police in London have failed, and effectively that, whether it's those pro-Palestinian marches that are taking place where you do see hate speech on the streets of London, or whether you see this eco-mob, that, those crackpots that sort of, lie in the street, that chain themselves to buildings, that deface our architecture, that, scale the PM's home. These are people that are out of control. These are extreme measures by people who should not be doing what they do. And therefore, particularly in London, the Mayor has not got a grip on these people. He hasn't got a grip on those ideas. And so Lee, I think, was, making a nod to that. But the way in which he explained that and the language that he used is obviously something that wasn't accurate, and he had the opportunity to apologise. He didn't, and that's why he's now been suspended.
But, Donica, why should you apologise if you're not sorry? Because isn't that disingenuous to say, oh, I'm sorry, just to keep your job? But, what he said, I don't know what I think about that. I haven't really got an opinion either way. But the bottom line is, somebody who stands by their beliefs, even if you disagree with them, isn't that what you really want in your politicians?
I completely disagree with the sentiments he expressed, and I agree with you that if he still agrees with them, it shows that that shows who he is. I think what we're seeing here is basically a civil war in the Tory party. We've now around 40 or 50 MPs who come from the Reform UKIP Brexit wing of the Tory party. And then we've got the One Nation Tories. And I think what's happening at the moment is that battle pre the general election where it looks like they'll fail. And the battle is going on. So what will happen to the soul of the Tory party? Will it be a Lee Anderson party after the general election? Or will it be a One Nation Tory like Paul Scully? That's, I think, what's happening.
But if you just put it in the context of where he's talking about these weekly waves of pro-Palestinian protests, and they do take over the streets of London. If we look only this week, we had projections on Big Ben saying from the river to the sea, which is anti-Semitic, and Sadiq Khan didn't appear to instruct his police force to do anything about it, seeing as it was so public. why on earth is he not? Is there not an element of Lee Anderson being justified in saying?
I think we need to be very careful about the term anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
You quite rightly talk about the banding about the word racism, mixing it up, mixing up racism with Islamophobia. You had a very clear discussion about that now.
There's an absolute...
And the same, we need to be absolutely crucial, the same differentiation needs to apply to differentiating between anti-Zionism, which is the philosophy that there should be a state imposed on the Palestinian people by the Jewish Zionists, and Judaism. There are millions and loads of Jews around the world, including many of my friends, who are appalled by the action of the Zionist government in Israel. So, from the river to the sea is a phrase used by the Likud party, which is a Zionist party, where they want, from the river to the sea, a Jewish Zionist state. Why is that perceived as racist? And for the Palestinian people who lived there for centuries to not say the same, I don't see. So I think we need to be careful.
Well, I've actually listened to what you said in terms of that, and I kind of think that actually there is a crossover with this anti-Semitism and the Zionism, because, and I think the crossover is when you're chanting those things and you're putting them on Big Ben, and the Jewish people have told you that it is anti-Semitic, that at that point you have to acknowledge that that is how it's perceived by them, and that's the difference. So, you know, I've had somebody using the term coconut, which I find deeply offensive. That person didn't think it was offensive, and in their eyes it wasn't. But if you find something offensive, and you are that person who that thing is targeted to, and you see it as racist, which the Jewish people do, then the line is crossed.
Yeah, but for Palestinian people to hear the Likud party say they want a Jewish state from the river to the sea, and they've lived there for centuries, that's offensive to them.
Yeah,
and seeing 20,000 people dying is offensive to them.
But we are talking about projecting that on Big Ben in the capital city of London. Where was Sadiq Khan when that was happening?
Well, I think that's absolutely the point. You know, we're talking about language. We're talking about Lee Anderson's use of the language. He's had to be suspended because of his use of language. Language that is projected across not just any old public building. This is the House of Commons. This is the UK government's institution, where it is wording that has been seen as offensive. That should never have been allowed to happen because it stokes tension. And so anything that can be done to reduce that tension is obviously the number one thing for the mayor, the police, the government, right across society, but particularly in London, where there is a diverse community, and lots of diverse communities. We're a multicultural nation. And so, but particularly in London, more so than anywhere else in the UK. So it's even more important when you see these divisions to get on top of that. The mayor systematically has failed in doing that. You're seeing protest after protest, week after week, you know, where people are
you actually
where tensions are rising. So it is vital to get on top of that. The mayor has failed in that, which is what I think Lee Anderson would agree with. But you can't say what Lee said, which is why he's been suspended.
How can you say a mayor has failed when he's actually upholding...
Well, because we're seeing...
When he's upholding... upholding the right for free speech and democratic protest. Thousands of those people, including myself, I've been on many of those protests. I've been peaceful. I've marched beside Jewish people, calling for what we're calling for. Calling for the end of the slaughter of babies and children in Gaza. 20,000 people.
Are you also
slaughtered.
calling for the release of the hostages?
Of course.
Yes. Well, so we want to see a lot of that, though.
The call, for example, when the SNP motion in Parliament that Labour spiked, called for the release of the hostages, called for a cessation of the slaughter and a political negotiation. We can't continue. I'm Irish. We've saw for decades slaughter in Northern Ireland. And what happened in the end? We negotiated peace between the extremists.
It depends whether the extremes want to negotiate with you. And nobody wants to see slaughter, so that's an obvious thing to say, and we all agree with that. However, we do know that in Hamas's covenant, it's our Article 7, it said that it wanted to kill all Jews.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
It does. It says it wants to replace it with it wants to get rid of the Jewish state. And that's really important.
No.
That's really important.
No, hold on. It doesn't. It doesn't. And in fact, I will get you and I'll read you that article. It says, if you see a Jew behind a tree, it says kill him. It says that in the covenant. I know this because I read...
historical.
Hang on. No. Well, if it's historical...
Changed.
No, it hasn't
it's
changed.
just like the IRA
It hasn't changed. I'm sorry.
So do you think the Palestinian people should negotiate?
Sorry, Delicate, it hasn't changed. I'll just be straight with you. Okay. It hasn't changed because we've heard that if... they've actually said they'll do October the 7th again.
Yeah, but what the Zionists are doing...
we will carry on, but listen, joining me now is GBNews political correspondent Catherine Forster. She's live from the Reform UK Spring Rally. Catherine, thank you very much for joining me. It's all kicking off here, but what's happening there in terms of the rally, and are they actually mentioning what's happened with Lee Anderson, I'm wondering?
Yes, indeed. It was just about half an hour ago or so, wasn't it, that we got the news that Rishi Sunak has withdrawn the whip from Lee Anderson. I've been here at Doncaster Racecourse all day, where Reform have been having their spring conference. It's their biggest yet. They've got 30 pages of draft proposals, and they're on very good form. I'm joined now by the leader, Richard Tice. Richard, thank you very much for talking to us on GB News again. First, can I ask you, Lee Anderson said you once asked him to come over to Reform before. He's just lost the Conservative whip. Would you like to issue that invitation?
I don't know what's going on in the Tory party, and frankly, I don't care. They're toxic, they're infighting, who knows what they stand for. They've broken Britain. I've just finished a speech when I've set out how we're going to save Britain, and we're ready for a general election whenever it is. I've heard this week that they might even bring it forward to May. Sunak's panicking as he sinks below the waves. I'm not interested in pathetic Tory squabbling. What I'm interested in is our policies, the contract that we've put forward today, that actually is the essential U-turn we've got to do, literally to save Britain from going bust, essentially from both morally, financially and culturally. We are at an existential threat in the state of our country. So I said, and I've just literally come off stage, I said, bring it on. The sooner the election is, the better. People we want rid of the Tories. We're sick of them. We're sick of this ridiculous infighting. We want an election. We want to put our case to the British people, and we're going to get a fantastic hearing. I know it. I can sense it. We're ready for it.
You were talking a lot about immigration in that speech. You were also talking about the pro-Palestinian marches and people not feeling safe. Can you just give us a flavour of your views on these marches? What should happen? Have they gone too far? And why the police did not stop that projection of from the river to the sea the other day going on to Big Ben?
The police's behaviour has been absolutely disgraceful. Frankly, Sir Mark Rowley should resign. The man is incompetent, he's weak, he's gutless. I was the first one to call out that these marches would incite hate, violence and anti-Semitism. I called that out in the first week after the horrific October the 7th attacks, and I've been proven, sadly, completely right. If you leave a vacuum, then evil will prevail, and that is what is happening. I've been into some of these marches. I've asked them, for example, whether they want the hostages to be released, whether they condemn that terror group Hamas, whether they condemn October the 7th. I get shouted at, I get abused, it's vile, they ramp up the music. These people are not who we are. They're not part of the British culture, and we've got to stand up against it. Otherwise, democracy is under threat. The reason the police didn't get rid of that projector on that evening was because they were afraid. They're afraid of the extreme Islamist activists that are now essentially trying to undermine British democracy. It's never been more serious. MPs are terrified. The Speaker broke convention because he's terrified. This is unbelievable in our country, what's going on in Rochdale, where our candidate wasn't allowed to speak at an open hustings in a council building. This is really serious stuff. Everybody needs to wake up and understand where we are. I think the British people are furious. I'm furious, and it's got to change, but it requires leadership, and there's none of that in this gutless Tory party.
Talking about Rochdale, George Galloway is currently the bookies' favourite. You've got your candidate Simon Danczuk, who used to represent Rochdale as a Labour MP. Do you feel confident that you can take that seat? Because in the coming general election, you're likely to get a lot of votes. That probably won't translate into seats, though, will it?
Well, at first past the post is a brutal system for smaller parties. We're polling third largest. We're going up. More and more people are getting excited by our message. We're not complacent in any way in Rochdale. We're working incredibly hard right until the finish. Who knows what will happen? But Simon Danczuk, he's well known in the constituency. He understands the constituency, and he is campaigning for Rochdale, not for Gaza. And that's why I think he's going to do incredibly well, and we're all behind him.
There were big cheers when you said that there is no mandate for mass immigration. Brexit was supposed to bring control of our borders, wasn't it? What's gone wrong?
Very simple. That the government of the day, the Conservative Party, they promised to take back control of our borders, and they actually deliberately did exactly the opposite. They've opened our borders with a completely hopeless visa system, and the net result is that we've had mass immigration. Look, if you have a vote on something, democratic consent, and people have voted for that, that's where we are. But people voted actually for the opposite, and so we've been let down by them, we've been betrayed, and unfortunately, that's not what the British people want, and mass immigration is depressing British wages, and I think we want smart immigration, where actually it works for everybody, where people integrate, they're absorbed into communities, high value, high skills, high value add, above the average national salary. That can be brilliant for our country. But if you have mass low-skilled immigration, then actually you reduce value, you depress British wages. That's what big business, they're sort of addicted to this cocaine of cheap, low-skilled immigration. It's a disaster for our economy. It's not good for the British culture. And I think we want, everybody should sign up to and empathise and be a part of who we are, that great, unique, very special British culture.
You're pledging a lot of things which will be massively appealing to voters, huge tax cuts. How on earth, though, would you actually afford this? I mean, it makes Liz Truss's measures that she brought in look quite restrained.
But that's the difference, you see. In this contract that we put out today, we set out where all the savings are, and we've got almost £150 billion worth of saving. For example, if you scrap net zero, that's at least £30 billion every year for the next 25 years. If the Bank of England stopped paying interest on all the printed money, which is currently costing £35 billion a year, that's a voluntary decision, which is grossly negligent. Those two things alone is £65 billion. If all of the spending managers, they've got to save £5 quid in 100, which many of us in our home budgets and our small businesses, we're all doing the same. If you don't do that, you're fired. That's what we do in business. You're at £115 billion. What Truss failed to do was to set aside how you're going to pay for it. We've clearly laid this out today. In some of these numbers, we've actually been really quite conservative, particularly on the madness of net zero. So those are the savings on one side of the equation, and then we set out where you should invest those savings in terms of tax cuts for individuals, for businesses, so you get some growth in the economy. Remember, we're now in recession, and nobody else has got a plan for growth like we have. And then you've got to invest them. For example, with these savings, we've got a plan to get to zero waiting lists in just 2 years, investing additional £17 billion in healthcare, but not giving it to the incompetent managers running the NHS. So it's a serious plan. I would urge everybody, download it from the website, take a serious look. We've done it deliberately in draft. It's a very different business-like approach. We want comments, what people like, what they dislike, what you think we've forgotten. And look, if there's corrections there, fine. Thank you very much. None of us are perfect. We welcome that. We're a business-like approach to this.
Richard Tice, thank you very much indeed for speaking to us today on GB News. Appreciate it. Thank you. So back to you in the studio. A really positive mood here. The Conservative Party obviously in difficult waters. Labour having a tough time as well. Reform pretty happy here today.
Thank you, Catherine. Right, so the candidates standing in the Rochdale by-election, Azir Ali, Labour, Mark Coleman, Independent, Simon Danchuk, Reform UK, Ian Donaldson, Liberal Democrat, Paul Ellison, Conservative, George Galloway, Workers' Party of Britain, Michael Howarth, Independent, William Howarth, Independent, Guy Otten, Green Party, Rob Rodent Support, Official Monster Raving Looney Party, not Lucy, and David Tully, Independent. Weather's next.
Looks like things are heating up. Boxed boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello there, I'm Greg Dewhurst and welcome to your latest GB News weather. We've got showers around, but they're slowly fading away. We'll see some mist and fog patches before further wet and windy weather spreads in for Sunday and into Monday, and that's courtesy of this area of low pressure. Met Office warnings for the heavy rain falling on already saturated ground. We could see some flooding issues over the next few days. Showers fading away this evening time, lots of clear skies developing. That will allow temperatures to fall away, close to if not below freezing overnight overnight, so some frost in places, some icy stretches from recent showers, and also some mist and fog patches. Some wet and windy weather starting to move into parts of Cornwall by the end of the night. Here, temperatures rising elsewhere, a cold start to Sunday. Mist and fog patches slow to clear, but then plenty of sunny spells developing, particularly across northern parts of the UK. Parts of southern Wales into southwest England, a wet and windy day to come. Met Office warnings out through the day, and this rain slowly pushes its way eastwards as we move through Sunday across southern counties of England. Elsewhere, generally dry with sunny spells. Temperatures near average for most, just some mild air starting to creep into the far southwest. A wet start across the southeast and windy too on Monday morning. This slowly pulls away, and then we've got a mixture of sunny spells and scattered showers across the country. Over the next few days, it remains fairly unsettled, particularly across the north and the west. Temperatures on the mild side.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Patrick Christie's Tonight. Weekdays from 9 p.m.
Mike Freer joins me now. Mike, thank you very much for coming into the studio.
Thank you for inviting me.
Firstly, how are you?
It's been a busy day, and it's been quite a traumatic experience. It's a real wrench to walk away from a job that you love, but also a constituency that you've become. You know, I live there; it's my home, and I regard many of my constituents as friends, and it is an amazing place. And to walk away from that is really it's quite an emotional wrench to think this was a job I loved, but unfortunately I can't do it anymore.
Can you talk me through the process? Because you mentioned about the alleged arson attack, etc., being the final straw, but this has been a really quite vile journey to get to this point. So what kind of threats have you had? What's that look like?
Well, like every MP, I mean, you day in, day out, you get abusive emails, you get low-level stuff that, whether we should accept it, but we do, it's graffiti, it's things like, in the past I've had a mock Molotov cocktail left on the office door, meaning we had to evacuate the whole building. I've come out of my house and found a note on my car. Where I live is common knowledge, but what I drive is less so. And it's a few weeks after John Mann had the wheel nuts on his car tampered with. So that all kind of makes you get a bit, what on earth's going on. But I've had 2 run-ins with the organisation that was Muslims Against Crusades, and people like Anjem Chowdhury, who was behind that organisation, been to prison. But online it said, I used to do surgery in mosques, so I wanted to go out and see people. And online there's a picture of me saying, you're not welcome in our mosque, let Stephen Timms be a pointed reminder. So it's not very subtle.
Well, just for our viewers and listeners who might not remember that,
Stephen Timms, of course, was stabbed by a woman who'd been radicalised. Thank heavens he survived. So it was a very unsubtle.
Tired of the usual focus-tested, pre-prepared Westminster runaround? Well, so am I.
So you want higher taxes?
Is your department to blame for this? Are you rethinking this policy? Every Sunday at 9:30, I'll be sitting down with those in power to get the truth about the issues affecting you.
Let's be honest, we've known about the cost pressures of this project for years, not months.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show with personality. On GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello, good afternoon. It's fast approaching 4 o'clock. This is GB News on TV, online and on digital radio. I'm Nana Akua. And for the next few hours, me and my panel will be taking on some of the big topics hitting the headlines right now. This show is all about opinion. It's mine, it's theirs, and of course it's yours. We'll be debating, discussing, and at times we will disagree, but no one will be cancelled. So joining me today, it's trade unionist and political commentator Andy MacDonald, and also broadcaster and columnist Lizzie Cundy. Before we get started, let's get your latest news headlines.
Nana, thank you very much. Your top stories from the GB newsroom. Lee Anderson has been suspended from the Tory party. That comes after the former deputy chair said the London mayor had given the capital away and was controlled by Islamists. The Prime Minister was under pressure to react after Sadiq Khan said his deafening silence was condoning racism. A spokesperson for the party's chief whip says the MP was suspended for refusing to apologise for his comments. In a statement, Lee Anderson said, "I fully accept that they had no option but to suspend the whip in these circumstances. However, I will continue to support the government's efforts to call out extremism in all its forms, be that anti-Semitism or Islamophobia." The UK has reaffirmed its commitment to Ukraine as the country's war with Russia enters its third year. £245 million has been promised to boost critical stockpiles of ammunition. The Defence Secretary says he's proud that since the invasion, the UK has trained 60,000 Ukrainian troops, adding that no one has done as much for Kyiv than the UK. Grant Shapps says the West will keep going for as long as it takes to fight Russian aggression.
This is a package which will help to provide some of the artillery that's required, particularly on the front line, where Russia has really boosted their production levels. So it's massively important now that we stop Putin. It's going to cost us more if he came further, not least, of course, being terrible for our Ukrainian friends, but it would also be disastrous for the rest of the West.
Well, Shadow Defence Secretary John Healey says the war in Ukraine is a global fight.
I think first to recognise that this isn't just Putin fighting on the battlefield in Ukraine. This is a diplomatic, economic and industrial struggle against wider Russian aggression. And we've got to have a broader UK plan to help defend Ukraine and defeat Putin. So that does mean tightening sanctions, as you say, closing supply chain loopholes and looking to seize the Russian assets that have been stolen to reconstructing Ukraine. It also means ramping up our military support.
Meanwhile, the King and Queen have praised Ukrainians for their true valour. King Charles also says he's greatly encouraged by the efforts of the UK and its allies in supporting Kyiv at a time of suffering and need. The monarch was paying his respects at a Ukrainian cathedral in central London, where crowds later gathered to show their support for the country and its people. Commemorations began with an interfaith prayer, and similar services have been held across the country. Junior doctors in England have walked out for the 10th time since March last year over a dispute over pay. The British Medical Association has asked for a 35% pay rise, which the government says is unreasonable. More than 1.3 million appointments and operations have already been cancelled or rescheduled since industrial action began. The Health Secretary, Victoria Atkins, is calling for the strikes to end, saying she wants to see doctors treating patients, not on picket lines.
I want for this to be resolved. I've come to these negotiations with nothing but good intentions and a genuine desire to find a reasonable solution for junior doctors, but also importantly for patients and the public and the taxpayer. So I still want to try and achieve that, but I can only do that if the Junior Doctors Committee plays their part. Walking out of negotiations in November was not reasonable. They know that I want to go further in addition to the up to 10.3% that they have already received into their bank accounts.
Thousands of cards of support have been sent to King Charles following his cancer diagnosis. The monarch laughed as he read one of them, which had a disgruntled dog on the front saying, "At least you don't have to wear a cone." Around 7,000 cards have been sent from around the world offering their good wishes, with one child writing, "Never give up, be brave, don't push your limits." Others shared their own experiences of cancer, urging the King to stay positive. And British Airways has been rated as one of the worst airlines for passenger satisfaction. A survey by consumer group Which says the airline had the joint third lowest score for long-haul flights. BA also received 2 out of 5 stars for boarding experience and value for money, but managed to achieve 3 stars for other 6 categories. The company says it was hit by several factors outside its control last year, such as industrial strikes by air traffic controllers. For the latest stories, you can sign up to GB News Alerts by scanning the QR code on your screen, or you can go to gbnews.com/alerts. Now back to Nana.
Good afternoon. This is GB News. It's fast approaching 5 minutes after 4 o'clock. I'm Nana Akua. We are live on TV, online and on digital radio. You can also stream us live on YouTube. Some breaking news. If you've not heard, then where have you been? Lee Anderson has been suspended from the Tory party after his refusal to apologise for his comments. A spokesperson for the Chief Whip has said, following his refusal to apologise for comments made yesterday, the Chief Whip has suspended the Conservative Whip from Lee Anderson MP. Lee Anderson said, following a call with the Chief Whip, I understand the difficult position that I've put both he and the Prime Minister in with regard to my comments. I fully accept that they had no option but to suspend the Whip in these circumstances. However, I will continue to support the government's efforts to call out extremism in all its forms, be that anti-Semitism or Islamophobia. Well, joining me now is the former Labour Party spokesperson, James Matthewson. James, were the Conservative Party right in their actions to suspend him?
Yes, they were. Entirely correct. And it's actually quite a reassuring thing to see from the Tory party, because they've let Lee Anderson get away with far too much to date. And I think many of them will probably have been waiting for this moment, because it was just a matter of time. For those of us who've known Lee Anderson, I mean, remember, he was in the Labour Party previously. He's only been a Tory for 6 years. Those of us who've had the misfortune of knowing of Lee Anderson for a number of years will know that it was only a matter of time before he crossed the line, said something like this, that he couldn't go back on.
Yeah, but you see, this is the thing. He is the thing that people have said with Lee Anderson is that he often says the things that a lot of the public are thinking but are too scared to say.
No.
Is there an argument for the fact that he is saying some things that a lot of people feel? And was what he said Islamophobic? I mean, are they truly sentiments of Islamophobia, or is there some level of truth in anything that he said?
No, what he said was Islamophobic. Islamophobia is a form of racism. Sadly, what he said is actually racist. And he knows what he's doing. Politicians, their stock and trade is language. This is language, and it's selected, and it's careful language, and he's done it for a very particular reason. That reason is because Sadiq Khan is a Muslim. If Sadiq Khan wasn't a Muslim, he wouldn't have said what he said. And that's how clear it is, and it's that simple. And, you know, Lee Anderson...
Well, no, hold on. I'm just going to pull you up on that, because I think he said it, and I mean, you know, you're saying it's because Sadiq Khan's Muslim. I think he's really saying it if you ignore the fact that Sadiq Khan's a Muslim, but you look at the fact that there's been weekly pro-Palestinian protests on the streets, weekly in London, and the other day somebody projected something from the river to the sea and things like that that are deeply offensive to Jewish people. If you ignore the fact that Sadiq Khan is a Muslim and just take those things, and lots of MPs are afraid of leaving their house. You saw what happened with Tobias Ellwood, and those people were mainly, you know, if they're pro-Palestinian, the religion there is usually Islam. Could it not have been, you know, looking at those factors, is that not a way of looking at it?
I mean, Lee Anderson might argue that, but I can't imagine anybody else doing so, because why would we ignore the fact that Sadiq Khan's a Muslim?
Well, but that's not the point, is it? The point is he would say that all of these things that have happened, most of the people within these things are followers of Islam. So he is saying that. I mean, I'm not justifying him. I'm just putting to you a reverse perspective, one that you may not have looked at, or one that may explain Lee's position.
So what he said is obviously twofold. He said that Islamists control the city and control Sadiq Khan. And then he said it's Sadiq Khan's mates. He's used the word mates.
Yeah.
Sadiq Khan's a follower of Islam. So, I mean, it's pretty clear.
He might not have been saying mates as in mates. He might have been saying as with the PPE issue. Well, if you think... Well, let me finish. I mean, you're just laughing. But with the PPE issue... Hang on. With the PPE issue, it was lots of people saying that the Tories were handing things out to their mates. Their mates might not have been Tories, but they may well have been their mates, people who they've got deals with or whatever was going on there. So that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying that that could be looked at... Sorry, go on.
He used the word Islamists and mates with regard to a Muslim, and probably the most prominent Muslim politician who receives the most Islamophobic abuse on a regular basis politician in the country. And Lee, I mean, we know, those of you who know Lee, those of us who experienced Lee Anderson, this is a chancer. This is a man who, let's not forget, when he stood for election to be an MP, he got his mate to lie on the doorstep to pretend he didn't know and was caught out by Michael Crick doing so. This guy's a chancer. Like, the Tory party have probably been waiting for a chance to boot him out. The Labour Party was long shot of him. The Tory party be long shot of him. He can go and join Liz Truss over in America and rant about Muslims as much as he wants now. And that's probably what he's wanted for some time. But, understand that he'll be booted out at the next election by the Labour Party anyway.
Well, listen, he said that he'll continue to support the government's efforts to call out extremism in all its forms, be that anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. Look, his words are clumsy. I'd give him that for sure.
I don't think they are. I think they're intentional.
The point I'm making is that how he feels may well be the view of a lot of people. And it feels as though, I think, for some people, that whatever you say, even if you didn't mean it that way, people will call it out as that. So it silences people. That's my point with it.
I understand the point. I don't agree with it, and I don't believe that Lee Anderson, is clumsy in any way, shape or form. He's never been clumsy with that stuff. He knows exactly what he's saying. He knows why he's saying it. And let me tell you, as somebody who has fought for more northern voices to be in Parliament for years, I know how many people in the north of England are incredibly frustrated that Lee Anderson is one of those northern voices, because he doesn't represent anything that northern communities stand for. That divisiveness, all that vitriol and bile, it's nothing of what we represent here. We're very proud in the northeast, in the northwest, across the north of England, to be very proud to be diverse communities, welcoming communities. Lee Anderson's never been on the right side of that. And he's exactly where you'd expect him to be now. But I believe what he said is Islamophobic, it's racist, and the Tory party, thankfully, have dealt with it, but it's time to keep him out of the conversation from here on out.
Well, he's not here to defend himself, and to say that he's never been on the right side of those issues that you pointed out, I think is a little bit. I think that's a little bit. I think it's a bit extreme. That's not quite right, is it? That's not quite true.
Well,
hold on. No. You've spoken. I've listened. Now I'm going to speak, and you're going to listen. Okay. So Lee Anderson isn't here to defend himself, so that's why I'm pointing out. And some of the things you said are, I think he would argue against that, and I would actually argue against it, knowing him. But the point that he was making, I think, was part of a wider point about Sadiq Khan, which is with regard to the fact that Sadiq Khan has brought in things that general Londoners don't really like. I mean, ULEZ has been a massive flop in terms of how it's been received by the people of London. Sadiq Khan did call out and call those who opposed it far right. I mean, if he wants respect and people to... why is what he said acceptable?
Well, I don't think it is. I think two things can be true. I mean, I think that it's fascinating...
Sorry, you don't think it is... You think it's true that the people who oppose ULEZ are far right? No,
I'm saying I don't think it's acceptable to call people who oppose ULEZ far right. I'm saying two things can be true. That's the thing. Lee Anderson can be, have made Islamophobic comments and be inappropriate and should have the whip suspended. And Sadiq Khan isn't right for saying that, members, everyone who opposes ULEZ is far right.
So what happens to him then? What happens to him for those comments?
That's what I'm fascinated by with this, Nana. Why are we talking about what happens to Sadiq Khan? When that's not the conversation. The conversation is Lee Anderson has just been kicked out of the Tory party for saying something Islamophobic.
Well, no,
something
I hear
the Tory
you.
party clearly regards as Islamophobic.
Even you have admitted that him calling people out for being far right just because they support ULEZ is not acceptable. So I'm just wondering how... OK, so we take that Lee Anderson is out of order, and I would agree he should have apologised as well. But if you stand by what you believe in, you stand by what you believe in. But I'm saying that why does nothing happen to Sadiq Khan then when he's making these comments? If he's saying that Lee Anderson should resign, which Lee Anderson has stepped down, he's been suspended, why does nothing happen to Sadiq Khan when he makes comments like this?
I think they're two different things. They're not comparable.
Well, not really.
And I don't think they're directly comparable.
Why not?
Because I don't think they are, because one of them's racist and one of them isn't.
Well, hang on a minute. Islam isn't a religion, is it? It isn't a race, it's a religion. So why is Islamophobia race? No, it's not, though, is it? Somebody who's white or black or whatever colour you are can support Islam. So it's not racist, is it? It could be Islamophobic, but it's not racist.
Yeah, but we know that the majority... It is right. I believe Islamophobia my belief, my experience, is a form of racism. Just
But
as
they're not a different race, because I can be, anyone on my panel, white, green, whatever colour you are, you can support Islam, but you could believe in Islam.
That's exactly the same as anti-Semitism. Is anti-Semitism not a form of racism?
Well, I mean, it depends. I'm asking you about. I'm asking you about Islamophobia.
But I think the whole thing is a bigger picture of forms of racism and different forms of racism. Islamophobia and anti-Semitism are forms of racism in my mind. Therefore, what Lee Anderson has said knowingly and with his language and using the language that he has, because that's what politicians have. That's their skill set, right? They have language, and it's important how they use it, and we hold them to account for it. The Tory party clearly thinks this has crossed the line. And, they've suspended them for it. And it's the Tory party, which notoriously has a history of an issue with Islamophobia. Think about the comments of Baroness Varsi when she raised these issues for years. If they think that it's crossed the line into Islamophobia, then clearly, it just shows you how...
Listen, I'm not defending his comments. I'm just saying that there is another point of view, and I'm putting that to you. James, thank you very much for talking to me. Really good to talk to you. That's James Matthewson. Yeah, but like anti-Semitism and Islamophobia are forms of behaviours which are unacceptable. We know that. So what are your thoughts on what Lee Anderson said? gbviews@gbnews.com. Tweet me at GBNews. Do you think that the Conservative Party have done the right thing? Lee has... I think he has apologised in a sense. He's just said that he will continue to support the Tory party in wiping out all those forms of phobias. Right, so joining me now is the... we've done him, haven't we? Right, this is GB News on TV. I was about to read the same thing again. Coming up, more on Lee Anderson.
2024, a battleground year.
The year the nation decides.
As the parties gear up their campaigns for the next general election.
Who will be left standing when the British people make one of the biggest decisions of their lives?
Who will rise?
And who will fall?
Let's find out together.
For every moment, the highs, the lows, the twists and turns.
We'll be with you for every step of this journey.
In 2024, GB News is Britain's election channel.
Martin Daubney, weekdays from 3 p.m.
Welcome to the show. Superb stuff, great footage. So you're right in the thick of it there. What's the mood on the ground?
Well, I've left there now. I've actually now come to that EU Council summit that I was talking about. It's still pretty chaotic. The entire city of Brussels has been completely clogged with these tractors, sort of three abreast in most of the roads across the city. The people of Brussels aren't particularly happy. I mean, this is sort of reminiscent for some people of the Just Stop Oil protests, people gluing themselves. People are unable to get to hospital appointments, and there's a lot of upset about the destruction that's happening on the streets of Brussels today. But on the other side, there's also the protests, which the farmers are saying that EU green laws simply are not able to fit with what they need to do to keep their businesses going. And just before the protests happened, we saw the European Commission actually make some concessions to the farmers' protests. And this is on the demands that were put on them to set aside somewhere in the region of 5% of their land for regrowing for biodiversity. A lot of the farmers have said that's not possible, and the European Commission has said that they can delay that coming in. So they have won a small concession with these protests.
And Jack, there's a feeling as well, a huge dissatisfaction that the European Union has managed to find 50 billion euros in aid to send to Ukraine, and yet farmers in particular are on the receiving end of net zero targets, taxation on diesel, and endless red tape. So many farmers, Jack, saying they're measuring ditches to see if they have to drain them or not. There are minimum requirements on the width of battery hen enclosures. Endless red tape, as Jeremy Clarkson pointed out in Clarkson's farm in Britain. They've simply had enough, and they're shouting, Ursula von der Leyen, we are here.
I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard. I think there's a chance here for a diversity of opinion to be expressed, which you don't find elsewhere. It's really exciting.
We don't hold back. We're free to say how decisions that are taken here
affect us all around the country. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. It's 19 minutes after 4 o'clock. This is GB News. We are the People's Channel. If you've just tuned in, where have you been? Because we've had so much going on. Lee Anderson has been suspended. Breaking news. But let's welcome again to my panel, broadcast from columnist Lizzie Cundy and also trade unionist Andy MacDonald. Right, well, listen, we know that Lee Anderson has been suspended. I'm going to come straight to you, Andy, because you said that you know Lee quite well. You've known him for many years. Yeah. What are your thoughts on this situation?
Yeah, well, I grew up in Mansfield, which is just one seat over from Ashfield. His wife is my mum's councillor, in fact. So I've been very involved with the Anderson family for quite a long time. And I remember when he was a Labour councillor and a Labour staff member, when he was suspended from the Labour group on Ashfield District Council. So it's becoming a bit of a theme, seemingly, that he's getting suspended from the primary political parties. So it's just, is he going to go and join the Lib Dems and try and get the triple? It's the big question.
They need to suspend their leader first.
It was a bizarre comment for them. It was a bizarre comment from.
Do you think it's a bizarre comment, though?
Yeah, it was. Saying that he's let Islamists take over London and he's given it away to his mates. That infers that there is a clear friendship between him and Islamists. What a bizarre comment.
I think that, to be fair to Lee, when he says they're taking over London, I think he's referring to the pro-Palestinian protests that have been going on every single weekend.
But people have freedom of protest.
No, well, you say that, but then how does it work for the Jewish people then? Because when they're protesting, and a lot of that protesting, there have been quite, some chanting that a lot of people would say is anti-Semitic, including many Jewish people. They're afraid to go out when these protests are going on. Is he not right to say that there's a level of takeover of the streets of London? I think he's talking about the protests.
It's difficult to say, because I remember going to a campaign against anti-Semitism march a couple of months ago, and that was very, very well received, very well policed, very respectful, and there were lots of people there. But it's hard, are you encouraging a political figure, Sadiq Khan is a political figure, to intervene in the Metropolitan Police's way of policing protests? That's a deeply worrying precedent.
He should be making sure that they uphold the law, so you are not allowed to project things onto the Houses of Parliament or any...
People have been projecting onto the House of Parliament for years.
Hold on a minute. You're not allowed to do that, though, and if it's something that is seen as anti-Semitic or Zionist or whatever, whichever term you want to use, each are both offensive when you're referring to people in that way, then surely something should have been done.
It's hard to police. I mean,
why is it hard to police?
When was it
Somebody's got a projector. Somebody's got a projector. It's against the law to do that.
Well, you're going to go after the Ministry of Sound as well. They did it a few years back.
Okay, years ago. I don't know what the deal was. They may have spoken to them, but this is something which is a pure anti-Semitic behaviour, which is unacceptable. Ministry of Sound may have done it. That was, I don't know how many years ago, long time ago. Right. Right. So let's talk about now.
Well, I mean, I assume that there's been a police report filed and the police will be going through their due process.
It's okay.
It's not his responsibility as a political figure to intervene in the process.
It is Sadiq Khan, as Mayor of London, to decide whether those things can go ahead, and he's obviously decided that they can go on and week out.
Look, I'm a friend of Lee's, and he is no way a racist. He's actually saying what a lot of the people think, and he speaks from the heart, and he's not afraid to. I'm afraid people have had enough. They've had enough of intimidation. They've had enough of threats, enough of these so-called democratic demonstrations. Listen, I got caught up in one of them and I was scared. I really was scared. And I think people have just had enough of it. And he's saying what a lot of us are feeling. They need to arrest the people that are chanting hate, that are projecting hateful words on our public buildings. This cannot go on.
But what would you say to the point that his comments may stoke tension, so they're divisive, which is what Wes Streeting was saying. They're divisive. He's a political figure. He's quite a powerful political figure. He's got big following. A lot of people respect him. If he says things like that, then his followers may go along with that in a negative manner.
I totally agree with what you said, Nana. Look, I believe in freedom of speech, but with responsibility, and I think his words were a bit clumsy, as you said. But I think Lee is, as I said, unlike many MPs who just speak with their head, he speaks with his heart, and a lot of us all are feeling exactly how he is feeling.
What would you say to that, though, Andy, that a lot of people are feeling that way, and he speaks for a lot of people?
Well, seemingly, he kind of admitted that there was a problem with what he said, because in his statement, I can't remember the exact word.
No, he said they were clumsy. So
but he said, he understands the position he's put the Prime Minister and the Chief
because he didn't apologise.
So he does recognise that there was an issue.
He has.
So I guess that's...
Well, no, he's recognised it because he didn't apologise. Doesn't mean that he doesn't mean what he's saying. Do you see what I mean?
But if he says that there's an issue for not apologising, that does recognise that there is an issue with the words.
He recognises it, but he has recognised that. I'm not defending him. I'm just saying that I'm agreeing with you that he has recognised that. But either way, he may have been clumsy with his words. My point is that he may well be saying what a lot of people are thinking. And actually, what this has created, and, you know, it's difficult because sometimes you say things like that and then it's obviously taken in a very negative way, and then somebody slaps a name on you. And then once the name is slapped on you, you are silenced. Yeah. And I'm saying that in this instance, I don't know whether some people will think that he deserved it, others might not think that. But this name-calling type thing is where it silences people from actually giving an opinion.
I would argue that he's not silenced. You know, I mean, how many thousands of followers does he have on Twitter? I think something like 90, 100,000, quite up. And he's got, you know, an excellent show here, Lee Anderson's Real World on Fridays at 7. You know, you can watch it on GBNews. You know, I don't think he is silenced at all. I think he's got a large platform to say whatever he likes.
I don't mean it like that. I mean, if somebody calls you something like that, then you have to kind of step back from what you're saying.
Yeah, and we've seen this in Parliament. MPs have been scared of saying how they really feel. This is the problem, and that's what MPs should speak from the heart, not from the head, and that's what's happening. Because now, look, he's been suspended, which I think is wrong.
Well, yeah, but again, he is in a position of power. He needs to know that his words can be taken in a way, and, you know, well, let's just see, because I'm joined now by political commentator Benedict Spence to get his view on all of this. Benedict, thank you very much for joining me. So what do you make of Lee Anderson's words? He didn't apologise initially, but he has recognised the position that he's put his party in.
I think it was a potentially foolish thing to have done. I'll say potentially, I'll get onto it in a second, because I think to make the link between Islamism and the Mayor of London was always going to be a very incendiary thing to do. And I also think it was foolish in the sense that it takes away from the main issue, which is that the Labour Party were claiming that they were being threatened, or that members were being threatened, and that this was going to justify them wanting a motion put forward. And I think the broader point that people could make then is that this might influence the Labour Party once they become the party of government. And it is not unfair to be raising this as a very serious issue. And I think that what Mr. Anderson has done is distract from that issue. Yesterday, all that everybody was saying was it's very serious that MPs might be being intimidated. And now we have sadly found ourselves in a situation where Labour MPs, having put themselves in this awkward situation, are now able to say, see, it's not the problem. That's not the problem. Islamophobia is, in fact, the problem, and the far right, and this, that, and the other. So they're able to distract from the issue and get out of a very thorny situation. For Lee Anderson himself, he has caused, you know, a lot of hustle and bustle, shall we say, in the Tory party. He's flirted with the idea of voting against the government a couple of times. He's been, I think, a very vocal critic of his own party at times, and he's also flirted with joining the Reform Party at times. So I think he can't be surprised that this was coming, and so I have to assume, therefore, he knew exactly what he was saying at the time. This, therefore, is potentially unfortunate in that he has lost the whip. But does it open up a new avenue, potentially with the Reform Party or as an independent? I don't know. But it will be curious. I don't think we've necessarily heard the last of him as a sort of a political figure of significance.
Because, as you said, by kind of saying it the way he did, people then conflated it or maybe rightly associated it with Islamophobia. It depends on your perspective on that. But the point that he was trying to get to, I think, is a fair one, because we saw what happened in the debates on, was it Wednesday, when, of course, the SNP and members of the Conservative Party walked out because the motion was changed and the Labour Party had been influenced, or Sir Keir Starmer may well have influenced the Speaker to change the proceedings. So, yeah, he is making a point somewhere.
He is, and I think we also have to recognise that one of the main sort of facilitators of a lot of this, a lot of the anti-Semitism that we've seen, which has led to police officers having to be posted outside of Jewish schools and synagogues in central London, and by extension, we therefore have to assume one of the things that has inflamed this entire situation has, I think, been the allowance of these protests in central London, and not necessarily the allowance of the protests themselves, but the seeming tolerance of a degree of anti-Semitism by the police of the marchers. And, you know, we keep on having this, don't we, that, you know, the term jihad can mean several things, and from the river to the seas, there is context to it. And it's one of those things where you're kind of thinking, if you give people the opportunity to run with this, if you give them that sort of grey area to go, oh, no, it's not actually about genocide at all, haha, but yeah, we are calling for it, then they will keep on doing it, and it will bolster them, and it will incentivize them. And that's, I'm afraid, actually is the responsibility of the Mayor of London, given that this is happening in London and it is the remit of the Metropolitan Police. That falls very directly into the Mayor's sphere of influence. So I don't think it's an unfair thing to link the two issues to the mayor's office, saying that, that London is in the hands of Islamists and the mayor's mates, or trying to combine the two in some way. That's obviously overstepping the mark. That's a bit silly. But again, it's sort of obfuscating what is actually rather an important conversation that needs to be had, which is the relationship between MP's safety, the Metropolitan Police, and the role of the Mayor of London, who is ultimately one of the people that the Metropolitan Police answer to.
Yeah, but the thing is, what can you conclude if somebody allows this all to go on? So, as you pointed out with the pro-Palestinian protests, seems to be that you're allowed to, you know, chant a jihad from the river to the sea, hold banners accusing people of being coconuts and all sorts of things, and that's, as you said, a degree of it being allowed, and things being projected onto buildings that are seen as anti-Semitic. If a degree of it's being allowed and it's continual with all the protests, do you think it was fair for him to kind of look at it and say, well, it looks like you're in bed with these people?
I think that Sadiq Khan is an opportunist. Ultimately, I think he's very self-involved, and I think that he's an opportunist, and he looks at these Palestine protests as saying, well, there's no political gain for me in coming down hard on them or demanding that they be curtailed. Because actually, a lot of my core voters in London, even if they're not the people going on these marches, there is a lot of sympathy for that. So I think the Mayor of London, if we were to accuse him of anything, I think it's probably that he is a lot more tolerant of those sorts of marches than, say, if it were a different kind of political march, causing the same amount of damage or saying the same sorts of things. I don't think that the mayor is anti-protest or, you know, sort of hugely pro-protest. I think the key thing is here what people are allowed to get away with chanting. And I don't think the mayor is necessarily in favour of those, but he looks at it and goes, that's a fight that I'm not prepared to pick because I'll end up upsetting a lot of my own supporters.
Yeah. Well, yeah. But then the thing is, with regard to that, though, protesting, like you said, he's kind of pushing back on not getting too involved in that. But it is his job as mayor, isn't it, really? It
is, although equally it's the job of the leader of the opposition, the leader of the Labour Party, to be forthright and firm when it comes to things like anti-Semitism in the Labour Party. And actually, up until now, I think Sir Keir Starmer had done a very good job, given the amount of anti-Semitism that actually you find on the left. I think he had done a very good job of stamping out quite a lot of high-profile anti-Semitism. I think the problem is, as we saw on Wednesday, the scale of it, I think, has really sort of slightly overwhelmed the party. It's certainly overwhelmed a lot of the MPs. I don't think that they feel that they're well enough equipped to do with it. So from that perspective, if you...
Oh, we've just lost you.
Sorry, am I
We lost
frozen?
that last... You were frozen, but you unfrozen at the wrong bit. Benedict Spence, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Brilliant, that was Benedict Spence. What do you think? GBViews@gbnews.com. I'm Nana Akua. This is GB News. We are the People's Channel. Still to come, more on Lee Anderson.
Nana, thank you. Your top stories from the GB newsroom. Lee Anderson has been suspended from the Tory party. It comes after the former deputy chair said the London mayor had given the capital away and was controlled by Islamists. The Prime Minister was under pressure to react after Sadiq Khan said his deafening silence was condoning racism. A spokesperson for the party's chief whip says the MP was suspended for refusing to apologise for his comments. In a statement, Anderson said, "I fully accept they had no option but to suspend the whip in these circumstances. However, I'll continue to support the government's efforts to call out extremism in all its forms, be that anti-Semitism or Islamophobia." The UK has reaffirmed its commitment to Ukraine, promising £245 million to produce artillery shells as the country's war with Russia enters its third year. The Defence Secretary Grant Shapps says he's proud that since the invasion, the UK has trained 60,000 Ukrainian troops, adding that no one has done as much for Kyiv than the UK. And junior doctors in England have walked out for the 10th time since March last year over a pay dispute. The British Medical Association has asked for a 35% pay rise, which the government says is unreasonable. More than 1.3 million appointments and operations have already been cancelled or rescheduled since industrial action began. For the latest stories, sign up to GB News Alerts by scanning the QR code on your screen or go to gbnews.com/alerts.
Tired of the usual focus-tested, pre-prepared Westminster runaround? Well, so am I. So you want higher taxes? Is your department to blame for this? Are you rethinking this policy? Every Sunday at 9:30, I'll be sitting down with those in power to get the truth about the issues affecting you. Let's be honest, we've known about the cost pressures of this project for years, not months. That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show with personality. On GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain's newsroom, weekday mornings from 9:30.
The EU rules are trying to choke even that.
Yeah, yeah.
And I just think, you know, I would join this protest in a heartbeat. And you are right to point out this stuff about them being right-wing. How dare they slate them as right-wing when these are real people whose livelihoods
And
are
remember,
being
a lot of
trashed.
people who work in the farm industry, Malone, get paid very little money.
They get paid.
Agricultural workers are very badly paid.
They get paid nothing, Pierce. And, you know, the profits... I think on Clark's Farm I read somewhere that I saw that when you sell it like a sheep's skin, it's 30 pence or
That's
something.
right.
And you say, what?
Yeah.
And so you wonder how they can manage that. And I think after a year, Clarkson had made a handful of pounds.
He made like 90 quid profit or something.
In a whole year working.
But Carol makes a really good point, though, doesn't she, Nikki, about this idea that we go to the supermarkets, we shop there, we eat our food, we don't often give it a thing. And the farmers have become so frustrated by this idea that they are not respected.
Absolutely. I mean, they're running what are effectively small businesses, often family businesses that are being passed down through generations. They also tend to know the land and the animals better than anyone else in those areas. You know, I am all for green protests, you know, I'm all for climate change activism, but actually... the only way you can do that is gradually. It's exactly what we've seen with Port Talbot. You know, you can't just go in and say you're not going to do it anymore this way. You've got to do it this way instead.
The Tata Steel thing.
Yes, exactly. You've got to do it this way instead. You know, lots of farmers are on board with protecting the planet, but they can't do it overnight. You've got to give them time. So they're protesting. You know, they're saying no farmers, no food.
When
well,
you
it
say
can't
you
get any more
support some of
obvious.
these environmental protests, you're not one of these closet supporters of Just Stop Oil, are you?
I'm not a closet supporter. I think I've been quite open about Just Stop Oil.
No.
I don't like all their methods, but I do like the
any of
message.
them.
But I do appreciate the
any of
message.
them.
Yeah, but sometimes you've got to do difficult
Nikki,
things.
What they're asking for now, those protesters, are unrealistic. What these protesters are asking for is not unrealistic.
No.
2024, a battleground year.
The year the nation decides.
As the parties gear up their campaigns for the next general election.
Who will be left standing when the British people make one of the biggest decisions of their lives?
Who will rise?
And who will fall? Let's find out together.
For every moment, the highs, the lows, the twists and turns.
We'll be with you for every step of this journey.
In 2024, GB News is Britain's election channel.
Good afternoon. It's fast approaching 37 minutes after 4 o'clock. If you've just joined us, welcome on board. I'm Nana Akua. Breaking news today. Lee Anderson has been suspended from the Tory party. That's after his refusal to apologise for his comments. The spokesperson for the Chief Whip had said following his refusal to apologise for comments made yesterday, the Chief Whip has suspended the Conservative Whip from Lee Anderson MP. Lee said this following a call with the Chief Whip. I understand the difficult position that I've put both he and the Prime Minister in with regard to my comments. I fully accept that they had no option but to suspend the whip in these circumstances. However, I will continue to support the government's efforts to call out extremism in all its forms, be that anti-Semitism or Islamophobia. Well, joining me now is Donica McCarthy, climate columnist, and also former Special Advisor to Michael Gove, Charlie Rowley. I'm going to come to you, Donica. Right, so Lee Anderson has sort of, in a way, he stepped down. I didn't hear the words actual sorry specifically, but he is saying that he realises the position that he's put his party in.
Yeah, so he's lost the whip, the Tory whip. I think what I haven't heard anybody discussing so far is what to me is really interesting. What about his constituency? You know, I don't think he will now be able to stand as the Tory candidate in the next general election. So what happens in Ashfield?
Is that such a big deal, though? The Tories are heading for a major landslide. Surely he can go as an independent, or...
Well, what to my mind makes it interesting is what will happen to that constituency. Will he stand for reform against the Tory party and allow Labour in? And that constituency is fascinating.
But it's interesting that you think that that would allow Labour in, because a lot of his constituents might be looking at the Labour Party right now and being worried, especially with what happened in in the debate this week, where Labour MPs were scared to, answer questions, and the processes were changed.
I think maybe I didn't express it well enough. That constituency is fascinating. There's been Lib Dems within 100 votes of winning. There's been Tory Labour MPs, Tory MPs, and last time round, an independent came within 6,000 votes of defeating Lee Anderson. And the other thing that I think is fascinating is Martin Daubney was the candidate in the same constituency for reform last time round. So this is stirring an extraordinary pot. But going back to real issues rather than just the kind of political nerd that I am, is that I think there's two things that Lee Anderson stood for. He's really against the action on protecting our climate. And he's also been very much on the reform thing, attacking free speech, attacking the rights of climate environmentalists like me, protesting in our streets peacefully, and he's been also attacking this huge controversy. Is about the right to protest against the slaughter in Palestine.
I don't think he's fighting your right to protest on those issues. He probably just doesn't agree with you and is expressing a different point of view.
No, but he actually backed changes in legislation that made it punitive for people to peacefully protest. So 10 years. We're now worse than Russia. We're putting people in jail for peacefully protesting on the environment. And he was very much opposing that.
Well, the people that we're putting in jail for protesting or even attacking in protest are peaceful. It seems there's that Harmony London where she was playing something nice. It seems Christians, they're prepared to stop protesting, but pro-Palestinian protests that are actually chanting slogans that are anti-Semitic seem to be carrying on in London. Charlie Rowley.
Well, I don't think we are worse than Russia. I think
well, 10 years jail for protesting, peaceful protests. It's 8 years in Russia.
I don't think you get
8 years for peaceful protest.
But the Russians mean it here, nothing.
Yes, I don't think you get jail time for peaceful protesting. Well, you don't get jail time for peaceful protesting. You're obviously someone that's obviously incited hate or something that regards you in inciting hate, and you should be off the streets.
Yeah, but there are degrees. But we're not. Quickly, there are degrees of it. So with our justice system, each situation is taken individually. In Russia, you did it, you're out for those years. But let him finish now. Let him.
But I think, look, I mean, in terms of Lee Anderson, I mean, look, he said what he said, and he's had the whip removed. He could have actually owned the situation, maybe by coming out to try and re-clarify what he meant by what he said, and kept the whip. I mean, who knows? In a few months' time, when time passes, there'll be other news agenda that sort of comes and goes. He'll have the whip returned. That might be something that I think the Tory party will want to try and manage for him, and he'll want to sort of see that happen, I'm sure. But I think, look, what you can't do is allow tensions to stoke, tensions to rise when it becomes too problematic and when the stakes are too high at the minute, when you're seeing, obviously, the sort of conflict in Israel, in Gaza, and also when you're talking about Russia, obviously there's conflict in Ukraine and Russia. So, when there is so much tension on the international circuit, you have to be, as a politician, able to make sure your language is such that it doesn't stoke those tensions, that it doesn't cause more problems in these areas, that it doesn't bring communities in conflict with each other. And that's clearly what's happened in this instance.
But Lee's never been known as the most tactful person. And he is quite clumsy in his words, Donald Trump was clumsy in his words as well, people like that. But he's liked quite a lot by his constituents. And I think even if they remove the whip, they'll want to give it back, because I suspect he'll still win his seat. Yes, stands.
No, I think that's right. I mean, you've heard from Richard Tice earlier on and from a few other commentators. I thought Benedict Spence was brilliant to articulate that, even the wording wasn't necessarily, it was a bit clumsy and obviously the wrong thing to say. But there is a sentiment across the country that sometimes, particularly in London, that, the mayor is clearly out of control on a lot of these issues. When it comes to hate speech, we talked earlier on about plastering, from the river to the sea on Parliament. The police should have cracked down on that. And that is a responsibility of the mayor. And it does seem you were talking about it earlier on, people describing, or Sadiq Khan describing people that are anti-ULEZ of the far right. It brings into a whole question about...
Sorry, that's not what he said.
He did, actually.
Well, that's different.
That's what...
I will actually get
let's get into the issue.
But the idea that actually... because I wasn't aware of that, but the idea that wasn't...
True.
The point I'm just trying to make is that the idea that was not called out on, that wasn't leapt upon, means that there is an imbalance about what people can say and what people can't say, or what they shouldn't say. Now, I'm not saying that, tit for tat, we should just let Lee Anderson get away with what he said, but we should be making sure...
equally calling out anybody who's expunging those sort of virtues. But listen, this show's nothing without you and your views. Let's welcome our great British voices, their opportunity to be on the show and tell us what they think about the topics we're discussing. Let's go to Lee Harris. He's there in Bristol, find out what he thinks about what's going on. Lee Harris, well... I mean, this is big news at the moment. What are your thoughts on this?
Look, I think Lee Anderson's choice of words could have been a little bit better, but I think a lot of people who've been watching these vile hate marches taking over London every single weekend will totally agree with the sentiment, me included. Lee Anderson was effectively suspended for speaking the truth, and however clumsy it might be, but that's, I think, how the public will see it. He didn't say anything racist, as Sadiq Khan suggested, and I think it's right that he didn't apologise, just like Khan didn't apologise for labelling anyone who disagreed with his ridiculous ULEZ policy as far right. I think he's just trying to articulate what a lot of people are thinking. And let's not forget, this follows MPs saying they felt directly threatened by the mob, which led to them changing possibly the way that our government is run and the way that they vote. I understand. I think Lee Anderson is incredibly frustrated, and he's right to shine a light on it. This is why I think it's a bad move for the Conservatives to suspend him. They are shooting themselves in the foot. It makes them look like they're out of touch with the public, and it will be viewed as another example of appeasing the mob. In my view, Sadiq Khan is one of the most divisive, nasty, hypocritical, useless politicians that we have in this country.
Well, don't mince your words, will you, Lee? This is shoot from the hip. Well, he's not here to defend himself, to be fair.
Understood, but he is responsible for the totality of policing in London. And I would strongly argue, just to finish on this, I would strongly argue that it's the soft touch, two-tier policing that has directly empowered the mob. They think they own the place, Nana, and effectively they do, because they know the police will let them get away with it. And I think that's what Lee Anderson was trying to articulate.
Yeah, I think that's it, but some of that wording, maybe not. But
yeah, it was a bit clumsy. I will admit that.
Well, listen, really good to talk to you. Thank you very much, Lee. Good to talk to you. That is Lee. He's out there in Bristol. He's our great British voice. Still loads more to come. Don't go anywhere.
Join us every night on GB News at 11 p.m. for Headliners, which is 3 top comedians going through the next day's news stories, which is exactly what you need, because when the establishment has gone crazy, you need some craziness to make sense of it.
Headliners. You don't have to bother reading the newspaper. We've got it covered for you. Every night at 11 p.m. and repeated every morning at 5 a.m. We won't send you to sleep like some of the other paper review shows out there.
So join us 11 p.m. every night on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sunday mornings from 9:30.
I appreciate the story isn't in today's papers, but it has been running all week, and it's this row over the use of nitrogen hypoxia to kill this man who was on death row in Alabama.
Yeah.
And it's been linked back to you, and I wanted to ask you about it because this is intriguing, because you did a television show back in 2015 where you, I believe, tested this method of execution. Just tell me briefly about it, Michael. What happened?
I didn't test this method of execution, and it was a bit longer ago than that. But what I did do was test hypoxia. So I tested various ways in which people are killed in the United States, and asked the question as to whether there was a more humane way of doing it. So I was put into hypoxic situations, for example, into a chamber run by the Netherlands Air Force, which simulated what happens if you're in an aircraft at 30,000 feet and suddenly the windows blow out. And what happened to me was that I was almost instantly rendered incapable. As an experiment, I was trying to play with children's toys, putting triangle shapes into triangle spaces, and I was quickly unable to do that. I was asked, what is 9 minus 5? And I said 5. And then the officer who was with me, the Air Force officer who was wearing an oxygen mask, said to me, Michael, put your mask on or you will die. And I was incapable of putting my own mask on. Now, this suggested that hypoxia was very fast acting.
Yeah.
And that you had... Obviously, I was in no pain or anything like that. I was just completely unaware. By the way, this is why, if you're on an aircraft and it depressurizes, you must put your own mask on first. But of course, I can't go on and draw conclusions.
No.
We did not experiment with nitrogen. But what I can say is it was evident to me that hypoxia renders you incapable almost instantaneously.
I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard. I think there's a chance here for a diversity of opinion to be expressed, which you don't find elsewhere. It's really exciting.
We don't hold back. We're free to say how decisions that are taken here
affects us all around the country. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. If you just tuned in, welcome aboard. It's 49 minutes after 4 o'clock. I'm Nana Akua. This is GB News. We are the People's Channel. And unless you've been hiding under a rock, you probably won't know this, but Lee Anderson has been suspended from the Tory party after his refusal to apologise for his comments. Now, a spokesperson for the Chief Whip has said following his refusal to apologise for comments made yesterday, the Chief Whip has suspended the Conservative Whip from Lee Anderson MP. Lee Anderson MP said, following a call with the Chief Whip, I understand the difficult position that I put both me and the Prime Minister in with regard to my comments, and I fully accept that they had no option but to suspend the Whip in these circumstances. However, I will continue to support the government's efforts to call out extremism in all its forms, be that anti-Semitism or Islamophobia. Its forms... Oh, that's written it to us now. Right. So anyway, joining me to discuss that is independent mayoral, Greater Manchester mayoral candidate Nick Buckley. Nick, welcome on board.
Thank you.
Now, thank you very much for making the journey. Now, I know you're going for the mayoralship in Greater Manchester, but I wanted to ask you your thoughts on this, because you yourself got in trouble for some comments that you made when you were with your charity, the Mancunian Way, in 2020, with regard to Black Lives Matter. Just give us a recap on what happened.
So, in a nutshell, I went on to Black Lives Matter website, read what they were about, didn't like it, wrote a blog and was called a Nazi and a racist, just by highlighting what they'd put on their own website. And that's what's happened in this case. I'm not saying what Lee Anderson said was right or wrong, I don't know, but he's an elected MP. He should have the right to say what he thinks. It's down to his constituencies to vote him out if they think he's wrong. But what we do in this country now is we use words that end in ist or phobe to shut people up because we don't want them speaking. We don't attack the argument. We don't prove they're wrong. We shut them up by using words that end in ist and phobe.
But he said that Islamists had got control of London, but then he did later explain that what he meant was that they've got control of Sadiq Khan. So he was kind of referring to the fact that, you know, there'd been all these pro-Palestinian protests. Do you think that, as you said, that people attack the words and not the actual argument, that he's actually making a point that a lot of people are thinking?
Absolutely. You look on, I mean, I don't come to London that often, but you look on TV every Saturday for London and you're thinking, what is going on in London? Now, he then said that, you know, the Islamist friends are friends of Sadiq Khan. I don't know if that's true or not. He may have evidence, he may not have evidence. But you can make that jump sometimes when he's allowing these protests every Saturday that are intimidating. And we know they're intimidating. You try going to a protest in London on Saturday with a Union Jack flag, the flag of this country. You stand there with that flag, you're more likely to be arrested because the police are scared that's going to cause a riot. How can the flag of the country cause a riot?
Well, we've had quite a few issues, because we had that girl, Harmony London. She was singing Christian songs and she was told that she can't do that because she has to be outside a church. It does feel, you know, like that certain elements, especially the Christianity, like there was a preacher who was singing outside near a tube station and the police were they started to arrest him for something. And it was like, what is going on in this London? So people are conflating, maybe wrongly, this because nothing's happening. What do you think Sadiq Khan should be doing? You're heading to try and become a mayor. If it were you and this was your thing, what would you be doing?
So we all appreciate the right to peacefully demonstrate on any issue you want to demonstrate. It's not supposed to tell you the issues you can and can't demonstrate on. But when you're demonstrating in a city, we need to make sure that other people can go about their business, that you're not blocking traffic and ruining other people's businesses. That's where just the oil keep going wrong. It's not. They are peaceful, but they're killing businesses, they're keeping people stuck in traffic.
Yeah.
So we need to make sure other people can go about their lawful duty. Now, in London, we're also seeing a small minority of people who are anti-Semitic, who are saying the most awful things. We're seeing those clips online. Now, we looked at the projector on Big Ben, so let's have a look at that. The police should have shut that down straight away.
You see, that's the thing. Why didn't Sadiq Khan? Because he's seen it on there. He would have known that this is a real issue.
Cowardice.
But has he got the power to do that, though?
Yes, but what he doesn't want and what the chief of police doesn't want is for those people then to turn violent, because that'll be the headline in the papers or the news channels the next day. It will be like, your actions caused a riot. Well, sometimes we have to risk issues like that to make sure we control the streets. At the moment, we don't control the streets in this country. We've handed them over to criminals and to radicals and to protesters. We need to reclaim those streets back.
Is that the same in Manchester where you are? Are you getting the level of pro-Palestinian protests week in, week out?
Every Saturday, but on a much smaller scale than you're getting here. The first couple of weeks, they were a problem. They're not much of a problem now because you're looking somewhere between 50 and 100 people, the last few I've seen. So they're managed a lot better. The problem here in London is just a different level altogether.
So what advice would you give to Sadiq Khan if you were in his shoes?
He's a career politician, so there's no advice I could give him. All he cares about is being elected again. And we don't have politicians who are willing to sacrifice their careers to improve the country.
Well, do you think that that's what Lee Anderson has done?
I'm really pleased that Lee Anderson didn't apologise, because that would have ruined him in many people's eyes. But what he has done is he's taken the easy road by supporting his party because he knows he's going to get back.
Well, listen, Nick Buckley, thank you so much. This is GB News. Loads more still to come. Don't go anywhere.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello there, I'm Greg Dewhurst and welcome to your latest GB News weather. We've got showers around, but they're slowly fading away. We'll see some mist and fog patches before further wet and windy weather spreads in for Sunday and into Monday, and that's courtesy of this area of low pressure. Met obvious warnings for the heavy rain falling on already saturated ground. We could see some flooding issues over the next few days. Showers fading away this evening time, lots of clear skies developing. That will allow temperatures to fall away, close to if not below freezing overnight. So some frost in places, some icy stretches from recent showers, and also some mist and fog patches. Some wet and windy weather starting to move into parts of Cornwall by the end of the night. Here, temperatures rising elsewhere, a cold start to Sunday. Mist and fog patches slow to clear, but then plenty of sunny spells developing, particularly across northern parts of the UK. Parts of southern Wales into southwest England, a wet and windy day to come. Met obvious warnings out through the day, and this rain slowly pushes its way eastwards as we move through Sunday.
2024, a battleground year.
The year the nation decides.
As the parties gear up their campaigns for the next general election.
Who will be left standing when the British people make one of the biggest decisions of their lives?
Who will rise?
And who will fall?
Let's find out together.
For every moment, the highs, the lows, the twists and turns.
We'll be with you for every step of this journey.
In 2024, GB News is Britain's election channel.
Good afternoon, Britain. Weekdays from midday.
Francis, Just Stop Oil have in the past broken the law. I remember distinctly the Dartford crossing. That ended up with 2 jailed, I believe, if I remember correctly. Is it ever justified in your view?
Yeah, thanks so much for having me on. I mean, I would have to say yes. I mean, we're trying to preserve my life, your lives, the lives of your family, and it's not just the planet that we're trying to protect, it's the lives of millions of people. And, you know, we know from history that we have to break the law in order to put pressure on the government and to be listened to.
No one would doubt your sincerity in your views. You genuinely believe in what you fight for. But there are others who think differently. For example, there are Islamist extremists who believe that people will go to hell unless they convert to Islam. They will sincerely, perhaps, break the law in order to force people to convert. In their view, they might be saving people's lives for eternity. There might be abortion activists who say that babies are being murdered and to save their lives we need to break the law to stop people having abortions. Why do you get to say that your moral conviction is the one that's right and other people's individual moral conviction are those that are wrong?
So what's really integral to the Just Stop Oil campaign is the fact that it is a non-violent campaign. That's what separates us from the examples that you've just given. We're absolutely dedicated non-violence, both as a tactic and as a principle. So though we might be breaking the law...
If individuals take it upon themselves to break the law for whatever their course is, surely the way that we decide what society wants in general is democratic and within the law.
Well, of course, we know also that protest is absolutely integral to maintaining and upholding a democracy, and in particular, non-violent protest. I mean, I really can't express to you how severe this situation is, and I'm sure you know this.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So, send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon. It is 5 o'clock. This is GB News on TV, online and on digital radio. I'm Nana Akua, and for the next hour, me and my panel will be taking on some of the big topics hitting the headlines right now. This show is all about opinion. It's mine, it's theirs, and of course it's yours. We'll be debating, discussing, and at times we will disagree, but no one will be cancelled. Joining me today is broadcaster and also author Lizzie Cundy, and also trade unionist Andy... McDonald, I forgot. Like the burgers.
Like the burgers.
First, let's get your latest news headlines.
Nana, thank you very much, and good afternoon. Your top stories from the GB newsroom. Lee Anderson has been suspended from the Tory party. It comes after the former deputy chair said the London mayor had given the capital away and was controlled by Islamists. The Prime Minister was under pressure to react after Sadiq Khan said his deafening silence was condoning racism. A spokesperson for the party's chief whip says the MP was suspended for refusing to apologise for his comments. In a statement, Anderson said, "I fully accept that they had no option but to suspend the whip in these circumstances. However, I will continue to support the government's efforts to call out extremism in all its forms, be that anti-Semitism or Islamophobia." The UK has reaffirmed its commitment to Ukraine as the country's war with Russia enters its third year. £245 million has been promised to boost critical stockpiles of ammunition. The Defence Secretary says he's proud that since the invasion, the UK has trained 60,000 Ukrainian troops, adding that no one has done as much for Kyiv than the UK. Grant Shapps says the West will keep going for as long as it takes to fight Russian aggression.
This is a package which will help to provide some of the artillery that's required, particularly on the front line, where Russia has really boosted their production levels. So it's massively important now that we stop Putin. It's going to cost us more if he came further, not least, of course, being terrible for our Ukrainian friends, but it would also be disastrous for the rest of the West.
Shadow Defence Secretary John Healey says the war in Ukraine is a global fight.
I think first to recognise that this isn't just Putin fighting on the battlefield in Ukraine. This is a diplomatic, economic and industrial struggle against wider Russian aggression. And we've got to have a broader UK plan to help defend Ukraine and defeat Putin. So that does mean tightening sanctions, as you say, closing supply chain loopholes and looking to seize the Russian assets that have been stolen to reconstructing Ukraine. It also means ramping up our military support.
Meanwhile, the King and Queen have praised Ukrainians for their true valour. King Charles also says he's greatly encouraged by the efforts of the UK and its allies in supporting Kyiv at a time of suffering and need. The monarch was paying his respects at a Ukrainian cathedral in central London, where crowds later gathered to show their support for the country and its people. Commemorations began with an interfaith prayer, and similar services have been held across the UK. In other news, junior doctors in England have walked out for the 10th time since March last year over a pay dispute. The British Medical Association has asked for a 35% pay rise. The government says that's unreasonable. More than 1.3 million appointments and operations have already been cancelled or rescheduled since industrial action began. The Health Secretary, Victoria Atkins, is calling for the strikes to end, saying she wants to see doctors treating patients, not on picket lines.
I want for this to be resolved. I've come to these negotiations with nothing but good intentions and a genuine desire to find a reasonable solution for junior doctors, but also importantly for patients and the public and the taxpayer. So I still want to try and achieve that, but I can only do that if the Junior Doctors Committee plays their part. Walking out of negotiations in November was not reasonable. They know that I want to go further in addition to the up to 10.3% that they have already received into their bank accounts.
British Airways has been rated as one of the worst airlines for passenger satisfaction. A survey by consumer group Which says the airline had the joint third lowest score for long-haul flights. BA also received 2 out of 5 stars for boarding experience and value for money, but managed to achieve 3 stars for another 6 categories. The company says it was hit by several factors outside its control last year, such as industrial strikes by air traffic controllers. And thousands of cards of support have been sent to King Charles following his cancer diagnosis. The monarch laughed as he read one of them, which had a disgruntled dog on the front saying, "At least you don't have to wear a cone." Around 7,000 cards have been sent from around the world offering good wishes, with one child writing, "Never give up, be brave, don't push your limits." Others shared their own experiences of cancer, urging the King to stay positive. For the latest stories, you can sign up to GB News Alerts by scanning the QR code on your screen, or you can go to gbnews.com/alerts. Now back to Nana.
Thank you, Tatiana. It's fast approaching 6 minutes after 5 o'clock. This is GB News. We are the People's Channel. I'm Nana Akua. Don't forget as well, you can download the GB News app to pick up everything that we're doing. And of course, we've been talking about this all afternoon. Lee Anderson has been suspended from the Tory party after his refusal to apologise for his comments. A spokesperson for the Chief Whip has said that following his refusal to apologise for comments made yesterday, the Chief Whip has suspended the Conservative Whip from Lee Anderson MP. Lee Anderson MP said this in response following a call with the Chief Whip. "I understand the difficult position that I put both he and the Prime Minister in with regard to my comments. I fully accept that they had no option but to suspend the whip in these circumstances. However, I will continue to support the government's efforts to call out extremism in all forms, be that anti-Semitism or Islamophobia." Well, joining me to discuss, my pal, broadcaster and columnist Lizzie Cundy, and also trade unionist and political commentator Andy McDonald. Like the burgers.
Like the burgers.
Like the burgers, yes.
Well,
We've had a lot of people getting in touch. I mean, Rita got in touch at gbnews.com or GB Views, and she said, "I only wish there were more MPs like Lee Anderson who stands up for our country." Andrea says, "Tories really are toast. I look forward to their thrashing in the general election."
Yeah.
Lizzie Cundy.
I totally agree with those comments, and to be honest, this would never have happened if the Met Police had taken action. And you know, when they had that projection from the river to the sea, it was disgraceful that he allowed that to happen without anyone being arrested and prosecuted for this. It's disgraceful that the useless Home Office, the useless police, and the useless Mayor of London, they're not taking enough action, and this would have never happened if they had.
Yeah, Andy.
I mean, I agree with those comments. I think I'm looking forward to seeing the Tories getting toasted at the next general election. But
Rita says, "I only wish there were more MPs like Lee Anderson who stand up for our country."
I'm sure that Rita does.
But you said you agree with those comments.
I agree with the comments that I think everyone should stand up for our country. But I don't think necessarily that, you know, being anti-protest is for our country, or saying that the Mayor of London is controlled by Islamists is particularly standing up for our country. I think it's just a slightly libelous comment.
I can see that that's not really probably the wisest way of saying it, but what he is not understanding, like a lot of people aren't understanding, is why the Mayor of London is not taking action when people are behaving in a very illegal manner.
Yeah.
I mean, why is he not taking action, Andrew? And that's the point people are...
You know, he doesn't run the Metropolitan Police. There is a Commissioner of the Metropolitan
Police.
But he is the Mayor. He's not down there on the ground.
He's the Mayor of London, though, Andy. He's the Mayor of London, and he doesn't do anything.
But it's difficult for him to react to specific individual situations. You know, you don't want a politician getting involved with the Metropolitan Police due process. That's a dangerous precedent.
What do you mean? Hold on. He's the Mayor of London. That is in charge of the capital city. If there is something going on that is illegal, especially something being broadcast on Big Ben and interfering with, you know, that's not acceptable. It's illegal. Yeah. And his police aren't doing what they're meant to be doing. He's not really interfering. He's telling them to do their jobs.
Well, they're not his police. You know, they are our police. They're London's police. It's not
semantics. You're playing with semantics.
You're playing with semantics. I'm sure that there has been a police report, and I'm sure he's going to let it follow its due process. It's not his right as a politician to get involved in the due process.
So he should sit back when something illegal is happening in his capital city, because you're saying that he
can issue statements to condemn it. He can issue statements to stand against it. I'd encourage him to do so. Sadiq, if you're watching, I encourage you to do so. But you know, there's very little he can do if there's a report.
You shouldn't have to encourage him to do so. He should have done it.
But you know, I got caught up in the demonstrations, the pro-Palestinian, and I was literally scared. And I actually went up to a policeman and said, "What are you going to do?" And he said, "We can't do anything because they're worried. They were worried that it will incite more violence." The Mayor of London this is out of control now. Every weekend, and look what happened. It was on Wednesday. You know, we can't have MPs that are scared to and feel intimidated and speaking the truth.
What about
people
Tobias
are really
Elwood
feeling.
then? People protesting outside his house. In your view, is that acceptable?
Obviously, there's always a line.
Is that acceptable?
If there's genuinely intimate, I can't remember the exact
footage
of what they were doing.
Okay, so
I think if they were just waving flags and chanting.
They were waving flags. They had megaphones. There were about 60 to 80 of them outside around his house. Is that acceptable?
Well, I believe the Dorset police viewed it as acceptable and legal. So, yeah, it's not my position. I'm not a...
No, but I'm asking you, what do you think?
I think it's fine as long as you keep it respectful.
It's fine?
If you keep it respectful and legal, yeah. If you keep it respectful and legal.
If your ex-girlfriend or boyfriend decided to hover outside your house with megaphones, speakers, with about 60 other people complaining about you don't think you'd phone the police?
If I was an influential individual in the legislative body, it's a completely different situation.
No, it's not. It's the principle of it. That's intimidation. He's not doing that in his house. In his house, he's a dad or father.
They weren't in his house. They were on the pavement outside.
No, you're not listening. In his house, he's a father, he's a dad. He is not whatever this political figure is. That's his job. So when he gets home, there shouldn't be people outside his house protesting, because that's harassment.
It's their right to protest. It's not harassment because they didn't continue.
Okay,
they keep coming back. There's a difference between harassment. That is a bold statement.
So if somebody just hangs outside my house once and repeatedly with megaphones, I would say they're harassing me. Whether they've done it once, twice, three times, why is that different?
Well, because the Dorset police, they didn't see it as harassment. They saw it as a safe and legal protest. They ensured it was a safe and legal protest.
Here we go again. Why would they interpret the law in that manner? Listen, if somebody's outside my house with a megaphone and 60 other people complaining about something I've said on GB News, I would want to see them arrested. They don't do that. I've got my family inside there. Why? So I'm sorry, but that doesn't hold water.
Yeah, exactly.
I just want to read something that Dale says. Dale says, "I'm behind Lee Anderson. He spoke the truth, and the truth hurts this country." Robin said this, though: "I'd be interested to know if Mr. Khan has considered the impact of weekly protests, climbing on war memorials and openly flouting the law has had on the rise in Islamophobia." He quoted this morning. So that's the thing. Somebody's pointing out that all the things that Sadiq Khan is allowing...
You know, and these protesters, sadly, half of them don't really know what they're protesting about. They don't know the real facts of the matter. That's the sad thing. And I think the Mayor of London has a responsibility to actually come out and say, "Look, I'm sorry for what happened, for what was projected on Big Ben." Why isn't he apologising for that? And all what's going on every weekend. I felt scared. I felt intimidated. A woman on her own. I couldn't... You know, I was lucky to get here, Nana. It was awful. And I just don't see an end of it. I think he should be the one apologising what he's done to this, you know, city of ours.
Oh, yeah, I'd say he's destroyed London, but what do you think? You probably don't think he has?
No, I don't think he's been a great mayor. I don't think he's been a great mayor, is what I'm saying. He's been a great mayor. I don't think he's been a great mayor, but I think it's fair game to go after him for his policies and the things that he's done, you know, whether it's...
Or not done.
Or not done, yeah. It's keep it policy. You know, don't go, "Oh, you're controlled by Islamists and you've given away London to your mates." That's a quite a deeply personal
Well,
attack.
I mean, look,
it's not okay.
people were saying that the Conservative Party had given deals to their friends and so on and so forth for COVID, and it turned out they had. So, you know, we're not strangers to people making comments like that. I agree that he shouldn't have maybe said it, but people are questioning why Sadiq Khan is not making sure that London is policed effectively, when ultimately the buck does stop with him and the police commissioner and the Home Office, of course. But ultimately, the policing of the streets is something, you know, he needs to be. He's making policies for knife crime, which he isn't making policies for knife crime. He's not. He doesn't appear to be doing anything. He's always ready for some PR or to complain about a slur, but he's not doing anything.
I do think he's a deeply flawed mayor.
He's useless.
I wouldn't say useless, but I do think he's flawed on a policy perspective. But that doesn't give anyone the right to go, well, everyone has the right to say it, but it doesn't mean they're correct to say you're controlled by Islamists. That's a...
Yeah, it's clumsy.
It's a weird thing to say.
Yeah, but what Lee is saying is what, you know, majority of us are feeling and thinking. He is probably the most honest MP. He really is, because he's speaking for the people. And, you know, we got rid of Suella. There was another one that's, you know, said what a lot of us were thinking.
Yeah.
And,
you know, she did see a quite large rise of illegal migrants coming to the country under her tenures as Home Secretary.
Correct, yes.
And also she did neglect police funding while she was Home Secretary. She wasn't a great Home Secretary.
No, but she did say a lot of what she said is true. I think there is an invasion. We've got with all coming over. I mean, it's getting out of hand. It's lost control.
If only she knew someone who was Home Secretary for a year to do something about it.
Look, I said the Home Office were useless and shambolic, and sadly the state of our country is now falling on its knees for me. And I think it's a very sorry day for Lee Anderson. He's one of the most honest, outspoken MPs, and we need him.
Well, I mean, some people would beg to differ, but Wendy says that, can we have a Lee Anderson party? At least we'd have someone who's prepared to say it as it is and give a voice to the ignored. Michael said democracy is being silenced. You cannot say anything negative about the region or of peace without being shouted down by all the lefty sympathisers who have their own agenda with the destruction of our society. Hewitt says, what a huge mistake from the Tories. Always been a Tory voter, but now I'm off voting for reform. Labour are the hate party. That's what he says. Terry says anyone being suspended for breaking truth is on the side of the people. So a lot of support for Lee Anderson, but again, you know, even Lee would admit that his words were clumsy. Right, well, it's just coming up to 16 minutes after 5 o'clock. This is GB News on TV, online and on digital radio. Coming up more on, yes, you've guessed it, Lee Anderson.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Lee Anderson's Real World. Fridays from 7 p.m.
Dr. Jane Jones, who's the clinical lead for Care After Combat.
Yep.
Jane, thanks for coming. And just tell me a little bit about your organisation. What do you do?
OK, well, thank you for having me here so we can talk about Care After Combat. So we are an organisation, a charity, who work into the prison system, working with military veterans who've somehow got involved with the justice system and...
So there's quite a high population of ex-servicemen and women in our prisons. Why is that, do you think?
So 2014, the government did a review of who was resident in UK prisons, and what they found were that military veterans are the highest occupational group, and this obviously raises some concerns. Yeah. So the government wanted to do something about that, and so they supported Care After Combat initially, just as a scoping exercise, really, to see if there was any way we could help these men and women actually, you know, understand the problems that led to offending behaviour and go on to lead successful lives.
So what sort of offending behaviour are we talking typically for people that's in prison that's actually served in our armed forces?
Primarily, it's violence.
Yeah.
So that is the highest offence that we work with.
Okay.
But of course, the military, as with everybody else, it's the full range of offending behaviour.
OK, so we're in a pub, Jane, Dr. Jane, and I guess for some people, you know, the odd tip of alcohol is good, a bit of fun of a weekend, relax, let your hair down. But for some people, alcohol is not always their best friend, and I guess that plays a part in some of your veterans that end up inside.
Absolutely. So, speaking from my own experience, a good 2/3 of the people I work with have some kind of mental health problem or mental health difficulty, struggling to either adapt into civilian life or with some of the traumas they've experienced during service. People might self-medicate with alcohol to manage some of those thoughts and feelings.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan, Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks, the admission's free.
Have a great Saturday night with me, Leo Curse, on the Saturday Night Showdown. It's a crazy world out there, so come and make fun of it with me, my panel of comedians, and a couple of people who actually know what they're talking about. This Saturday Night Showdown is your front row ticket to the clown show every Saturday, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon. It's 19 minutes after 5 o'clock. This is GB News. We are the People's Channel. We are live on TV, online and on digital radio. I'm Nana Akua. And if you just tuned in, well, you've missed a lot. Lee Anderson has been suspended from the Tory party after he refused to apologise for comments that he made. A spokesperson for the Chief Whip has said following his refusal to apologise for comments made yesterday, the Chief Whip has suspended the Conservative Whip from Lee Anderson MP. Lee said this following a call with the Chief Whip. I understand the difficult position that I put both he and the Prime Minister in with regard to my comments. I fully accept that they had no option but to suspend the Whip in these circumstances. However, I will continue to support the government's efforts to call out extremism in all its forms, be that anti-Semitism or Islamophobia. So joining me to discuss is political commentator Reem Ibrahim. Hello, Reem. Right, well, Reem, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, thank you, Dana. Look, I actually do quite like Lee. I think he's a fantastic member of Parliament. I think that he, generally speaking, always hits nail on the head, especially when it comes to economic policy. I do think his choice of language here was quite difficult. I don't think it was necessarily the right thing to do. I do think it was bordering on Islamophobia, effectively saying that that Sadiq Khan had been allowing Islamists, his mates, effectively to take over London, that he had allowed this. I think it's inaccurate, it's wrong. I do also think that we need to be a little bit more nuanced about this. I mean, effectively, Lee has always been sort of known for using quite clumsy language, using language that isn't necessarily politically correct. And I do think that means that in this instance, he used language that meant that it misconstrued what he actually meant. I do think, though, if he refused to apologise, which it sounds like he has, suspending the Tory Whip for him is probably the right thing to do. I also think, just off the back of the conversation you had earlier with Lizzie and Andy, I do think we need to have a proper conversation about what freedom of expression actually means and the parameters in which we allow it to happen. GB News is fantastic and I love it because you guys always stand up for freedom of expression, and I think that we need to not be hypocrites about this. Pro-Palestinian marches should absolutely be allowed to go ahead. However, we can have a conversation about the radical elements of those protests, which, by the way, I do believe are a very, very small minority of those people. We can have a conversation about that, and we can have a conversation about the threat that Islamists have without being Islamophobic.
Yeah, but, from the inbox, what I'm getting is people saying at least he's standing up for what he believes in, because what you're getting a lot of the time is these politicians saying something and then suddenly sort of saying sorry, even though they're not really sorry. So ideally we want people who are honest about how they feel about things, rather than people who just you're going to say whatever they think. Well, listen, let's bring on Nick Buckley, who is joining me now. Nick Buckley, what do you think about that? That was Reem. Her thoughts were that we need to sort of understand, or maybe put the parameters out for freedom of speech, because it seems that some things people jump on and literally will call you an Islamophobe or whatever it is to sort of silence you.
See, everybody wants freedom of speech and freedom of expression until they hear something they don't like. So at the moment, we want freedom of speech. But apart from Lee Anderson, he's not allowed to say the words he wants to use. He can't express his thoughts, his feelings, his ideas, using the words he wants to use. We clamp down on him now for that. This is almost the stage of Soviet Russia, Soviet Union. And your guest just said then political correctness. That's what that is. That you can't say those things because they're not politically correct. They may be right, but you can't say it.
Well, I want to bring Reem in again because she was alluding to that, and I wanted her to sort of finish what she was saying, Reem. So just, we sort of went a bit weird, then there were three of me in the screen, and I heard myself back, and then you vanished. I think people at home saw that too. It was pretty odd, wasn't it? Three of Nana. Ah!
We love seeing three of Nana.
There were three.
All the better.
Although there was just half of me, so it wasn't as good, but still. So just finish your point, because you're making a point about freedom of speech.
Yeah, look, I mean, we can't be hypocrites about freedom of expression. We need to ensure that if we're allowing freedom of expression, it's not just people that we necessarily agree with. And look, I mean, I think that many people that are on the pro-Palestine marches, I've got family members that attended some of them who just felt incredibly upset about the situation that's going on in Gaza and in Israel. I mean, my own mother attended marches and said that, you know, she was there because she just wanted to show her solidarity and show how upset she was. Exact same issue with the Iraq war and many other protests that have occurred historically. So I do think that we sometimes jump the gun and effectively use a minority of people who are not there to peacefully protest in order to ban everybody from doing it. And I think that's wrong. If we're going to be pro-freedom of expression, we cannot just be pro-free speech for those that we agree with. Otherwise, it entirely defeats the point.
Well, listen, Reem, thank you so much. That's Reem Ibrahim with her thoughts. Nick Buckley, she said she's right. Freedom of speech, but we have to be able to hear things that we don't want to hear as well.
That's what freedom of speech is. Freedom of speech isn't allowing people to talk that you agree with. It's allowing people to talk that you vehemently disagree with.
But it's freedom of speech within a democracy, and that democracy determines the parameters with which your freedom exists. It's not like an authoritarian or totalitarian state where you don't have any autocracy and somebody will just tell you what's going on. Freedom of speech is within a democracy, and I think that's where people often misunderstand or deliberately misread it. So people on these pro-Palestinian protests will be shouting things from the river to the sea, but within our democracy, we say that that sort of thing is not acceptable if you're being anti-Semitic or you know, Islamophobic or whatever that thing is. So it's freedom of speech, but there are parameters always.
There's parameters. There's different types of parameters. So first of all, you've got the law. So you say something that's against the law, you risk being arrested. Other parameters will be social norms. So that is, you legally can say those things, but if you say those things, I may look down upon you for saying those things. And that might be the risk Lee Anderson would take by using the phrases he used. He didn't break the law, but some people may say, I think slightly less of you now. Other people may go, I think slightly more of you now for saying those things and being controversial and sticking up for whoever you thought you were sticking up for. So there's different parameters on every single time we speak, and we make those judgments ourselves.
Now, I was talking earlier, and I mean, Andy was saying that Sadiq Khan actually doesn't have almost in a sense, he shouldn't be interfering in things where the police are involved. Would you agree with that?
No, he has the power over the police. The mayors are also the police crime commissioner. What the mayors can't do is get involved in day-to-day policing or phone up the chief of police and go, right now on TV, this is happening, I want you to do those things. They can't do that. The mayor writes strategies and policies. So if the mayor writes a strategy to give to the chief constable saying, this is how you handle, this is what I want to see on demonstrations, that's the directive to the chief constable. And if the chief constable doesn't do what the mayor says, the mayor can sack the chief constable.
Exactly. So he has got control. Well, listen, joining me now to discuss this is former Labour MP Stephen Pound. Stephen Pound, thank you very much for joining me this afternoon. Stephen, what are your thoughts on what's just transpired with Lee Anderson being suspended, the whip removed?
I find it absolutely extraordinary. It's as if the Tories are in a death spiral. You know, we all know that freedom to say something that offends no one is no freedom at all. And in Lee Anderson, they've got probably, of all their MPs, the one who most connects with a group of people they're desperately trying to keep. He's the man who actually reaches across to other people. And I have to say, for them to do this on the basis, as far as I can see, of one incident is something which is premature, and it's quite simply makes them look desperate. It makes them look panicking. It looks as though they've been panicked. I don't agree with Lee Anderson's politics, but by heavens, I defend to the death the right for him to express an opinion. And for the Tories to do this, it's bad politics. It's also bad for freedom of speech. And I also think it's bad for a pretty unique voice in British politics, because, to be fair, yeah, and it's probably a good thing, there's no one like Lee Anderson.
No, there isn't. But the argument is that what he said was Islamophobic, and Sadiq Khan even called him racist and things like that, which I don't conflate the two, because Islam is not a race, it's a religion. But what are your thoughts on that particular aspect of it?
I think the idea that Sadiq Khan, throwing that word around a bit, actually demeans and devalues the word racist. Racism is a real and pernicious, foul poison. The minute you start using it in these sort of contexts, you actually devalue it, and it destroys. It's like if you swear, then all the time, then when you do swear, it has no value. Look, as far as I know, Lee Anderson has made a point. I'd like to hear his justification for it. I'd like to hear a bit more from his side. He has a feeling about the Mayor of London, and let's face it, there's many a criticism that can be made, quite valid criticisms about Sadiq Khan. I think Sadiq would accept himself. He's not a perfect human being, but for heaven's sake, in a democracy, do we not have the right to speak our minds? If he said something which is illegal, which is actually inciting racial hatred, which is what the law says, if he's done that, then of course he should be banged up, chucked out of the Tory party and probably put in chokey. But if he's done nothing illegal, then that's a different matter altogether. And I just think, are the Tories really, really that desperate to get rid of their one genuine, authentic voice?
Do you think it's worth them sort of investigating sort of Sadiq Khan's allegiances? Do you think it's worth investigating that? Not that we'd find anything. It'd be his own police force doing it.
Well, here's an odd thing, Nana. In the last 3 or 4 weeks, certainly since the Wellingborough by-election in particular, over a week ago, nobody has been defending the Tory party against Reform UK stronger than Lee Anderson. Lee Anderson has been going out there morning, noon and night saying, ignore the blandishments of Reform UK, who've done very well in Wellingborough, very well in Kings. Ignore that. Stick with the Conservatives. Support the Conservatives. So from a purely party political point of view, it seems ludicrous that their greatest defender at the time, and let's face it, not many other people are going out to defend the Tories against the resurgence of Reform UK. A lot of Tory MPs are looking over their shoulder and wondering how much the annual membership of Reform UK is. You know that, and I know that. For Lee to have gone out and done that, it just seemed to be bad politics. But look, when we had a situation, in the Labour Party, we have our own problems. And we had a situation up in Rochdale. And I have to say, Keir Starmer didn't act precipitously. He waited for 2 days. He did an investigation. He did a drill down. He did due diligence, and then he made a decision. It seems to me that Lee Anderson, of all people, with all that he's done for the Tory party, and sometimes, to be honest, I wish he didn't, but he's done it. He deserves better than this. He deserves a lot better than this.
Wow. Ex-Labour MP Stephen Pound, interesting from you. Thank you so much for your thoughts. Right, well, this is GB News on TV, online and on digital radio. Coming up, more on Lee Anderson's suspension. But first, let's get your latest news headlines.
Nana, thank you very much. It's 5:31, your top stories from the GB Newsroom. Lee Anderson has been suspended from the Tory party. It comes after the former deputy chair said the London mayor had given the capital away and was controlled by Islamists. The Prime Minister was under pressure to react after Sadiq Khan said his deafening silence was condoning racism. A spokesperson for the party's chief whip says the MP was suspended for refusing to apologise for his comments. In a statement, Anderson said, "I fully accept they had no option but to suspend the whip in these circumstances. However, I'll continue to support the government's efforts to call out extremism in all its forms, be that anti-Semitism or Islamophobia." Some breaking news to bring you now. The body of Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny has been handed over to his mother. He unexpectedly died in prison 9 days ago. His death certificate suggested it was of natural causes. His spokeswoman says it's still not clear whether authorities will allow relatives to hold a funeral the way his family wants and the way he deserves. The UK has reaffirmed its commitment to Ukraine, promising £245 million to produce artillery shells as the country's war with Russia enters its third year. The Defence Secretary Grant Shapps says he's proud that since the invasion, the UK has trained 60,000 Ukrainian troops, adding that no one has done as much for Kyiv than the UK. And junior doctors in England have walked out for the 10th time since March last year over a pay dispute. The British Medical Association has asked for a 35% pay rise. The government says that's unreasonable. More than 1.3 million appointments and operations have already been cancelled or rescheduled since industrial action began. For the latest stories, you can sign up to GB News Alerts by scanning the QR code on your screen, or you can go to gbnews.com/alerts.
I'm Christopher Hope.
And I'm Gloria Di Piero, bringing you
PMQ's Live here on GB News. Every Wednesday, we'll bring you live coverage of Prime Minister's questions when Rishi Sunak and Sir Keir Starmer go head-to-head in the House of Commons.
We'll be asking our viewers and listeners to submit the questions that they would like to put to the Prime Minister, and we'll put that to our panel of top politicians in our Westminster studio.
That's PMQ's Live here on GB News, Britain's election channel.
GB News Breakfast. Every day from 6 a.m.
Look, you're a respected royal biographer, and there are so many people who are on the sort of royal gravy train, if you will, people who are making a career out of gossip and speculation. But yours very much built on confidence and sources and facts. And you don't offer an opinion that often inside your book. But when you do, I suppose, therefore, it carries a bit more weight. So when you say that the Sussexes are easily offended and, you know, effectively pretty prickly, what do you mean, and what have you based that on?
Well, on numerous their riposte to any given situation in their books, in their TV interviews. And let's not forget, I mean, a lot of TV interviews, 6-part Netflix drama, Spare, you see time and again that they feel that they feel resentful. They feel that, you know, something hasn't gone their way and that this is part of some sort of calculated campaign against them. And actually, I mean, when you've got a fast-moving story, I mean, for example, in my book, I go into those frantic hours after the death of the Queen, and everybody's trying to sort themselves out. And Harry writes in his book Spare how you know, no one will return his calls and he can't get through to anyone, and it's sort of it's just all a bit me. And actually, the whole kind of royal machine, if you like, is a team effort. And I just think it's very sad because, you know, Harry and Meghan, they had such potential. And now when we do tend to hear from them, on a royal matter, it's just to say how miserable they were being royal. And that was, you know, they were royal for whatever it was, 600-700 days. They're post-royal now for over twice that time.
Envisage a scenario where they're back in England and they're back in royal life?
I can't envisage a situation where they're back, as it were, as part of the sort of royal working unit, but I could certainly see it becoming a kind of normal thing for them to keep.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show. Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else. We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride. Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse. It's news, but it's this close to entertainment. Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, 36 minutes after 5 o'clock. This is GB News. We are live on TV, online, and on digital radio. I'm Nana Akua. Now, if you don't know this news, where have you been? Because Lee Anderson has been suspended from the Tory party after he refused to apologise for his comments. A spokesperson for the Chief Whip has said following his refusal to apologise for comments made yesterday, the Chief Whip has suspended the Conservative Whip from Lee Anderson MP. In response, Lee said this, following a call with the Chief Whip, I understand the difficult position that I have put both he and the Prime Minister in with regard to my comments. I fully accept that they had no option but to suspend the whip in these circumstances. However, I will continue to support the government's efforts to call out extremism in all forms, be that anti-Semitism or Islamophobia. Well, joining me now is Donica McCarthy, economist at The Independent and former special advisor to Michael Gove, Charlie Rowley. Charlie Rowley, I'm coming to you on this, right? Well, you know, Lee Anderson's been suspended. I've got so many comments on my in my inbox telling me how they're all in support of Lee Anderson. I have yet to find one that's saying otherwise.
And I think, look, you know, the reason why he's been suspended is because I think some of the language was, you know, I think as most people have also said, it was a little bit clumsy, a little bit loose, could have been put better in terms of the wording. But I think the reason why there's pressure to suspend him is obviously because Tory MPs have come out to criticise him, not least of all Sajid Javid, Paul Scully, who was a front-runner to be the Conservative Party's candidate for Mayor of London. So talking about how this particular kind of language has increased tensions rather than trying to de-escalate it, which is what you should always be trying to do as a politician. So words do matter, language matters, but you're right, a lot of viewers have got in touch to say that the sentiment of what Lee was trying to articulate is one that, you know, is something that we should be open to talking about. You know, we should be open to talking about communities and the diversity and the challenges that sometimes that brings, and challenges that we're seeing particularly in London under a completely hopeless Mayor Sadiq Khan.
Well, what about Stephen Pound's comments that actually Sir Keir Starmer took time to find out what had actually gone on with his MPs, and then only then did he act on deciding whether he's going to fire someone or suspend someone? And literally within moments, the Tory party have just sort of suspended Lee Anderson quickly without... you know, what do you think of those comments?
Well, I don't agree with Stephen on that, because obviously they've had an opportunity to talk to Lee. They've asked him to apologise, and he obviously said no, and that's why he's been suspended. And by Lee's own statement there, he sort of says he agrees that he's left the leadership, the party leadership and the chief whip, no choice but to withdraw the whip from him. But he'll continue to support the government, and I'm sure you know, when time passes and when actually, you know, Lee will have time to reflect as an MP without the whip now, that he will probably get that whip back at some stage if that's what he wanted.
Monica.
Yeah, I'm very disturbed what Charlie just said. He said that the sentiment of what Lee Anderson said was worthy discussion. I grew up in Ireland. We were very blessed.
Well, it's what views have
well,
said.
we were very
it's
blessed.
what lots of views have said.
Yes, I understand that. Well, when I grew up in Ireland, we had a Jewish mayor of Lord Mayor of Cork, a Jewish Lord Mayor of Dublin, 3 Jewish TDs. And if anybody said they were controlled, the Lord Mayor of Cork was controlled by a Zionist extremists, there'd be outrage.
But had he,
and quite rightly, what he said,
had he ignored
Lee Anderson said today, that the mayor was controlled by the Islamic extremists. That is raw Islamophobia.
Had your person that you're describing, had he ignored the projection of anti-Semitic messages on Big Ben?
The mayor of London, in my view, is we're talking about free speech. And, Lee Anderson is against free speech because he wants the Mayor of London to step in and get rid of the peaceful marches in London.
Well,
and what's wonderful about...
hold on.
Let me finish the point, please.
No, because you made a point that isn't quite correct. He hasn't said that. He's kind of saying that that Sadiq Khan isn't really responding to certain issues, and so he's wondering if he's in the pockets of other people. I think.
No, my understanding is Lee Anderson is against the continuous peaceful marches in London on Palestine. He's against those and wants the mayor to act. And I think that's a free speech issue. I think what we have to remember, what we have to remember about these marches is that they are. I watch the scenes from Palestine and I break my heart. I bawl my eyes out. And what those marches, including me, for 6 weeks, for 3 months, have been calling for a ceasefire. What's really positive is now all the political parties now support that in Parliament, which means that those peaceful marches are achieving their objective to call for a ceasefire, to stop the killing in Gaza.
All right, Donica McCarthy. I was going to call you McDonald because the other one was McDonald. You're McCarthy.
I don't eat hamburgers.
Charlie, right, you don't eat hamburgers. Don't tell me you're a vegan as well.
I'm a vegetarian. Of course I am. Look how fit I am.
Well, listen, before Lee Anderson had the whip removed, here's what the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, had to say.
Comments from a senior Conservative are Islamophobic, are anti-Muslim and are racist. I'm unclear why Rishi Sunak, why members of his cabinet aren't calling this out and aren't condemning this. It's like they're complicit in this sort of racism. And I think the message it sends is Muslims are fair game when it comes to racism and anti-Muslim hatred. It's not good enough in 2024 in the United Kingdom.
He's saying not calling that out and that they're complicit, yet he's not really calling out the stuff with Big Ben and all that kind of stuff, so I don't know. But let's welcome some of our great British voices, their opportunity to be on the show and tell us what they think about the topics we're discussing. Today I've got 4. I'm going to start with Julie in Bedfordshire. Julie, right, well, it's been a big Lee Anderson day. What's your thoughts on it?
I agree, actually, with what Stephen Pound said a little while ago.
where realistically this is his opinion. He's entitled to his opinion. I can absolutely see why they've removed the whip from him, but he's under no obligation to apologise if he believes in what he's saying. And I also agree with the fact that I think the word racism is being used completely and utterly incorrectly here. It isn't racism when someone's talking about religion. Religion isn't a race, as you've already pointed out. So I think it's a shame that he's had his whip removed, but ultimately what he said, I haven't spoken to anybody myself who's disagreed with him.
Right, well, let's go to David in Watford. Thank you for that, Julie.
Hi, Nana. Actually, I agree with what Julie said and everyone else said, but what I'd like to point out, Sadiq Khan has kept quiet about every form of attack on the UK in the process leading up to this comment by Lee Anderson. If he was a genuinely decent person, then he would not allow what has been going on by anyone. And then the first thing he does, as soon as anyone calls him out, he calls them a racist. That's the sign of a true racist. He's not British. He doesn't support Britain. And I think hopefully he'll be de-elected, or whatever you want to call it, the elections.
Well, he would probably argue that he's trying to protect the people of London and that he's calling Lee Anderson out for Islamophobia, which that's what he sees. Let's go to Jonathan there in Cornwall. I haven't got my tea, Jonathan.
I'll send you some more, Nana. I think that's what they're missing, actually, is a good cup of tea. They need to sit down and talk about it and be a bit more open with us about why they've been suspended and, you know, demystify this magical process of suspending people for free speech. It's ridiculous, isn't it?
Do you think? Yeah, well, thank you for that. Interesting thoughts. And lastly, let's go to Brian Dugan in Solihull. Brian.
Well, I think that the Tory party clearly are trying to distance themselves from what he has said. Clearly, there's no one in the country, and this is the party that he's an MP for. There's nobody in the country who disagrees with Lee Anderson. There are many people in the country who disagree with Lee Anderson. It's quite dangerous what he has said. I think it's very clear. You can say, and Nana, I have the utmost respect for you, and you can quite rightly point out that it's not racist, but it's Islamophobic. And that's what's at issue here. And I think it's really dangerous. And this normalisation of what he has said is equally dangerous. Now, you can agree with him if you like. That's your absolute right and point of view. And everybody does have the right to free speech. But we don't have the right to be Islamophobic in our language and in our actions.
You are correct, but just to clarify, Brian, my point there, Brian, my point there was that Sadiq Khan had called this, that he was being racist, and I was pulling him up on that and saying that that's not racist. He could have, if you can call it out, if you think it's Islamophobic, that's fair enough, but Islam is not a race, which is what I called out. All right, thank you so much, Brian Dugan in Solihull, Jonathan Jones in Cornwall. I haven't got my cup, I'm so sorry, Jonathan. David Barr in Watford and Julie in Bedfordshire, lovely to talk to you. Those are the Great British Voices. What are your thoughts? Let's hear your voices. gbviews@gbnews.com. This is GB News. Coming up, more on Lee Anderson.
Tired of the usual focus-tested, pre-prepared Westminster runaround? Well, so am I.
So you want higher taxes?
Is your department to blame for this? Are you rethinking this policy? Every Sunday at 9:30, I'll be sitting down with those in power to get the truth about the issues affecting you. Let's be honest, we've known about the cost pressures of this project for years, not months. That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show with personality. On GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Patrick Christie's Tonight. Weekdays from 9 p.m.
So a new poll has revealed that Gen Z or Gen Z, I don't know how I'm supposed to say it, and British boys and men are more likely to believe that feminism has done more harm than good when compared with older respondents. So the polling also found that a quarter of UK males aged 16 to 29 believe it's harder to be a man than a woman, with 1 in 5 looking favourably upon controversial influencer Andrew Tate. 37% of them also agree that the phrase toxic masculinity is unhelpful. So, with Gen Z boys increasingly holding this view, has feminism done more harm than good? Let me know your thoughts. Email me, gbviews@gbnews.com. Tweet me at gbnews and make sure you take part in our poll. But I'll bring you those results shortly. Going head-to-head on this tonight are author and commentator Anna May Mangan and YouTuber and social media influencer Pearl Davies. Both of you, thank you very much. Pearl, I'll start with you. Has feminism done more harm than good, especially when it comes to these Gen Z boys?
Yes, it has. Feminism really has turned into a bunch of crybaby women that want to complain that we're not given equal opportunity when really women are given more opportunity than men. And so, yeah, I would say feminism is a hate group and it's a bunch of crybaby women.
Anna, would you like to come back to that? Crybaby women feminism, apparently.
So we've got a right lad with us tonight with Pearl and her opinions, haven't we? How could it possibly do harm? Pearl wouldn't do. I hope you vote. I assume you do. I hope you're not chained to the kitchen sink at home. I'm not sure if you've got a job, so I don't know very much about you, but you're probably, if there's a bloke doing the same thing as you, you're probably earning less than him. So of course feminism is something that it got us the vote in the first place, and it's still doing a power of good. It's just whingy men, and actually I changed that. They're lads, they're not men.
2024, a battleground year.
The year the nation decides.
As the parties gear up their campaigns for the next general election.
Who will be left standing when the British people make one of the biggest decisions of their lives?
Who will rise?
And who will fall?
Let's find out together.
For every moment, the highs, the lows, the twists and turns.
We'll be with you for every step of this journey.
In 2024, GB News is Britain's election channel.
Good afternoon. If you just tuned in, 49 minutes after 5 o'clock. This is GB News. We are the People's Channel. I'm Nana Akua. Welcome on board. Now, Lee Anderson, as you know, if you don't know, where have you been? But he's been suspended from the Tory party. He refused to apologise for comments that he made. A spokesperson for the Chief Whip said following his refusal to apologise for comments made yesterday, the Chief Whip has suspended the Conservative Whip from Lee Anderson MP. Lee said this in response following a call with the Chief Whip. I understand the difficult position that I've put both me and he and the Prime Minister in with regard to my comments. I fully accept that they had no option but to suspend the whip in these circumstances. However, I will continue to support the government's efforts to call out extremism in all its forms, be that anti-Semitism or Islamophobia. So let's welcome again to my panel broadcaster and columnist Lizzie Cundy and also trade unionist Andy McDonald. I'm going to put it on there the camera. Yes, Andy, I think it's Andy's. Is it your turn to go next?
Probably, most likely. Who knows?
All right,
Who
Andy.
knows? I'll go first.
Who knows? Go on then, Andy McDonald. All right, Andy, I'll give you a little thing about Bruce. Bruce says here, of course he was going to be suspended, but he is right. That's what people are saying. Steve says, clumsy on his words. I don't think he's clumsy. He's not afraid to speak as he finds, and good on him for it.
I think Bruce maybe knows something that we don't. No one's quite been able to prove that Sadiq Khan is controlled by Islamists, as Lee Anderson alleged. So, I think, Bruce, get in touch. I'd love to see, how he's right that Sadiq Khan is controlled by Islamists.
Well, but I think the point that Lee is making is that even despite all the various things where you would expect someone to step up and stop these things, that they are carrying on. So some of the way the marches have been policed, that whilst they've gone for the far right to get them or whoever they're calling the far right, but yet they're allowing the protests to carry on, even though it feels as though a lot of those are anti-Semitic. Do you know what I mean? The projection onto Big Ben, Tobias Ellwood's house. I mean, these things are all going on.
Well, in fairness, Tobias Ellwood's house, it was his Dorset property, so a bit out of
control. I'm just listing things.
But my question would be, where is Mark Rowley in all of this?
You couldn't even remember his name.
That's the issue. You can't even remember his name. Where is he?
You couldn't remember his name. I told you his name because you.
Well, I'm a regular person.
Mark Rowley,
How do I remember his name?
Why isn't the Mayor of London, as I said, Mark Rowley, doing more? This wouldn't have happened to Lee Anderson if the Met Police had stopped this awful behaviour, these hate marches and the terrible wording up on Big Ben? Where were they? Why couldn't they stop the projection? Why couldn't they just put a card in front of it and say, right, come away with me? Why can't they act? Why can't they do anything?
Yeah.
We're becoming broken, lawless Britain, and I'm scared to go out now. And that's, you know, this is the terrible times we're in. And I want to know another thing. Why is Lee Anderson suspended and not Keir Starmer being looked at into bringing the influence to Lindsay Hoyle? Because why isn't he being brought to task? Why is Starmer...
influencing Lindsay Hoyle with regard to the discussions in that debate? Why is nobody sort of...
So why is Lee Anderson...
He must have suspended and been deflected.
I assume that there will be a referral and a complaint to the Parliamentary Standards Committee, and there will be an investigation, but, you know...
Well, he should be brought to task.
I'm sure that there will be some backbench... I don't know.
But you think
I don't represent the Parliamentary Standards Committee,
you know what the thing is, though? That's the thing, though, isn't it? It just seems, OK, you know, you can take it that Lee Anderson was out of order. You know, he's accepted his words were clumsy. His sentiment was that basically nothing is being done for things where you'd expect some action. So it feels like somebody's in the pocket of somebody else. It does even to me. I'm thinking, you'd think, why is nothing being done about these marches? So that is the sentiment. But the question is, where is Mark Rowley? Why is he not speaking up? And also, Keir Starmer must be looking at this and thinking, that's great, because people are going to forget what happened during the week.
Exactly.
Exactly. That's the whole thing. You know, the original motion was about Gaza. The SNP Labour speaker love triangle influence thing that distracted away from that motion. Now Lee Anderson's comments have distracted away from that thing. I mean, I just wonder what the next big thing that will distract away from Lee Anderson will be.
But nothing ever happens
so bizarre.
to the Labour people when these things go on. Like nothing happened to Zeke. Well, nothing. You know, there's no big outrage. It always seems to be swept under the carpet. Yeah. So Keir Starmer's quietly kept under the radar for everything. It's quite annoying.
He seems to get away with it, like Beergate, you know, all of that. He gets away with it, Keir Starmer. He's so slippery.
Well, listen, crikey, I've just realised that we're running out of time.
Oh, my gosh.
Just suddenly realised. Listen, it's been most entertaining, most interesting. I'll quickly read one of these. John says this is a sideshow to take the pressure off the Speaker situation. Exactly what we were saying, John. And Stephen says Lee Anderson is a man of the people. He loves his country and we love him. His no-nonsense approach to saying what everybody else is feeling. And finally, Aaron says the quickest and easiest way to win a debate in this country now is to unfortunately be offended by what somebody else says who doesn't agree with your views. There is no free speech unless you say what they let you. Yeah, it feels that way. Well, listen, thank you so much to my panel, Andy McDonald, and also to Lizzie Cundy, and to you at home for your company. I will be back tomorrow, same time, same place, 3 o'clock. Danny Kelly and Christine Hamilton will be joining me there. Please join me then. Take care and enjoy your day.
Looks like things are heating up. Boxed boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, good evening. Welcome to your latest GB News weather. I'm Greg Dewhurst. We'll see some frost and fog forming through tonight, but we do have some heavy rain moving into southern parts of England and Wales as we go through Sunday and into Monday, courtesy of this area of low pressure. Met Office warnings already out for this part of the world through into Monday morning. This evening, though, plenty of dry weather across the UK, some clear spells, and this will allow temperatures to fall away overnight below freezing, -7 or 8 across the glens of Scotland. Some mist and fog patches forming, but by the end of the night, cloud and rain pushing into southwest England. So wet start here to Sunday morning elsewhere. A grey start in places, some mist and fog patches. But once these clear, there'll be plenty of sunny spells, particularly across Scotland, Northern Ireland, Northern England. Cloudier generally for the rest of England. Wales, with this rain slowly pushing its way eastwards across southern counties, turning heavy at times. Some localised flooding is possible. For most temperatures near average, 7 to 9 Celsius, 10 or 11, but the strength of the wind just making it feel colder here. For Monday, early rain across the southeast, some uncertainty how quickly this will clear away, but for many after a chilly start, it will be a fine day, plenty of sunny spells, just a few showers, but quite a keen east-northeasterly breeze, particularly in the east. Over the next few days, it stays unsettled with further spells of rain, temperatures generally near or a little above average.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Wake up to the headlines with Headliners every morning at 5 a.m.
We treat you to the day's biggest stories before anyone else, 7 days a week. You can catch up on everything you need to know before you've even had your kippers. Headliners every morning at 5 a.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Martin Daubney, weekdays from 3 p.m.
You have a president in President Biden who's not enforcing the law that was passed by Congress. President Obama, criticize him or not, actually enforced the law and was deporting people that had crossed illegally. Of course, President Trump enforced the law and improved the law to make sure that and worked with Mexico to have the Remain in Mexico policy. Biden has abandoned federal policy. In fact, he's deliberately trying to let in as many immigrants as possible. More for the Democrats, more is better and less is racist.
Just astonishing. And the statement that Greg Abbott put out is really feisty stuff. He said the federal government has broken the contract between the United States and the state of Texas. And the eye numbers, Greg, are simply eye-watering. 6 million illegal immigrants have crossed our southern border in just 3 years, Governor Abbott says. That's more than the population of 33 states
That's
in
right.
the United States. Astonishing numbers.
And Martin, that's just Texas. If you add Arizona and other border states, you know, it's pushing 10 million. By the end of Biden's term, it'll be 11 million. A study by Yale University a few weeks ago, 3 very liberal professors that did the study estimate there's 22 million illegal aliens. So this is a crisis that was created by Biden. It's what he wants. They want unfettered access to the border. They're letting them in. It's a real hardship on the working people of Texas and other border states. And now it's a real hardship on cities that the federal government, as well as the governors of Texas and other states, are sending some of the migrants to those so-called sanctuary cities.
Every Sunday from 11, join Michael Portillo.
There will be topical discussion, looking at the week before and the week to come. So kick back and relax at 11 a.m. on Sundays on GB News with me, Michael Portillo. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good evening, truth seekers. Welcome to Neil Oliver Live on GB News TV and on the radio. As WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange fights extradition to the United States of America in what's been called the most important press freedom case in the world, I'll be joined by his lawyer, Jennifer Robinson. I'll then be joined by friend of the show, Jasmine Birtles, who has been outside the court showing her support in defence of Assange and the freedom of the press. And finally, I'll be joined by Dr. John Campbell to look at whether white fibrous clots, which are being found by coroners, are actually an indication that we may be facing a new disease in this country. All of that in the company of my panellist, friend, presenter, commentator, Tonya Buxton. But first, an update on the latest news from Tatiana Sanchez.
Neil, thank you very much and good evening to your top stories from the GB newsroom. Lee Anderson has been suspended from the Tory party. It comes after the former deputy chair said the London mayor had given the capital away and was controlled by Islamists. The Prime Minister was under pressure to react after Sadiq Khan said his deafening silence was condoning racism. A spokesperson for the party's chief whip says the MP was suspending for refusing to apologise for his comments. In a statement, Anderson said, "I fully accept they had no option but to suspend the whip in these circumstances. However, I'll continue to support the government's efforts to call out extremism in all its forms, be that anti-Semitism or Islamophobia." The UK has reaffirmed its commitment to Ukraine as the country's war with Russia enters its third year. £245 million has been promised to boost critical stockpiles of ammunition. The Defence Secretary says he's proud that since the invasion, the UK has trained 60,000 Ukrainian troops, adding that no one has done as much for Kyiv than the UK. Grant Shapps says the West will keep going for as long as it takes to fight Russian aggression.
This is a package which will help to provide some of the artillery that's required, particularly on the front line, where Russia has really boosted their production levels. So it's massively important now that we stop Putin. It's going to cost us more if he came further, not least, of course, being terrible for our Ukrainian friends, but it would also be disastrous for the rest of the West.
Shadow Defence Secretary John Healey says the war in Ukraine is a global fight.
I think first to recognise that this isn't just Putin fighting on the battlefield in Ukraine. This is a diplomatic, economic and industrial struggle against wider Russian aggression. And we've got to have a broader UK plan to help defend Ukraine and defeat Putin. So that does mean tightening sanctions, as you say, closing supply chain loopholes and looking to seize the Russian assets that have been stolen to reconstructing Ukraine. It also means ramping up our military support.
Meanwhile, the King and Queen have praised Ukrainians for their true valour. King Charles also says he's greatly encouraged by the efforts of the UK and its allies in supporting Kyiv at a time of suffering and need. The monarch was paying his respects at a Ukrainian cathedral in central London, where crowds later gathered to show their support for the country and its people. Commemorations began with an interfaith prayer, and similar services have been held across the country. The body of Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny has been handed over to his mother. He unexpectedly died in prison 9 days ago. His death certificate suggested it was of natural causes. His spokeswoman says it's still not clear whether authorities will allow relatives to hold a funeral the way his family wants and the way he deserves. Junior doctors in England have walked out for the 10th time since March last year over a pay dispute. The British Medical Association has asked for a 35% pay rise, which the government says is unreasonable. More than 1.3 million appointments and operations have already been cancelled or rescheduled since industrial action began. The Health Secretary Victoria Atkins is calling for the strikes to end, saying she wants to see doctors treating patients, not on picket lines.
I want for this to be resolved. I've come to these negotiations with nothing but good intentions and a genuine desire to find a reasonable solution for junior doctors, but also importantly for patients and the public and the taxpayer. So I still want to try and achieve that, but I can only do that if the Junior Doctors Committee plays their part. Walking out of negotiations in November was not reasonable. They know that I want to go further in addition to the up to 10.3% that they have already received into their bank accounts.
And thousands of cards of support have been sent to King Charles following his cancer diagnosis. The monarch laughed as he read one of them, which had a disgruntled dog on the front, saying, "At least you don't have to wear a cone." Around 7,000 cards have been sent from around the world offering good wishes, with one child writing, "Never give up, be brave, don't push your limits." Others shared their own experiences of cancer, urging the king to stay positive. For the latest stories, you can sign up to GB News Alerts by scanning the QR code on your screen or go to gbnews.com/alerts. Now back to Neil.
In the aftermath of the English Civil War and the execution of King Charles I, self-appointed scourge of government corruption Oliver Cromwell stood in Parliament and told the MPs sitting there, MPs who had been squatting in place for 12 years by then, "It's not fit that you should sit here any longer. You've sat here too long for any good you've been doing lately. In the name of God, go." So doing, he put them out and locked the doors behind them. That was April the 20th, 1653, 371 years ago. But I say the time has come again, that the day is long overdue, in fact, to be rid of the whole rotten lot of them. Really, the only question is whether we, the people, should pay for their taxes home one last time or just put them out on the street and let them get on with it. People ask me, what's the solution to the problem, though? I'll tell you where that solution is not to be found, and that's the next general election, or any other. Our democracy has been gelded, and the uniparty is in control instead. As far as I'm concerned, to still be thinking a change of ruling party in that poisoned palace of Westminster will make any difference is the root of all evil. Switching colours, or just leaving them as they are, will change nothing. The creatures that have evolved to thrive there, to climb the greasy pole to power, have also made it a place from which no good can come. My honest opinion is you can't build anything clean for decent people when your foundation is a muck heap and the Palace of Westminster is stacked to the rafters with, well, muck. The fifth labour of Hercules was the clearing out of the mountains of muck from the Augean stables, and the hero had to divert 2 rivers to flush out the filth of years. That's where we are now, with no option but to flush clean and start over. We don't need these politicians. Dear God, save us from the mass of them. We need a torrent of truth to get rid. Last week we were treated to yet another sickening spectacle in that place. The Mother of Parliaments made a whore, the so-called opposition Labour Party leaning on the Speaker of the House, former Labour MP Sir Lindsay Hoyle, to give wriggle room to Labour MPs reluctant to back an SNP call for an unconditional ceasefire to stop the horror in Gaza. Without getting lost in the procedural minutiae of what happened, it looked to me like more of what we've been supposed to get used to in recent years, which is to say corrupt political parties, long since adrift from any honest mooring, any sort of care for people here, the people they're supposedly oath-bound to serve or care for regular human beings anywhere, are making up the rules as they go along to ensure they keep their handlers happy, those handlers being banks and big business, pure and simple. As always, the threats are not just here at home. In France, the government seeks to make it illegal to challenge the safety and efficacy of medical treatments promoted or mandated by that government. The wording of the bill, dubbed Article Pfizer by critics, is as slippery as a person might expect from slimy politicians. No explicit mention of the medical products pushed as vaccines, no mention of Big Pharma, just making it criminal to convince or encourage people to refuse so-called reasonable medical treatment. But the shadows of Big Pharma are unmistakable in the vision of those paying attention who have seen it all before. If the bill gets the signature of the French president, it will make the new crime punishable by up to 3 years in jail, a fine of €45,000. Despite the truth of harms caused being glaring now, so glaring that even the mainstream media can't ignore them any longer, and study after study making plain the damage done by the experimental gene therapies, we had to watch UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak describe those products as unequivocally safe one moment, and then the next acknowledge the government scheme set up to compensate the thousands killed or injured. Over and over, it's the same. All those politicians care about is their puppet master's bottom line. To hell with the health and well-being of the people they are notionally elected to serve. What matters, all that matters, is safeguarding the profits of the transnational corporations that are the destination of anyone following the money. And as always, what slithers into law in one domain will surely slime its way onto the statute books of the rest, so that what's happening in France might soon happen elsewhere and then everywhere. All of this has its roots in 2016, when pesky people in Britain voted for Brexit. And then, on the other side of the Atlantic, more pesky people voted for Donald Trump. Those happenings were what you might call glitches in the matrix, dangerously off-script for the powerful, not supposed to happen. For the first time, and you can be damn sure the powers that be were instantly determined it would be the last time, the democratic will of the people in the UK and in the US defied the intentions of those that thought they had shaped the world in their image and so had it all under control. It was an almighty shock to their system, and so bloody-mindedly they set about quickly finishing the job of rigging the game in their favour. I say everything since, from the so-called pandemic onwards, has been the punishment beating we were seen to deserve. Co-director of the Foundation for Freedom Online, Mike Benz, recently alleged that all of 7 months before the US elections in 2020, intelligence agencies there, in collaboration with big tech platforms all around the world, set in place the means to censor anyone online questioning the safety of mail-in ballots, that process by which people vote in advance. I say again, Mike Benz's research seemed to show that 7 months before the last US election, the US establishment, aka the intelligence military-industrial complex, was demonstrably worried people might be suspicious about a Biden election win seen to have benefited in disproportionate volume from mail-in votes. And so, he says, tech platforms around the world were tweaked so that at a stroke, tens of millions of posts online casting doubt on the legitimacy of mail-in ballots could be censored into oblivion. Benz insists the US establishment set about writing it into law that elections were as much a part of the critical infrastructure of that nation as the power grid, so that anyone asking questions about the legitimacy of the system in place to make elections happen was potentially guilty of nothing less than a cyber attack, which would mean that in the United States, a person posting on social media that they don't trust mail-in ballots is open to conviction of cyber terrorism just by saying as much online. Let me say again, they, and by they I mean the establishment, those that collectively have their hands on the levers of power, are as busy as little bees, and what they're busy doing is making up the rules as they go along in open defiance of the will of the people. They are everywhere. In the World Health Organization, they are pushing through changes to the Pandemic Preparedness Treaty to give unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats the power to insist member states, like the UK, do what they say in relation to climate, disease and much else besides, and not what we the people say via our elected governments. One world government writ large. Mandated medical procedures, anyone? Submission to lockdowns demanded by the WHO? Lockdowns to deal with climate change? All of those and more are coming down the line. Back in the UK, we got the news this week that the Office for National Statistics, our government's preferred source of official data, has changed how it calculates excess deaths. This is surely interesting, to say the least. For years now, the ONS figures for excess deaths, which is to say the number of people dropping dead every day when they were not expected to, when all indications were that they were fit and well, have been alarmingly high, or at least alarming to anyone who doesn't have their eyes shut, fingers in their ears while saying la 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 as loud as their lungs will let them. And for the vast majority of MPs in that toxic hellhole of Westminster, that does indeed mean you. Month after month and year after year since 2021, thousands more people have been dying every month, the young and fit, the otherwise healthy middle-aged, the fit and active elderly, than should have. Up until now, the ONS figures have made that brutally plain. And yet, for reasons that make sense to the ONS, and by extension the establishment, the means by which those totals are tallied, the way that has served us for decades, has all at once been changed, and completely. Dr. John Campbell, who will be a guest later in the show, looked at the fresh figures this week. He showed how in week 21 of September 2023, by the current method, 1,066 people died when not expected to, while by the new method, the excess death toll changed to just 662. That for week 24 of last year, the old method made it 1,172 deaths in excess of expectations, while under the new means it falls to 645. And that while the old method found that in week 32, 427 more people than expected dropped dead, under the new technique we learned that 89 people fewer than might have been expected actually died. Let us imagine how comforting this new method is for those willfully deaf and blind MPs. No more do they have to be pestered by an MP like Andrew Bridgen calling for debates and investigations into excess deaths. Now they can say the ONS data shows there's nothing at all to be worried about. Make no mistake, despite the way the ONS data now makes the figures appear, all of the dead people are still dead, every single one of them. It's just that under the new counting regime, their deaths are no longer deemed excessive. I'd like to be able to explain the changes to the way the deaths are being counted, but here's the relevant page on the ONS website, and I'll confess that the unpicking of that kind of maths is as distant from me as truth is distant from the Palace of Westminster. Here's the thing, the system here and the related systems around the West have been made rotten by a self-described elite that has held on to power too long. The very notion of democracy, that the people hold the power, has been targeted by that self-described elite as the fundamental threat to their authority, and so it's been carefully and deliberately dismantled right under our noses. Will of the people be damned? Now the system is rigged so that our will matters not a jot. If we the people are to regain control, and before any votes in any election might make a difference, we must clear the muck from the stables. To those in Westminster, I refer them all once more to the fabled words of Oliver Cromwell. You've sat there too long. In the name of God, or if you prefer, in the name of all that's good, just go. I'm joined now by friend of the show, Tonya Buxton, commentator, author. Tonya, are they making the rules up as they go along?
Absolutely. And what you said, just go. Just go. We are sick of them. We're sick of the corruption. We're sick of the way that they twist the truth. Exactly what's happening now. Constant twisting of the truth to the point that we're all hopeless. We feel hopeless, but we can't allow that to carry on, because if we do, then there will be no change. In one way, I think they're succeeding. They, in plain sight, lie to us, twist the rules, tell untruths, lie, and convince us that we're going mad. We know that they convinced us during lockdown when so many of us were screaming, this is going to hurt the children, this is going to hurt so many people. They made us feel like we were the bad guys, we were trying to kill our grandmothers. When it was just plain to see that if you lock people in houses all this time, children can't mix with other children, this is what's going to happen. So much of it is lies. They made us feel that we have no choice, that there's nothing we can do, but there is.
And now this week or thereabouts, there's a new study has come out, the biggest yet conducted. I think it's 100 million people in 8 countries. And lo and behold, the conclusion has been drawn that the products pushed as vaccines caused deaths and harm. Mm-hmm. And suddenly, a lot of the same people that were in the business of shaming and silencing and censoring so-called anti-vaxxers, who were just people with questions, are now out there in the same space, suddenly asking questions. It's sickening.
It's so sickening. And when you question these people, in particular the journalists, because where were the journalists? They say, yes, but we were given a narrative, an agenda, we had to follow it. And I was like, but you're journalists. It's your job not to do that. What happened during that time? Because I don't think they're all bad, sinister, corrupted, conflicted people. But just somewhere along the line, they lost themselves.
And of course, in the case of Julian Assange, which is live now and that we're going to discuss in a moment, the journalists were shown what will happen to journalists that tell the truth. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Well, that's what he did. He published undeniably true information. And for that, a crime's being created.
He's in prison for being a proper journalist. How can that be? How can that be in Britain? How can that be happening in the free world?
We will consider answers to those questions after the break. Julian Assange has indeed launched his final appeal against US extradition. Lawyers for the WikiLeaks founder have told London's High Court he faces a flagrant denial of justice. I'll be joined by one of them, Jennifer Robinson. Don't go anywhere.
Every Sunday from 11, join Michael Portillo.
There'll be topical discussion, looking at the week before and the week to come. So kick back and relax at 11 a.m. on Sundays on GB News with me, Michael Portillo. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan. Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks. The admission's free.
Britain's newsroom, weekday mornings from 9:30.
When you listen to Nigel Farage's assessment there, do you feel that maybe this is as good as it was going to get, given that we had the pandemic and it was inevitably always going to be a bit of a mixed bag?
Well, I think it's a bit of a poor excuse from Nigel there that they haven't done it properly. The facts are, Nigel, that it's not worked. It's not going to work. Yes, we will rejoin. I mean, are we better off for it? Are they...
Can I jump in there, Charlie?
We're going to rejoin under which government? Because Labour aren't going to do that, unless you don't think...
But I mean, it's going to be unavoidable not to join, because I think it's getting worse and worse for us. I mean, let me just say this. Are the NHS better because we're out of Europe? No, they're not, because they're not employing more staff. Is the building trade better off? No. Is travelling abroad or to the EU or staying in the EU, are we better off? No. Are we better off because foods rise because of the EU? No. Are we better off with imports and export? No, because they're taking longer. The overall result is that we're not better off. The killer point here is 57% of the public would now vote to remain. 33% would leave. Surely that's the telling point.
It depends on the pollster, Charlie, because we were talking to a very good pollster earlier who said there's no enthusiasm for any change in a year. Maybe 10 years, they might be thinking about it.
Belinda de Lucia, let's bring you in. I'm sure you want to react to what Charlie said.
I mean, who would have thought that the UK wanting to run its own affairs and making our politicians more accountable would be so revolutionary? EU Parliament voted a majority to get rid of the vetoes, the last remaining scraps of democracy that the EU had. Now, luckily for EU citizens at the moment, you know, it means a treaty change to actually go forward. But that is the mood. The ever closer union. We have dodged a federalised, globalist, international, power-gobbling, anti-democratic organisation, and that's worth more than a few trade and travel perks for a few wealthy people in this country.
Hear, hear. Belinda de Lucia, Charlie Mullins, great to see you both.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my 2 comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. The US government says Julian Assange created a grave and imminent risk to agents overseas when his WikiLeaks website published classified US documents. They argue he went a considerable way beyond the role of a journalist in gathering information. Assange's supporters say he's a hero who's been persecuted for exposing US wrongdoing. I'm joined by his lawyer, Jennifer Robinson, to examine the case further. Thank you so much for being here, Jennifer. Are we witnessing, right before our eyes, the creation of a new crime, which is a publisher publishing the truth?
Well, that's exactly what Julian Assange is being prosecuted for. We're seeing it's the first time in history the US is using the Espionage Act against a publisher. And even the New York Times, the Washington Post, mainstream media organisations are saying this is criminalising public interest journalistic practices that we engage in all the time. So that's what he's being prosecuted for. Journalism.
One of many things that leaps out right away is if he as a publisher is guilty of something by dint of having published, what about all of the mainstream publishers just in this country, the mainstream titles who also published that information? Are they next in line for extradition?
I think it's naive to think that this precedent won't be used against the rest of the media. Julian is being prosecuted for engaging in journalistic activity. We talk about the New York Times problem. You cannot distinguish between what Julian Assange does and what the rest of the media does. And when you've got a president like President Trump calling the media the enemy of the people, it's not enough to say that, well, he's something different to the mainstream media. This will apply to them. This indictment is absolutely criminalising journalism.
Can you work within for us the extradition treaty? Because as I understand it as a layperson, where there's the threat of death, you're not supposed to be extradited. And where it's on political motivation, you're not supposed to be extradited.
That's right.
And yet that feels like, to a layperson, what is happening to Julian Assange.
That's exactly right. The US-UK treaty prohibits being extradited for a political offence. Espionage is the typical political offence. So the very basis for any extradition request from the United States prohibits the kind of request they've made. And so we say it's unlawful. He should not be extradited. The other very concerning aspect of this case is that the facts on the indictment, as charged, could, once he's extradited to the United States, form the basis of new charges that could attract the death penalty, aiding the enemy, for example, or conspiracy to aid the enemy, which is a provision under the Espionage Act. If he is this should be prohibited. And we heard in court this week judges asking US counsel for the Home Secretary saying, well, if he's extradited, could he face the death penalty? They said yes. And he said, well, is there any protection against it? They said no. And so there has been no assurance from the United States protecting him against that potential exposure to the death penalty, and that is not permitted.
Tonya, I said, you heard me say, they're making up the rules as they go along. Now, what Jennifer's saying there sounds just like that. You know, the standing treaty says you can't do this, you can't do that. And they say, well, we will.
It's the extreme hypocrisy of it all as well. They're saying, when people are arguing against him, they say, well, he caused the death. He could have caused the death of people that were working with the American government, whatever. How many deaths did Biden cause when he pulled the soldiers out of Afghanistan and left all the people that were aiding the American government there then? How many deaths does he cause? Is he going to go to jail for the deaths that he caused? It's the hypocrisy of it all that is unbelievable. But the main thing is that Julian Assange has been in prison, is in prison now, for being a journalist, a proper, true journalist, which we know has died in the free world. So it's of the utmost importance that he needs to be freed now and without any charge at all, because all he did was do his job properly as a journalist, telling the truth.
What is it? How is Julian Assange? I mean, I know it was reported that he wasn't fit to take part, not even by, remote camera or whatever. This has been going on for such an unimaginably long portion of one man's life, this limbo.
He's been under restrictions on his liberty since 2010. He was in the embassy for 7.5 years protecting himself against the risk of US extradition, which is exactly what happened the moment he was dragged out of there by British police. He was served with a US extradition request. And more than 5 years now in a high-security prison. His health has deteriorated significantly over this time, and the accepted medical evidence in the British courts is that if he's extradited to the United States, the oppressive prison conditions he will face, combined with his depressive illness, his autistic diagnosis, will cause his suicide. So when you hear his wife say this is a matter of life or death, if he's extradited, the prison conditions he could face could result in his death. And so when you're sitting in Belmarsh prison, in isolation, as he is, staring down the prospect of extradition to those conditions, it has a serious toll on your mental and physical health.
And where are we now as a Western culture with rule of law, with notions like habeas corpus, the idea that you are not to be destroyed or in any way ruined or stripped of your life and property until you've faced a jury of your peers, and cruel, unusual punishments and prohibitions against those. And yet, as a civilization, we're watching in real time, round the clock, that very thing happening to one publisher. That's all he is. He's a publisher.
He's a publisher who's won journalism awards the world over and been nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize for the very same publications for which the US want to put him in prison for the rest of his life. Face 175 years in prison. But it's not just the breakdown, it's the breakdown of the rule of law. We ran a number of abusive process arguments in this case. So I have been spied on. The rest of Julian's legal team has been spied on. Legally privileged material has been seized. His medical appointments have been spied on. The CIA plotted to kidnap and kill him. You can't make up what has happened in this case, and yet it continues. We saw earlier Espionage Act prosecutions under the Nixon administration thrown out for far less abusive process than this, and yet in this era, under a Biden administration, this prosecution continues despite these incredible incursions on civil liberties and indeed legal privilege.
Tonya, what does this say to you about our blessed British judicial system? What faith do you have?
None at all. And look at our system and look at what we're saying about Russia at the moment. Are we not exactly the same now then? If somebody's died, if he gets extradited, and even if he doesn't, he's in Belmarsh, top security prison, just for being a journalist. It's unbelievable that this is happening in today's age. I mean, I don't understand why people aren't protesting more. I don't understand why the media isn't protesting more. What's happened to our soul? What's happened to the fact that what's right must be right? What's going on in the world?
You're right to ask questions about the protest and the safety of our souls, but we'll have to go into a break at the moment. But Jennifer, you're going to stay, and we're going to continue this discussion with Jasmine Birtles, who'll be familiar to viewers of the show, and who has been taking part in the protest. What does it all mean for the freedom of the press? You're watching Neil Oliver live on GB News.
When the news happens, it happens here.
And really important breaking news.
Breaking news this morning.
On TV, radio and online, the news starts here on Britain's Newsroom.
All the biggest stories and the answers that you need from across the UK and beyond.
Join Britain's Newsroom from 9:30 on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sunday mornings from 9:30.
We had Grant Shapps on last week. He was talking about how defence spending is now creeping up to 2.25% of GDP. Ben Wallace's predecessor suggested it should be 3%. We hear that we've got the smallest army, I think, since the Napoleonic Wars. Numbers are down. There's a question as to whether we can staff frigates in the Red Sea. Why haven't we sent aircraft carriers? What's your impression of the situation?
Well, I don't think it matters how much you spend, it's how effectively you spend it. And we spend it very ineffectively. We have lots of scandals about defence spending. And I think partly because of the monopoly position of some of our defence suppliers, we don't get good value and we don't get reliability. This latest story in the Telegraph is that HMS Diamond, which is our ship, which is out there defending the Red Sea, doesn't have the capability of firing a missile from the ship to the land, so it can't participate in the attacks on the Houthis. So in order that we can participate in the attacks, we're flying RAF aircraft from Cyprus, which is a very long way away. When I was Defence Secretary, I ordered cruise missiles for our nuclear-powered, but not nuclear-armed submarines. And I think we have 6 or possibly 7 of those. But last autumn, it was reported that 5 of those were out of commission, were not available. We have about 21 aggressive surface ships. So we've got 2 aircraft carriers, then we've got frigates, and we've got destroyers. But at any one time, you can count on about half of those not being available because they're under refit or whatever. So we have a minimal surface fleet now. And for whatever reason, it doesn't seem that we're able to deploy a submarine to the area that can fire cruise missiles. Our 2 aircraft carriers, built at enormous expense, are sitting in Portsmouth.
Which seems to most people ludicrous,
well,
at least with what's going on.
It doesn't seem ludicrous to me.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my 2 comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. Allegedly, Julian Assange put lives at risk by releasing classified US documents and should be extradited to face justice. A High Court hearing has been told. But what is he really guilty of, and what does it all mean for the rest of us? Joining me now is staunch supporter of Assange and all he stands for and by. So much so that she's been outside the Royal Courts of Justice this week. Jasmine Birtles, familiar face for anyone familiar with this show. I suppose I've got to ask you what that was like, what you saw and what it was that you were a part of.
Well, there were a good number of people considering the weather. It was really cold, windy, wet, but there were a lot of people standing there with their umbrellas, really, firmly supporting Julian Assange. There were quite a lot of speakers. We had people who were journalists. We had people from the National Union of Journalists. We had people who were speaking about all sorts of human rights. It was a whole sort of human rights event, really, and people were coming and going. So it was active, yeah.
We've seen in other contexts the very nature, the very behaviour of protesting vilified in this country.
Very much so.
What does that tell us?
Well, it's very worrying. The idea, the very idea that our government could suggest that peaceful protest should not be allowed is a total blow to democracy. And I'm pleased to see that on both sides of the fence, right and left, so-called left and right, there have been complaints about this. So it's gone a bit quiet, but I was very concerned when there were these suggestions that we might not be allowed to peacefully protest.
And I think it's worthwhile, have you been a lifelong protester about issues?
Do you know, I haven't. I protested against the Iraq War. That was a huge one, and I remember being furious for years afterwards that it did nothing. Blair went on with what he was doing, but then nothing until 2020, and then I was protesting every single month. I was out there angry against lockdown, against enforced vaccinations, against all the surveillance and authoritarianism that has crept or really been imposed on us in the last 4 years. I'm totally against it, and I will continue. And I do think that it actually does make a difference. I think that when you have a lot of people, obviously the more the merrier, really, but when you do have people actually out on the streets, even though it may not be covered by mainstream media, and ours weren't for 4 years pretty much, they weren't covered, the powers that be know that it's there. They've got the helicopters going. They know that there's a significant body of people that are willing to get off their sofas and actually go outside and complain and shout. It is noticed, I think.
Jennifer, from obviously you're at the eye of the storm, how much does it matter to see when you turn up of a morning and there are people there who are, standing in defence of freedom?
It sends a strong signal to the government and even to the court that people care about these issues. And certainly it's wonderful for Julian to see that kind of support out in the street for him. And frankly, I hadn't seen a protest like that outside court before, what we saw this week for Julian. And it was really heartening to see that kind of support out on the street.
So one of the problems with Julian's case, I think, is it's been going on for so long. A lot of people who are actually quite awake, very interested in democracy, etc., they've forgotten what it's about. They have a vague idea that he's somewhere, he's in prison. A lot of people are like, oh, is he still with the Ecuadorian place? And a lot of people have forgotten what the issue was, and they have to be reminded. And so I think that's a bit of an issue, really, at the moment, that they don't know.
Jennifer, how much was made of the fact that as the US was challenged about, that they haven't been able to name anyone who was hurt on account of anything that was published? Has that made any kind of dent in any of their armour?
Well, I think it's important to point out these are allegations that are made about Julian Assange all the time and about the WikiLeaks publications. On the US's own case and their own affidavit evidence before this court, there is no evidence that anyone was physically harmed as a result of these publications. And the US government case, even in the arguments for the court this week, focused on the potential risk for harm, while completely ignoring the war crimes that were revealed, the thousands of civilians killed in Iraq by the Americans that was revealed by WikiLeaks, the immense US state criminality that was revealed by WikiLeaks. So why are we talking about the capacity for these publications to cause harm when the publications themselves showed the harm caused by the United States? Why are we not talking about that? And that was a key part of our argument this week.
And they don't want to, do they? Because really, essentially, the CIA has been embarrassed, massively embarrassed. We've seen now in living colour what the CIA has been doing. And they don't really care. I mean, I'm sure they don't really care about who's been harmed, who hasn't been harmed. The whole thing is their embarrassment, that it's been shown all the wicked things that they have done, and that I think it's revenge. They're out for revenge. It's not justice. It's just revenge. Hence, Mike Pompeo basically wanting to have him murdered. And that's what I think would. I mean, you've said it already. If he goes back to America, that's essentially what will happen. He'll be murdered in some way.
Tonya, we should just be ashamed of ourselves, really, shouldn't we? That this is happening here on our... This is happening on our watch.
But the point is that thousands of people were murdered because of American actions, and the CIA were behind most of it. Why are the CIA not being disbanded? Why are they not being drawn up in front of a court of the people that should be judging them for their behaviour that they've allegedly been doing on our behalf? Why? What they're trying to do is subterfuge, isn't it? Don't look at what we've done, look at what this guy's done. And then they made up all these other things about Julian Assange that they got into the press. It's so sinister. It's so sinister that we don't have truth anymore, and that lying and harming people and going into wars we shouldn't go into, interfering, us good guys, we are the barometer of democracy, we are the way people should be. We're not. We have become the bad guys, and we need to identify that, and we need to change it. And by allowing Julian to go home, to go back to Australia, that's one step towards doing that.
Yeah. I know I'm not going to ask you to predict anything and preempt anything, but what are the choices, so to speak? What are the range of outcomes that we might see?
Well, this is an application for permission to appeal, so the judges could grant permission, and then we'll be in the appeal process here in the British courts for however long, another year or two. If we're unsuccessful, the Home Secretary will order his extradition There's no further domestic appeals, and we'll be then left to apply to the European Court of Human Rights. We're prepared for that. We have an application ready to go, and we believe we have strong grounds to go to Europe, and that the European Court ought to order provisional measures to stop him from being extradited.
Would your declared, in that event, would your declared intention to appeal to the court in Europe keep Julian Assange here, or would the extradition happen at the same time as you sought to pursue it into Europe?
If the European Court orders provisional measures, the British government has an obligation to keep him here until such time as the European Court makes its decision.
But why can't he be on house arrest? I mean, ultimately, he's been in prison, a high-security prison, which he's doing time for telling the truth, which is mind-blowing. He's doing time for telling the truth. At least if he's going to do that, why are they not allowing him to be under house arrest? Why does he have to be treated like he's some vicious rapist, murderer, paedophile, where he's in top security? Why?
Is he regarded as some sort of flight risk in the event of not actually being behind bars?
Our bail applications have so far been unsuccessful because of the history of him going to the Ecuadorian embassy. This is the stated reasoning of the judges, that he's gone to the Ecuadorian embassy to seek asylum. They say fled British justice. This case has gone on so long. It's disproportionate to keep him in prison this long. He's got a wife and 2 little kids in this country. I think that this justice would be served by allowing him out of prison while we exhaust our remedies available here.
Of course, you know, the British government essentially is the lapdog of the American government. I mean, we know it, we see it over and over, and I do feel that this is an entirely political event. The British government is just behaving in the way that it thinks America wants to do, or is being told by America that, you know, what they want them to do. And this, I'm sure, is a worry for you, Jen, that you're concerned that there will be pressure on the judges here to just do essentially what America, or the CIA, wants them to do.
Well, I certainly hope the British judges would show the independence that our system is famous for. My concern is that, you know, we have the Australian government support. My concern is trying to get him out and to get him home to Australia. The Australian government is now with us and is raising this matter with the United States. And I would like to think that the United States will start to listen to Australia. We're in a special relationship. I'm an Australian citizen. We're in a special relationship with the United States. Our government has said we want this to come to an end. We want him to come home. So my hope is that America will start to listen.
The world is watching. That's perhaps the most we can say. Jasmine Birtles, Jennifer Anderson, and Tonya, who's going to stay with me. Thank you so much for your contributions this evening. Keep us up to date, if you will.
Thank you.
On to another break, after which I'll be speaking to Dr. John Campbell to discuss findings from recent autopsies which may indicate we have a new and so far unknown disease amongst us. Don't go away.
I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard. I think there's a chance here for a diversity of opinion to be expressed, which you don't find elsewhere. It's really exciting.
We don't hold back. We're free to say how decisions that are taken here
affect us all around the country. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain. Weekdays from midday.
Elon Musk has announced that the first patients to receive a groundbreaking brain implant from Neuralink is recovering well.
This is all a bit odd. The product, called telepathy, uses a robot to surgically place a computer chip in a region of the brain that controls movement.
Yes, Elon Musk says that the first goal is to enable people to control a phone or a computer just by thinking. He says that initial tests show promising signs of brain activity, meaning that patients with paralysis could one day overcome their conditions.
Not sure about this one. Joining us to discuss this breakthrough is applied futurist Tom Cheesewright. Tom, this sounds, well, slightly terrifying.
I certainly think a lot of people will be thinking this is something out of a sci-fi horror rather than reality. But this is a technology that's been a long time coming. We've been developing direct brain-computer interfaces for a long time, mostly for the sort of therapeutic reasons that are the initial goal, at least, of Elon Musk's Neuralink, to allow people who are perhaps quadriplegic to have direct control via their brains of initially a smartphone, and maybe ultimately artificial limbs or a wheelchair.
It does seem fascinating how quickly this technology is moving on. I saw demonstrations perhaps a year or two ago of people playing a very simple Pong game just by thinking, moving sort of one line on a screen up and down. This seems like potentially there has been a breakthrough that means far more complex things can be controlled just by thinking.
Well, there's lots of different aspects to this technology. The initial attempts to interface with the brain used actually quite thick prongs almost that went into the brain, and they were quite solid, and so if the brain moved, they could potentially cause damage.
I'm Christopher Hope.
And I'm Gloria DiPiero, bringing you
PMQ's live here on GB News. Every Wednesday, we'll bring you live coverage of Prime Minister's questions when Rishi Sunak and Sir Keir Starmer go head-to-head in the House of Commons.
We'll be asking our viewers and listeners to submit the questions that they would like to put to the Prime Minister, and we'll put that to our panel of top politicians in our Westminster studio.
That's PMQ's live here on GB News, Britain's election channel.
Welcome back. Now, Dr. John Campbell, who's also a familiar face on this show, says the evidence is physical. It exists. You can see it, feel it, put it under a microscope. It's real. He's referring to blood clots being found by coroners, morticians and those who look after the bodies of the dead. Dr. John Campbell joins me now. Hello, John. Thank you for making time.
Always a pleasure, Neil. Thank you.
What are we looking at? What are we seeing? And I think we have footage and imagery to give people a glimpse.
It really is like something out of a low-grade novel, Neil, isn't it? You've got this new, or apparently completely new pathology being found in dead bodies around the world. And we know that these have been found, these strange, mysterious, long, rubbery white clots have been found in bodies in the United Kingdom, the United States, Canada, New Zealand, Australia. Now, I've actually heard about these some time ago, but I didn't realise how abundant they were. And then I was interviewing Major Tom Haviland, who's a data analyst in the States. And he's actually reached out to 269 embalmers with an average of 15 years experience each, embalming about 100 bodies a year on average per person. And in the year 2023, 73% of these embalmers have observed these strange, white, stringy, rubbery clots. Really quite incredible. And if you take into account the embalmers that didn't see any, it was still in 20% of the dead bodies. And it seems to be pretty similar in the United States and in the United Kingdom. And we really don't know what these are. These are a new pathology. And as you said in the introduction, this is real. It's not a bad story. These rubbery clots that can be an inch long or can be up to 30 inches long are there and have been pulled out of the arterial systems and the venous systems of dead bodies. And there's some anecdotal reports of them being pulled out of living bodies by surgeons as well. But we know for sure in about 20% of dead bodies. And these didn't occur prior to 2020. So previously they'd never heard of. In 2020, some people saw very small numbers, but then lots in 2021, 2022, 2023.
As someone immersed in the medical world, the medical fraternity, do you get a sense that anyone anywhere is putting serious consideration into all of the possible explanations for where something new has appeared in the last handful of years?
Not really. I don't really get that impression, Neil. And in fact, the way that postmortems are done, well, firstly, there's fewer postmortems done in the United Kingdom at the moment, and I believe in the United States. But the way they're done, they take out blocks of organs and don't really analyse the vascular system in that much detail. And one of the undertakers I was talking to on this, he'd actually got a body that had been post-mortemed, autopsied, came back into his facility. He was trying to embalm this body because relatives wanted viewings. And as he was looking at the body and he couldn't get the embalming fluid around the body. And he pulled out a 30-inch clot from the femoral artery in the leg. It really is quite incredible. The big question, of course, is when did these clots form? Were they forming or starting to form in the months, weeks, hours before death? Is it a peri-death phenomena? Is it a post-mortem only phenomena? It does appear that there are some cases where these occurred in life. But either way, it doesn't matter. I've talked to about 20 doctors around the world now, including 3 or 4 medical professors, a couple of pathologists, and many doctors and physicians and surgeons, and they'd never heard of this. This does appear to be a genuinely new pathology.
John, bear with me while I involve Tonya, who's in the studio with me. What do you think, Tonya? You look at a sudden emergence of a new medical phenomenon.
Global phenomenon. And what have we done
Would you like to speculate?
Well, what have we done differently globally that we haven't done before 2020, 2021? We all know what it is. We all know what it could well be. And yet we are restricted from saying out loud what we truly believe it to be, because we don't live in a free world anymore. What's the big thing that we've done different? We all know it.
John, how is it? How does it feel to be operating in a world where speculating about things that appear quite obvious is somehow forbidden ground? You know, this is the new reality for the likes of us.
It's rather frustrating. I mean, in the 1950s and early 1960s, Austin Bradford Hill and Richard Doll believed that lung cancer might be caused by cigarette smoking. And in 1965, Austin Bradford Hill came out with a set of criteria where we can adjudicate these sort of things. And we have these criteria. We have the pathologists, we have the histologists, we have the cytologists. We could analyse this properly. We could use these Bradford Hill criteria. Is there a correlation? How big is that correlation? Is there consistency between different countries? Are there other possible explanations? Does a particular cause follow a particular cause? Is the effect come after the cause and not the other way around? And this is clearly an effect of something. Is there this temporal correlation? Is there a biological gradient? Are there plausible mechanisms? Is there coherence? Is there experimental evidence? Is there analogy? And potentially, is there reversibility? We know all these things. We could do all these things, work out what the heck is going on here. And it really seems strange that this isn't all over the medical literature as a brand new pathology.
Tonya, you know, we do know that, you know, billions of people around the world had in the last few years a new medical product introduced to their bodies.
Yes.
And yet we're not, it would appear from what John's saying that no serious consideration is being made about the emergence of a new symptom, a new post-mortem symptom.
Because we are run and governed by Big Pharma. And Big Pharma have a lot of money to make, and they don't want us to actually have this open and honest conversation about what is suddenly appearing in our bodies, in the bodies of our children, the bodies of our parents.
And while I have you, John, the new way of calculating excess deaths to which I referred, just a quick answer. How much of a surprise was that for you?
Not much of a surprise, Neil. It's good to know that so many fewer people died in 2023 than we thought had. You know, I thought we had a bit of a problem for a minute, so it's all quite a relief. I mean, it just beggars credulity, doesn't it? You know, we don't like the figures. Politicians are being embarrassed. So, hey-ho, you change the way that these deaths are being
Running
reported.
out of time, John. Credulity well and truly troubled. Thank you so much for being with me, if only briefly, John. I'm afraid that's really all it is, all I have time for this week. A big thank you to all of my guests, especially you, Tonya. Thank you for staying with me to the end. But a big thank you to all my guests. Next up, it's the Saturday 5, and I will see you next week on Neil Oliver Live.
Looks like things are heating up. Boxed boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, good evening. Welcome to your latest GB News weather. I'm Greg Dewhurst. We'll see some frost and fog forming through tonight, but we do have some heavy rain moving into southern parts of England and Wales as we go through Sunday and into Monday, courtesy of this area of low pressure. Met Office warnings already out for this part of the world through into Monday morning. This evening, though, plenty of dry weather across the UK, some clear spells, and this will allow temperatures to fall away overnight below freezing, -7 or 8 across the glens of Scotland. Some mist and fog patches forming, But by the end of the night, cloud and rain pushing into southwest England. So wet start here to Sunday morning elsewhere. A grey start in places, some mist and fog patches. But once these clear, there'll be plenty of sunny spells, particularly across Scotland, Northern Ireland, Northern England. Cloudier generally for the rest of England. Wales, with this rain slowly pushing its way eastwards across southern counties, turning heavy at times. Some localised flooding is possible. For most temperatures near average, 7 to 9 Celsius, 10 or 11, but the strength of the wind just making it feel colder here. For Monday, early rain across the southeast, some uncertainty how quickly this will clear away, but for many after a chilly start, it will be a fine day, plenty of sunny spells, just a few showers, but quite a keen east-northeasterly breeze, particularly in the east. Over the next few days, it stays unsettled with further spells of rain, temperatures generally near or a little above average.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Lee Anderson's Real World. Fridays from 7 p.m.
Dr. Jane Jones, who's the clinical lead for Care After Combat.
Yep.
Jane, thanks for coming. And just tell me a little bit about your organisation. What do you do?
OK, well, thank you for having me here so we can talk about Care After Combat. So we are an organisation, a charity, who work into the prison system, working with military veterans who've somehow got involved with the justice system and...
So there's quite a high population of ex-servicemen and women in our prisons. Why is that, do you think?
So 2014, the government did a review of who was resident in UK prisons, and what they found were that military veterans are the highest occupational group, and this obviously raises some concerns. Yeah. So the government wanted to do something about that, and so they supported Care After Combat initially, just as a scoping exercise, really, to see if there was any way we could help these men and women actually, you know, understand the problems that led to offending behaviour and go on to lead successful lives.
So what sort of offending behaviour are we talking typically for people that's in prison that's actually served in our armed forces?
Primarily, it's violence.
Yeah.
So that is the highest offence that we work with.
Okay.
But of course, the military, as with everybody else, it's the full range of offending behaviour.
OK, so we're in a pub, Jane, Dr. Jane, and I guess for some people, you know, the odd tip of alcohol is good, a bit of fun of a weekend, relax, let your hair down. But for some people, alcohol is not always their best friend, and I guess that plays a part in some of your veterans that end up inside.
Absolutely. So speaking from my own experience, a good 2/3 of the people I work with have some kind of mental health problem or mental health difficulty, struggling to either adapt into civilian life or with some of the traumas they've experienced during service. People might self-medicate with alcohol to manage some of those thoughts and feelings.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan. Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks. The admission's free.
Have a great Saturday night with me, Leo Curse, on the Saturday Night Showdown. It's a crazy world out there, so come and make fun of it with me, my panel of comedians, and a couple of people who actually know what they're talking about. This Saturday Night Showdown is your front row ticket to the clown show, every Saturday, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel. Have a great Saturday night with me, Leo Curse, on the Saturday Night Showdown. It's a crazy world out there, so come and make fun of it with me, my panel of comedians, and a couple of people who actually know what they're talking about. This Saturday Night Showdown is your front row ticket to the clown show, every Saturday, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
It's Saturday night, and this is the Saturday Five. I'm Darren Grimes, along with Albie Amoncona, Ben Leo, Benjamin Butterworth, and Belinda DeLucy. Tonight on the show,
Lee Anderson should apologise to Sadiq Khan.
I want to celebrate dad bods.
We need to stop all legal aid funding for Shamima Begum immediately.
It's time Rishi Sunak kicked out Liz Truss and the Trumpite Tories.
And a world exclusive from Boris Johnson in Ukraine. It's 7 p.m. and this is the Saturday 5. Welcome to the Saturday 5. In the House of Commons, it's been a week of rows, arguments and people's integrity being called into question. And if you want a break from such ugly scenes, then I'm afraid you've come to the wrong place. However, no debates will be cancelled here and nobody will be walking out either. If we haven't got rid of Benjamin Butterworth by now, we're never going to manage it. He's here, as usual, along with other argumentative types in the form of Belinda DeLucy, Albie Amankona and Ben Leo. Now, everyone's going to get around 60 seconds to outline their argument about a chosen topic. Then we all pile in and the backstabbing begins in earnest. And of course, we want to know your views as well. Get in touch by emailing gbviews@gbnews.com. But before we start tearing each other apart, it's your Saturday Night News with Tatiana Sanchez.
Darren, thank you. Your top stories from the GB newsroom. Lee Anderson has been suspended from the Tory party. It comes after the former deputy chair said the London mayor had given the capital away and was controlled by Islamists. The Prime Minister was under pressure to react after Sadiq Khan said his deafening silence was condoning racism. A spokesperson for the party's chief whip says the MP was suspended for refusing to apologise for his comments. In a statement, Anderson said, "I fully accept they had no option but to suspend the whip in these circumstances. However, I'll continue to support the government's efforts to call out extremism in all its forms, be that anti-Semitism or Islamophobia." The UK has reaffirmed its commitment to Ukraine as the country's war with Russia enters its third year. £245 million has been promised to boost critical stockpiles of ammunition. The Defence Secretary says he's proud that since the invasion, the UK has trained 60,000 Ukrainian troops, adding that no one has done as much for Kyiv than the UK. Grant Shapps says the West will keep going for as long as it takes to fight Russian aggression.
This is a package which will help to provide some of the artillery that's required, particularly on the front line, where Russia has really boosted their production levels. So it's massively important now that we stop Putin. It's going to cost us more if he came further, not least, of course, being terrible for our Ukrainian friends, but it would also be disastrous for the rest of the West.
Meanwhile, the King and Queen have praised Ukrainians for their true valour. King Charles also says he's greatly encouraged by the efforts of the UK and its allies in supporting Kyiv at a time of suffering and need. The monarch was paying his respects at a Ukrainian cathedral in central London, where crowds later gathered to show their support for the country and its people. Commemorations began with an interfaith prayer, and similar services have been held across the UK. The body of Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny has been handed over to his mother. He unexpectedly died in prison 9 days ago. His death certificate suggested it was of natural causes. His spokeswoman says it's still not clear whether authorities will allow relatives to hold a funeral the way his family wants and the way he deserves. And junior doctors in England have walked out for the 10th time since March last year over a pay dispute. The British Medical Association has asked for a 30% pay rise. The government calls that unreasonable. More than 1.3 million appointments and operations have already been cancelled or rescheduled since industrial action began. For the latest stories, you can sign up to GB News Alerts by scanning the QR code on your screen, or you can go to gbnews.com/alerts. Now it's back to the Saturday 5.
It's Saturday night and you're with the Saturday 5. I'm Darren Grimes and things are about to get lively. Let's crack on with tonight's first debate. Folks, as you well know, we're teetering on the edge of a world that's more dangerous than a viper's nest. We're staring down what I'd call the axis of evil. Russia, China, Iran, a trio hell-bent on erasing the West from the map. Kicking things off today, we've got a GB News World exclusive. None other than former Prime Minister Boris Johnson stepping up to bat for Ukraine 2 years on from Russia's invasion. He's laying it all out, making a solid case for why British taxpayers should keep digging deep to support Ukraine in their David versus Goliath battle against bad Vlad. It's a high-stakes game and Boris is playing for keeps. Let's have a listen.
Hi folks, I'm here on the second anniversary of Vladimir Putin's barbaric invasion of Ukraine. I'm here in Kyiv where, in spite of everything, those gallant, heroic Ukrainians are fighting on. And I've got absolutely no doubt that they are going to win. And I think that with the support of the West, provided we do the right thing, give them the right support militarily, politically and economically, the courage of Ukrainians, their natural determination to fight for their homeland will prevail. But I'm very happy to be joined, talking to GB News, by a friend who I've worked with for years, a distinguished former ambassador, former foreign minister of Ukraine, former ambassador to London, Vadim Pristaika. Vadim, how do you see things 2 years after this evil invasion? Are you still confident your country is going to win?
Thank you, Boris. You've seen yourself that, unbelievably so, but Ukrainians sort of feel that it's not just spring coming to Kyiv, it's today is quite warm in Kyiv, but there is the hope rising. Maybe because people like you and so many foreign dignitaries came, and they're coming not empty-handed. They're coming with ideas how to get back to Ukraine, to bring it up to the agenda of the world, how to bring the weapons, how to ramp up sanctions, how to get Russians' money be frozen all around the globe to help Ukraine to actually gain territory and regain hope.
And if you had a message to GB News viewers about what you think the UK should be doing in particular, is there one thing you'd pick out?
I believe that my years in the UK were the pinnacle of my career, not because I was happy to be in London, which is great, I mean, by itself, because of this great support of the people there. And the government, people, regions, everywhere I have felt it. I've seen Ukrainian flags. I remember everything we've been done in the parliaments, or even just talking to the soldier or person on the street who was inviting the Ukrainian refugees. All of this mounts out to what we felt in the UK. And it was actually being translated all over the Europe. You were pushing the Europeans and sometimes our friends over the pond to do more and more. Look at where we are now, supported by Germans, supported by France, supported by all our allies. We wouldn't be there without the UK's initial push.
Thank you very much. And don't forget, folks, although things look tough for Ukraine and have looked tough for the last 2 years, the simple facts are that they've kicked Vladimir Putin's armies out of more than half of the territory that they originally occupied. About 315,000 Russian troops have been killed or injured, a ratio of probably 7 to 1. When you compare it with what the Ukrainian armed forces have suffered. They've taken out thousands and thousands of Russian tanks, 40% of Russia's Black Sea fleet, and yet Ukraine's exports are now back up to pre-war levels. So I've got absolutely no doubt that with the right support from the West, Ukraine can win. And it's vital in the months ahead that we give them that support. This is an unconventional report. But here we are in Kyiv on the sad second anniversary with a Ukrainian population that, in my view, is absolutely determined still to win, and they're going to win.
Well, there we are, a world exclusive from Bozza. Benjamin, I mean, coming to you first, we'd heard there about the pivotal role, that's how it was described, that Boris Johnson played in calling up European allies and saying, look, come on, we need to get behind the Ukrainians, they can win this. 2 years on, how do you actually manage to keep the support of a British public that's saying, hang on a minute, I'm struggling here at home, never mind some far-off land that doesn't really seem to be pushing back the Russians all that much.
Well, look, Boris Johnson is absolutely right on the principle that we should be supporting Ukraine as much as we can, and he's sort of a hero figure in that country because they've recognised that level of support. I think it's about £12 billion since the Crimea invasion, and including what we've yet pledged, that the UK has put forward to help Ukraine. So there's no doubt that this is a huge amount of money. I think the government's just announced another £245 million. But I think you have to learn from history. You know, there are still people around that can remember the mistakes that happen when you let a dictator, someone who doesn't care for international rules or an order-based system, who wants to take out other countries. We know what happened in the Second World War, and I think we should be acutely aware that that is a series of events that could happen if Britain doesn't stand up to Vladimir Putin. So good on Boris Johnson.
So, Ben Leo, at the start there, I said, look, we've got this axis of evil. Right, we've got Russia, we've got China, and we've got Iran. They're all ready to chomp away at the West. And this is bad Vlad's first move. Surely you must be with Boris Johnson.
Well, first of all, I want to know the absolute truth as to these rumours and claims, which initially came from the Ukrainian side some years ago, before Tucker Carlson even mentioned it in his interview with Vladimir Putin, that Boris Johnson scuppered a peace deal in 2022. Boris denies it, of course. Putin says he did. But as I said, the Ukrainians some years ago even suggested he did as well. So if that's the case, I want to know why that happened and Boris is now begging British taxpayers for even more money. I agree that Ukraine needs the money. However, when's it going to end? And is it a bottomless pit of taxpayer money, especially when people this side of the pond, our country, Brits, they're struggling to heat their homes, to even get housed, to feed themselves? When does it end?
Albie, when does it end? And I guess watching that, you'll be clamouring to get Boris Johnson back in the Conservative Party.
Look, I will not clamour for Boris Johnson to be getting back anywhere near the Conservative Party leadership, despite the fact, I think, what he's done with Ukraine and his whole support of that cause is probably one of the best things that he did during his premiership. But I think Ben actually raises a very interesting point. And this question about where does it end will become more of a feature as we get closer, especially to the US election. And if the Republicans and Trump win the US election, that question of where does it end is going to be a question that we're all going to have to ask a lot more seriously.
Absolutely. And I mean, Belinda, President Trump turning around and saying, look, Europe hasn't been pulling its weight when it comes to spending 2% of GDP on NATO defence spending. When do you actually think that they will wake up and become alive to that fact? Are they actually taking the mickey out of those of us that are doing that?
They should have woken up when Putin invaded Georgia back in 2008, when he invaded Crimea. You know, these were massive alarm bells. The EU and the whole of Europe should have woken up then and prepared for the next invasion. Even though Putin promised not to invade another country after Georgia, there he went again and took on Ukraine. And whatever people feel about Ukraine, the fact of the matter is Putin chose to invade a peaceful European country, chose to kill its men and women. That is on him, and Europe needed to respond. Because, as Benjamin said, if you appease bullies, they will just take advantage and carry on. But I would say I do agree with Ben Leo in terms of we have to be very respectful to the British taxpayer now. We are not a bottomless pit. We do need to know where there's an end game. We do need to know where the money's been spent. I say we use foreign aid instead of keep using more and more British taxpayers' money. Cut foreign aid and direct it to Ukraine instead of beating the backs of the Brits so much.
And I actually wonder, does anyone on the panel worry about giving over so much of our own military might, in the sense of we're giving away a lot of weaponry, ammunition, and we keep being told that actually, as far as the Royal Navy's concerned, you know, I might as well be going out there with a rubber dinghy.
We can't even handle the Houthi rebels in the Red Sea. We've got aircraft carriers still languishing in Portsmouth, yet we're sending millions and millions of pounds to Ukraine. And actually, in the example of the United States, who are umming and ahhing at the moment, the Republicans especially, about sending another $60 billion to Ukraine, the majority of that money actually stays in the US. It goes to US defence firms to make weapons, shells, ammunition. So it's good for their economy. So, it begs the question, are they just...
briefly, Benjamin.
Clearly there's a question about how much money you can spend, because that's the real world. But it is very good value for money. You know, we've helped to train 60,000 soldiers in Ukraine to fight for themselves, for their country.
That's been amazing.
And as Boris Johnson stated, 315,000 Russian troops have been injured or killed, 7 times the number of Ukrainians. So we, the West and Ukraine, are winning this war, and the best way to stop having to fund it is to defeat Russia in this battle.
How long is that going to take?
For all.
How long is that going to take?
It's going to take a lot longer.
It's going to take years.
Weakened. And the fact is that
I don't think they are weakened. They've just taken a key town in Donbass. Despite all the money we've sent them, they've taken a massive key town in Donbass.
And that proves the point, because the US has been withholding the funding and Ukraine has been weakened.
Nonsense.
That's why Boris Johnson is right that we should support
OK, we'll find out what the viewers think shortly. But up next, it's another darling of the Conservative Party. It's Albie Amoncona. Away you go, Albie.
Well, thank you for that description, Darren. Tory MP, former Tory MP, Lee Anderson, had the Tory whip taken away from him today because of comments he made about Sadiq Khan on GB News earlier on this week. Let's take a listen.
I don't actually believe that these Islamists have got control of our country, but what I do believe is they've got control of Khan, and they've got control of London, and they've got control of Starmer as well. And we've seen the shocking scenes played out in Parliament just a few nights back where Starmer crumbled. He put pressure on the Speaker to alter the rules, if you like, for the nature of the debate and the ultimate voting. And this is a result of weak leadership.
Now, how can Islamists both have control of London, but also we see that London is too woke to function, with pride flags on crossings, starting police horses, and train lines called Suffragette and Windrush? Look, mistakes happen on live TV. We all know I've made them, but I was always taught to apologise for my mistakes, and that's why I think Lee Anderson needs to apologise to Sadiq Khan for saying and inferring that he was mates with Islamists. I don't think Lee would have said that if Sadiq wasn't a Muslim. And the problem is, we do actually have quite a serious problem with Islamist extremism in the United Kingdom. Too many people have been killed by Islamist terrorists since 7/7. We had a situation in Parliament this week where Islamist extremists might have influenced the Speaker of the House, Sir Lindsay Hoyle. And yet now we're having a news story talking about the fact that a Conservative MP made a racist comment. These are playing into the hands of our enemies here, allowing them to brandish us as bigots and saying that the right are racist, when actually there is a very serious problem with Islamism. And unfortunately, Lee's comments have taken away from that. So, Lee, please apologise to Sadiq Khan and think carefully before you speak. So we're going to read a comment from Lee Anderson earlier on today from a statement that he made earlier on. Following a call with the Chief Whip, I understand the difficult position that I put both the Prime Minister in with regards to my comments. I fully accept that they had no option but to suspend the whip in these circumstances. However, I will continue to support the government's efforts to call out extremism in all its forms, be that anti-Semitism or Islamophobia. So, Ben Leon, do you think Lee should apologise?
Not if he believes what he says. No, I don't think he should ever apologise to the mob. But you mentioned that he wouldn't have said that if Sadiq Khan wasn't a Muslim. In actual fact, he went on to say Keir Starmer was also guilty of the same accusation as well. He said Sadiq Khan...
Did he say Keir Starmer was mates with Islamists?
Yeah. He said Khan, and then later said Starmer was mates and rallied.
So you don't think there's anything wrong with what he said?
I think it was very sloppy, and I agree with you. What you said, it gives the mob and the left easy ammunition to take down the right's arguments, especially Lee's arguments, and the genuine concerns about the state of play, especially in London. The scenes we've seen, not just recently with the Palestinian marches, but as you said, terrorist attacks, Westminster 2017, London Bridge twice, Batley Grammar School, kids hoarded into village halls because they scuffed the Quran. But in actual fact, I haven't got time for any of this anymore. I just think the state of politics at the moment is so low grade and is so pathetic. Most of these politicians, and I include Lee in this actually, wouldn't get a job in any decent private sector company. They behave like a bunch of school kids, and actually it's an embarrassment on this country that we're dealing with these people who are, you know, they're in power and dictating the state of play in this country. I just think it's a complete mess. I hate the vibe and the level of toxicity, and I'm looking forward to some real renewal of the state of play once Labour get in, just so the Tories or someone else, maybe Reform, can rise from the ashes and find some proper
So
decent
Benjamin
politics.
Butterworth, renewal of the state of play when Labour get in. Can Keir Starmer do it?
I don't know what that means, but what I do think is that Lee Anderson is telling you something about the Tories that you are naive to ignore. This isn't just a man who has made so many dodgy and unacceptable comments. For reference, he was kicked out of the Labour Party, blocked from being a council candidate years ago for being sexist. Now he's been suspended from the Tories for being Islamophobic. When he eventually joins the Reform Party, I'm sure there'll be something else that he does that's stupid. So Ben is right that he's not capable of a real job. But this is someone, despite his profound incompetence and his offensive views, that the Tory party and the Prime Minister saw fit to make Vice Chair just a few weeks ago. He's shown us who he is. He's a bigot and he's weak as a politician, and he shames the Tory party.
Are you calling Belinda a bigot then? You just said he's welcoming reform.
Well, Nigel Farage earlier today has called on Lee Anderson to defect to Reform. I don't think he'll be back in the Tory party before the election.
I should have Lee Anderson in.
Come on, Belinda, you've got right of a reply there.
Yeah, well, I do. I think I slightly agree with Ben Leo here. I think the Tories infighting and squabbling between the One Nation Tories and the sort of common man on the street Tories, common sense, talk at a pub type chap, which I think Lee Anderson is, and I do think he votes. I've just started talking, so I can finish. When he was saying what he said, yes, the language was sloppy, and I do believe as an MP you have a responsibility not to use inflammatory language, and just because someone is a Muslim does not mean that they have Islamist mates. But I do think he is reflecting concern by people that there are many in the Labour Party, not just Sadiq, up and down, who are soft on Islamism, to not call out the horrific from the river to the sea projection onto our democratic mother of all parliaments, Tower Bridge, the hateful Hamas protest. But let me just quickly finish, because it's important. You know, Sadiq Khan is not innocent. He was recorded as saying that moderate Muslims were Uncle Toms. Now, that is vastly huge slur against moderate... On Iranian telly. So there is... People have a right to be concerned what he believes if he's said stuff like that in the past. And also, I feel that there are many people in politics, including the Tory party, who are so cowardly, they just refuse to stand up to the Islamist mob, whether they're Tory or Labour. So I think Lee Anderson is right to not apologise if he doesn't believe in the apology, because there's very rare... It's rare as hen's teeth you get men and women of political conviction now.
But Lee Anderson is a pathetic politician. This is a bloke.
No, he's not here to defend himself.
On an immigration
Benjamin.
bill, said that he changed the lobby he was walking through in a vote in Parliament because he was being mocked by Labour MPs.
Nothing.
What kind of a weak politician lets the mockery of politicians from another party change how they vote?
You seem more angry about that than all the horrific things that have been happening in the Labour Party, from a prospective MP spreading conspiracy theories about Jews, from all the Islamists...
And they were kicked out of the party, and the Tories...
Oh, delayed, but after 2 days,
Where was the
not
moral
straight away.
indignation at
Not
the
straight
Batley
away.
Grammar School, as Ben has said?